bit higher over time. Not saying there won't be another few sell-offs here and there. But if this thing lingers and we get into the last 30 days, the last 15 days of the pause, the last week of the pause, volatility will return. So I think it's very important from a stock market perspective, but also from a Main Street business owner, CEO standpoint, and everyone who works for those CEOs, because their jobs are dependent on this, that we arrive at some trade deals. We get some wins under our belt sooner than later. Let's not allow this to drag on 60, 75 plus days.
Let's talk a little bit more about China, because, I mean, it's the main adversary we're talking about here with this, and the president seems to be in it for the long haul. China says it is in it for the long haul. The president put tariffs on China. They responded with an 84% tariff on U.S. imports. The president bumped it up to 125%. How long does this back and forth go? Because the president seemed to indicate when he spoke to the media on Wednesday, he said China wants to make a deal, but they don't know how to go about it. What does this back and forth action do to convince China to go quickly to the table?
Well, that's interesting you said that. My guess is they don't know how to do it because there's the whole image and perception issue that they have, where they have to appear that they're always the strongest. So, look, China's economy is already in a bad spot. You know, prior to these tariffs, we were growing. Growth was slowing, but our economy was growing. And it will continue to grow once there's some definitive clarity on tariffs as well. But China, they're going to cry uncle first. It will not be us. We have a robust economy outside of China. China's been building ghost cities for the last several decades that are completely vacant. You know, their reproductive rate is not high enough for them to continue to grow grow their population. And that is going to lead to economic growth challenges in the future. So China is in a much, much worse situation than we are, and they're going to have to come to the table, and they're going to have to strike a deal. So
the taking to the trying to get the mosquito with the flamethrower is not going to be a detriment to the United States when it comes to these negotiations and getting people to the table.
I don't believe so. And look, I'll tell you what. I mean, when you look at our country overall, and how much we actually import as a percentage of our country. We have a total personal income across the United States of about $25 trillion. We import just north of $3 trillion worth of goods. If there was a 25% tariff on all $3 trillion, that's $750 billion. $750 billion of the $25 trillion of income equates to a 3% income tax hike. That's it. That is worst case scenario, how it could possibly hurt the consumer, the American taxpayer. So if we are striking deals with every single country except China, I don't know how much of that 3.3 trillion we import from China, but it's not 3.3. Look, we are going to be okay. We have the ability. We're not going to be able to reshore manufacturing. I'll tell you that. That's going to take years and years and years. And, just some of the companies who've committed to investing, hundreds of billions of dollars in America over the next 5 years. Apple was one of them. SoftBank was another. There's a few other examples. If you looked at any of their promises, they're 5 year, 5 year or so promises. They're not going to happen overnight, but we will be okay. We will figure out how to navigate through this. Americans will be okay. They're certainly happy their retirement accounts aren't where they were not too long ago. Business owners will begin moving forward on their growth plans as long as we have deals with every country other than China figured out. Business owners can move forward. They can hire people. They can raise wages. People can spend money. We will be okay if the only thing left on the table is working a deal with China.
Here's the last thing I have for you. Yep. Looking at this overall, does this show that really the world doesn't quite know exactly how to deal with Donald Trump? Is that what we're seeing right now, as he is sort of that unpredictable entity out there that when he deals with the rest of the world, they don't know exactly what he's going to do next?
He's feared and respected, and we said that during his first term, and he's probably even more feared and even more respected today. The guy's a deal maker. He's a negotiator. He plays hardball. I mean, who has ever really exposed the fact that we've just been lackadaisical as it relates to looking at our trade deals with all these different countries? I mean, when I found out that Vietnam was assessing, 40 to 60% tariffs on U.S. cars, like that's tough to deal with. That puts us at a competitive disadvantage. And a bunch of other countries are doing that as well. So I think they realize that President Trump is feared. He's respected. He is unpredictable. They can't call his bluff because he might not be bluffing. And that's why it's great that we have him leading the way.
This changes day to day. Believe me, we're going to keep an eye on this. Mark Tepper is CEO of Strategic Wealth Partners. Believe me, this won't be the last time we talk to you about this. Thanks for joining us on the Fox News Rundown.
Thanks, you appreciate it.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true people are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. April showers bring May flowers, but bald tires, well, that brings trouble on slick spring roads. Worn out tread means longer stops, less control, and way more risk. Don't chance it. Roll into United Tire and Service for a free tire inspection and serious deals on top brands, including an extra $50 off any Ford tires. United Tire and Service, locally owned and operated. Find the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Your new kitchen. Visualize it. Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with styles, colors, and layouts online and preview your perfect space before your design consultation. Then Kitchen Magic's design experts can refine the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years, Kitchen Magic has crafted over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, April 10th. This is the Fox News Rundown. President Trump hits the pause button on tariffs, but not on China.
Reciprocal tariffs announced by President Trump last week are now on hold for 90 days, replaced by a flat 10% tariff on all imports following sharp market downturns.
Well, I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know? They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid.
But the tariff rate on China will increase to 125% on imports after Beijing announced retaliatory tariff rates on U.S. goods.
China wants to make a deal. They just don't know how quite to go about it.
President Trump says more than 75 countries have reached out to the administration seeking trade talks. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick telling Fox's Brett Baer that the U.S. is working with some countries that have come forward to make a deal.
After you negotiate, if you don't really bring it, you know what the number's going to be. So, you better bring it fully with us to do the right deal, or that's going to be your tariff going forward.
U.S. stock markets rebounded after the president paused the tariffs. Critics, though, claiming the turnaround indicated the president's tariff strategy wasn't working. More from Fox's Christina Coleman.
The White House press secretary ripped the media over how some of them have portrayed President Trump's efforts to strengthen the international economic position of our country. Stocks surge after President Trump paused the sweeping reciprocal tariffs he imposed this week on all countries but China. And while some on the left have criticized this strategy, the Treasury Secretary says what the president has done is create maximum negotiating leverage for himself. The president says more than 75 countries have since reached out to the U.S. to negotiate and do business.
And Speaker Mike Johnson has delayed a vote on a measure that would have advanced President Trump's so-called One Big Beautiful Bill to fund the government. The decision to delay the vote on the blueprint comes in the face of likely rebellion by fiscal conservatives. The plan is meant to move President Trump's agenda ahead on the issues such as border security, defense, energy, and tax cuts. The Senate version cuts only about $4 billion, while the House version calls for at least $1.5 trillion in spending cuts. Johnson says the vote will now take place today, the last scheduled day in the session for House lawmakers before they take a 2-week-long recess. And the House on Wednesday passed a bill that limits district court judges from issuing nationwide injunctions against presidential policies. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Zioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Since the dawn of Major League Baseball, every player has honed their unique skills.
Judge, draw deep to left. Ohtani connects it, it's gone. Steen strikes out the side. Bobby Witt Jr. throws in time. Harper does it again.
Witness the heroes of the game in ballparks nationwide. Get your tickets today at MLB.com/tickets. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Looking for the perfect ride at the perfect price? At Hester Chevrolet, we've got the deals to get you on the road in a new Chevy today. Our huge selection means there's something for everyone. Plus, with easy financing options, getting behind the wheel has never been easier. Explore how we can make your driving experience extraordinary. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit us at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive. Hester Chevrolet!
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
A promise is potent. Born of intention, fueled by commitment, it's seeing things through. Always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
I'm Lauren Simonetti, and this is the Fox Business Report.
President Trump announced a 90-day pause on his tariffs against individual countries shortly after 1 p.m. Wednesday, setting them at 10% for now, pending negotiations with each country. The market then took off. The Dow wound up 2,963, 8%, its best single day since March of 2020. The S&P 500 up 474, 9.5%, its best single day since October of 2008. The NASDAQ up 1,857, over 12%, its best day since January of 2001. The exception, of course, China, as President Trump imposed 125% tariffs on imported Chinese goods.
A deal's going to be made with China. A deal's going to be made with every one of them.
Today, details on the CPI report, the Consumer Price Index, a key inflation measure for the month of March. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It's yet another progressive agenda President Trump is undoing.
We're ending Joe Biden's war on beautiful, clean coal.
Signing executive orders to get rid of federal barriers put up that he says undermine coal production. This will lift restrictions on mining on federal land and encourage using more coal to produce energy.
We're bringing back an industry that was abandoned, despite the fact that it was just about the best, certainly the best in terms of power, real power.
Coal plants used to produce half the U.S. electricity. A few years ago, that dropped to 16%. Trump critics argue he's undermining efforts to fight climate change with cleaner, renewable energy. The Natural Resources Defense Council says that coal-fired power is old and dirty and unreliable, asking what's next? A mandate Americans must commute by horse and buggy? But the president insists coal should be here to stay.
We're going to guarantee that we have a strong business for many years to come.
Coal miners from West Virginia were at that Trump order signing at the White House, and so was the state's governor.
It's awfully nice to be working with President Trump, who's looking out for West Virginian and American interests.
Governor Patrick Morrisey is a Republican in his first year in office in West Virginia.
I think this president gets it. We're going to see the benefit of that from an energy perspective over the course of the next 4 years. So it's an exciting time, and I'm very hopeful that the American people are going to give this president the opportunity to let his policies go forward and to make sure that they have a chance to succeed, because he is so right to focus on American energy independence and get as much production off the ground as possible.
Now, some critics are like, wait a minute, we're going backwards here because we have cleaner natural gas, we have an increase in solar and wind and hydropower. Why are we going back to dirty coal? You've heard that.
Well, look, there's so much nonsense that's been propagated by Obama and Biden and a lot of the radical left. This Green New Deal, these had some of the most absurd policies that our country has seen in a very long time. I mean, I know as we used to litigate against that, and we had big wins against the Obama and the Biden administration when they're trying to shut down our fossil fuel resources. These guys were utterly ignoring the fact that China is going forward and producing massive number of coal-fired power plants. And this is a lot dirtier, not as good for the environment as where we're doing. We have, as President Trump would say, beautiful, clean coal, and we have natural gas. And it's so much superior to use American coal and our gas. That's going to keep things much cleaner across the globe.
Now, you mentioned China. We have this trade war going on. We have the big tariffs on China. They have the big tariffs in retaliation, 84% on American goods.
China imports American coal, and half of the coal that China gets from the U.S. comes from your state of West Virginia. So there's a big article I saw in Forbes. Trump pulls rug out from under West Virginia coal sector that the tariffs are going to hurt your state. What's your response?
Look, a couple things. First, I think people need to give President Trump a little bit of time as he's engaging. There have been so many abusive practices by these countries to put their country first and put America last that he's trying to make changes. I think with any change in life, you give people that opportunity and you're going to see some changes occur. So that's the first observation. The second one is what President Trump gets is he sees the big picture. Right now, America and China are engaging in an information technology arms race. And the winner of that race is going to be the country that can actually fuel the power demands of data and AI for the next decade. China is producing so much energy right now, we can't afford to wait.
Now, the executive order, the president wants to allow some older power plants that use coal for generation to keep operating. Some of them were set to be retired. So that would keep going. What about building new plants? I've seen one story I said that there's no plans. Nobody wants to build a new coal-powered plant. Is that true or not?
Well, it's been difficult to attract the capital that's necessary to build new coal-fired power plants when you know that the administration is trying to put you out of business. So we saw that during the Obama administration and the Biden administration, and that really slowed down capital interest in having new coal-fired power plants. But I do believe that as more Americans get educated about this information technology arms race between the United States and China, people are going to realize if we don't supercharge our fossil fuels, we're not going to keep pace with China.
Now, talk about the state of the coal industry in West Virginia. I know you're second in the United States in production. Wyoming is first. But I know from my time in West Virginia when I worked there that there's a little bit of a difference in the type of coal. Out west, it's more of a low sulfur. In West Virginia, some of it can be high sulfur, which can be more polluting in its use. What's the difference, and where is West Virginia now as an industry?
Look, I think that the coal industry has suffered tremendously over the last few decades, and we know that it was beset with a lot of challenges. And in particular, President Obama really put the bullseye on the coal industry. And it wasn't just the regulations, because the truth is we were able to stop some of the regulations. It was the all-out assault that the Obama administration and thereafter the Biden administration had, where they would go and put pressure on the utilities. They would go to the capital markets and they would say, do not fund in this area. And so therefore there was a huge chilling effect. That had a very significant impact on the overall viability of coal. And you saw it as the amount of coal that was mined and used in the country dropped considerably, even over a 15-year period. So I think one of the things that has to happen is that people need to believe that there's going to be long-term viability for coal, and it's not just going to flip back and forth depending upon who sits in the White House. Look, West Virginia coal can compete with any in the world. It's been highly desirable. Significant amounts have been exported, as you pointed out, to China. We also have an abundance of metallurgical coal, which is a building block for building and construction and steel. And we really have an opportunity in West Virginia to fuel our economic comeback, in part due to what President Trump is talking about and what we're doing right now in West Virginia. We actually have a microgrid bill that's trying to facilitate the development of new data centers in West Virginia, and it's going to be fueled by energy resources that are more abundant here than in any part of the country. We're going to set up a structure where it's quicker to build in West Virginia than anywhere else, less red tape, and more opportunities for the kind of workers that these companies are going to need to be successful.
Now, we've been hearing that we're going to need a lot more energy production here in the U.S. Are you referring to things like AI needing more energy, cryptocurrency, that there's a lot of demand coming? Is that what you're talking about?
AI or crypto, they put huge strain on the power grid. So a lot of people are saying we might need 6 times the level of power for a data center that you might use for a traditional manufacturing facility. So how are you going to make up that power difference? Well, one is you look for ways to strengthen the power grid, but then you also look at this microgrid concept where you have local energy sources that operate outside the grid, and that these data centers are located proximate to the energy source, so you could have reliable, affordable power that's consistent, and that allows these companies to really soar because they might be able to get something to build and fuel the power source in a 2.5 or 3 year period instead of a 6 or 7 year waiting period through some of the utilities. And certainly we want to have an opportunity for the utilities to service these power needs, and that's why we're excited about West Virginia's future and the strategic role it plays as America's energy state, because we've got a lot of coal and gas to spare, and we want to make sure it's used wisely as we're engaged in this information technology arms race against China.
Now, those who still want the green agenda, like the Sierra Club, they say that the Trump executive orders will gut pollution and safety controls. And some other governors, who you must know, who are Democrats, who are the co-chairs of the U.S. Climate Alliance, Kathy Hochul in New York and Michelle Lujan Grisham in New Mexico, they claim that the Trump orders illegally usurp states' rights to act on climate change. Do you think that there's a possibility that what the president's done with coal could get blocked in court?
Look, West Virginia has helped lead the way on litigation efforts. And in fact, when I served as the Attorney General, we had the really famous West Virginia v. EPA win, which obviously gave a nice shot into the arm of the coal industry and protecting our energy workers. So West Virginia will be litigating again, no doubt, and there will be court challenges. There always seem to be. But I think it's important for everyone listening to know that all of these Green New Deal policies, they actually do virtually nothing to impact the Earth's temperature. So this is a lot of a sham. We need to be thinking about protecting the hardworking American workers and not have things that literally do nothing to affect the temperature of the planet.
Do you think in West Virginia in the coming years you're going to have production go back up, maybe some operations that were closed open back up?
Look, I'm certainly hopeful, and I will be doing everything I can to push that forward. Yesterday's the first step. Obviously, there's a lot more that's needed because people have to believe that the capital is going to be there to invest and that the next administration's not going to pull the rug out from under them. But I do think it's a worthwhile fight. And also, a lot of this is about educating Americans about the strategic threat that China possesses in terms of this information technology. If we don't start driving a lot of energy into this information technology and data and AI, China will be ahead. And that is not going to be a pretty sight because we cannot have them win that superintelligence fight. That's the new battlefield over the next 25 to 50 years. And we should not cede that to one of our biggest geopolitical foes across the globe.
Governor Patrick Morrisey, Republican, West Virginia. Really great to have you on the show. We appreciate your time.
Thanks, sir. Be well.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we do our one thing, together millions of things, for our planet. This spring, Fairmount Park Conservancy invites you to connect with your Philadelphia neighborhood parks. Join your local park friends group during Love Your Park Week in May, or join us for weekly volunteer events all year long. Fairmount Park Conservancy works with the City of Philadelphia and its communities to bring parks to life. For information and to sign up, visit myphillypark.org.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-222-9599. 800-222-9599. Again, that's 800-222-9599.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. A Russian-American citizen serving a 12-year prison sentence in Russia has been released in a prisoner swap. Yesenia Karolina was found guilty of treason for donating money to a U.S.-based charity. President Trump hitting the pause button for 90 days on his tariffs. Fox's Jackie Heinrich.
After safe haven treasury bonds spiked overnight, indicating eroding confidence in the U.S. economy, the president told the world, be cool. Everything is going to work out well, only to reverse course less than 4 hours later with a 90-day pause for all countries but China.
184 reported dead now in the nightclub collapse in the Dominican Republic.
Loved ones wait desperately for word about those missing. The iconic Jet Set Club in Santo Domingo was packed with people, including musicians, professional athletes, and politicians during a merengue concert.
Fox's Alex Hogan. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Luka Doncic wiped away tears as the Mavericks played a video tribute prior to the Lakers matchup against Dallas Wednesday night. And then he got down to business. Doncic finished the game with 45 points, scoring 31 in the first half as the Lakers defeated the Mavericks 112-97. It was the first game back in Dallas for Doncic after the Mavericks completed arguably the most stunning trade in NBA history 2 months ago, sending the 5-time All-NBA player to Los Angeles for Anthony Davis. With the win, the Lakers wrapped up a playoff spot, while the Mavericks are guaranteed a losing record, though Dallas is still in position to make the play-in tournament. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Todd Golden, first off, crazy good job coaching this group this year. I agree. I mean, this team had every bit of fight and perseverance and to match the talent on this roster. I think it was Seth Greenberg who said this team has 2 of everything on Selection Sunday, and he's right. I mean, they're incredibly deep, incredibly talented. Also, shout out to both these teams. Not a single 5-star recruit played on Monday night. Is that right? Between both teams, not one 5-star recruit. Kelvin Sampson, Todd Golden did an awesome job building that roster. Great togetherness, very connected group with Florida. You could see that throughout. Also a very connected group that had to overcome their coach being hit with a ton of allegations by multiple people in a report during the start of the season that the Title IX investigation at the school later cleared him of. So pretty big distraction early in the season for this Florida Gators team. They're able to overcome that. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
It's tax season. By now, we're all a bit tired of numbers, but here's one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number, $100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed. Save up to 40% in your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
From D.C. to CBP, the Phils welcome the Nats to South Philly on Tuesday, April 29th, Wednesday, April 30th, and Thursday, May 1st, all at 6:45. Don't miss the action and get tickets now at Phillies.com. Ready, set, stroll. Fans 55 and over are invited to circle the diamond during Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases following the Phillies game against the Giants on Thursday, April 17th at 4:05. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Warning, this is not my average commercial. Today, I'm a thorn in the side of bad timeshare exit companies. Over the years, I've seen way too many exit companies pop up, take people's money, and disappear like a bad magic trick. I even saw an ad from a new exit company started by a couple bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire the bozos I fire. If you really want out of your timeshare, contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group. Look, you've heard me on the radio for almost a decade now, and our proven process has helped over 45,000 families get out of their timeshare permanently. Call my office for your free timeshare exit kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-746-3737. 800-746-3737. 800-746-3737.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Thursday, April 10th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube. 855-839-1210. That's the phone number. That is how you climb in. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. We've got Anna Hummel in studio for the rest of the week in for Dawn. Hello, Hummel.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
I feel like I just was around you all day yesterday.
It feels that way.
It feels that way.
Yeah, when you start your day at like 3 a.m.
Yeah. And then the show starts at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Yes. Gregory, hello.
We're doing this again on a Thursday.
A fairish Thursday.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the same vibe as a fairish Friday, but it'll be just as good.
Yep.
Sean will join us coming up at 7:30 today. The cut sheet at 7:45. You know, I expect hate on Twitter, Hummel. I get it a lot. Get it in the YouTube chat.
And from your family.
And from my family, justifiably so.
Yeah.
Now I'm getting hate text messages from randos. Really interesting. Don't know how people are getting my number.
Are you afraid?
No. I'm actually in a weird, erotic kind of way. I'm hoping to be swatted.
Okay.
Yeah, then I feel like I officially have made it. But in the meantime, I'll just take mean texts.
Wait, explain. So
I've gotten a text from this 580's area code.
Okay.
3 times now since the beginning of March.
Okay.
First time it was ridiculing the show. You're weird because you talk about wrestling. Anna's like,
yeah, I can get on board with that.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, it was me. I was texting you.
It's a Hummel burner.
No lies detected so far.
Yeah. Ridiculing me, ridiculing the show.
Yeah.
And I responded back, who's this? And I got like this automated kickback text, like carrier denied, blah, 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 the code. I'm like, all right, maybe it was just spam. Maybe it's going around to everybody. And then I got a second one about 3 weeks ago. Tried to actually call the number back. Got the beeping sound, like disconnected, not in service, something to that effect. So I just deleted it, reported it as spam. And then yesterday it was, you're ruining this country and you support pedophiles.
Nice.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow. Bold.
Yeah. I think it's one of those like Google numbers or fake burner numbers.
Oh, yeah.
Or, like a text messaging app where you can create like a fake number to like harass an ex.
What a coward.
I know.
If you're going to harass someone, at least expect the blowback.
I know. I have actually more respect for the like trolls on Twitter with like fake avatars and no followers. that just respond to all of our clips that we post on social.
Right.
But whatever.
You know what's funny to me is that we have an open phone line here.
I know.
Honestly, 855-839-1210.
Yeah.
Anybody can call at any time. Jimmy Kelly, I am telling you right now, as your boss, do not
turn away.
Do not turn away anybody. If anybody has any complaints, anything at all, let them on the air.
Yeah.
This is just call up and disagree with us.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's so easy.
Yes.
Instead of ghosting, like doing these weird texts to Kayal, or you have a cat for an avatar and you criticize everything we do. Like, just call in and complain.
Expose yourself.
Yeah.
Be a man or woman or a baby.
You can use a fake name. It doesn't matter. Nobody knows who you are.
I'll even let you identify yourself with preferred pronouns.
Oh my God, that was
doesn't mean we'll respect them.
That is the greatest clip you will ever see. Last night, Anderson Cooper, for whatever reason, holding a town hall with Bernie Sanders.
When I sent you guys that, I said to myself, wait a minute, town hall Bernie, is this like a year and a half old?
Yeah.
Am I going to get ripped by Stalker for sending old material?
Nick, I thought the same thing. I was like, they couldn't have held that town hall with Bernie Sanders last night.
Like, why are they doing
What's
this?
the purpose of this? They did. They absolutely did.
Yes, they, them,
It is,
absolutely
oh
did.
my God, and somebody yelled at Mr. Cooper for misgendering her. Yeah. Excuse me, it's they, them. He's like, oh, I'm sorry.
Bernie's like, huh?
Anderson Cooper should have been like, get out! Get out!
That would have been amazing.
All right, so we are off and running. We're going to get to a big take this morning on everything that transpired yesterday with the 90-day pause, 10% on tariffs for the nations that are willing to come to the table with Donald Trump. Also, the elevated tariff for China. And it's not a bad day. It's not a part of the deal day. It's somewhere in between. And we'll let you know about that coming up in a little bit. Yes, a measured take. Who knew that was possible?
Well, yeah, I know. The both sides of this are just...
The tribalism was out of control
It's
yesterday.
nauseating. It's nauseating.
We'll talk about it.
It's all about the bond market,
Yep.
and anybody who says any different is lying.
Not the bondy market. Not Pam Bondi, but the bonds, including those that are 10, 20, 30.
She's a babe, right? We think she's a babe?
I mean...
We've kind of had this conversation.
I mean, she is...
I think she's a babe.
She is...
What do you think,
gorgeous.
Anna?
Oh, yeah.
She's 60 years old, and she's beautiful.
She looks so good.
She does, yeah.
I know where she lives. I know that sounds creepy.
Yeah. Ooh.
But, I would often run by her house, and everyone knows that that's Pam Bondi's house in Hyde Park, which is a ritzy part of Tampa.
You ever text her from a 580 number?
No, I leave her alone.
That's good.
Just leave her alone.
Very interesting.
This is 3D tech. Okay. All right.
It's 4D.
Oh, God.
It's 5D.
No, it's that we don't want to cause an economic collapse by Japan selling off the bond market. The end.
There you go. Democrats, what's up with your assassination culture? We've got a new poll out that says, yeah, killing Elon Musk or Donald Trump is somewhat justifiable. We'll talk about that this morning as well. The Trump administration will not respond to your email requests if you're in the media and you use preferred pronouns in your email signature. Also, Live Golf, you might have heard of it, kind of a rival, somewhat of an upstart to the PGA Tour. Wait till you hear until who they hired to run their marketing department.
Can I ask you a question, Cal, since we're kind of all over the place here at 607?
Yeah.
Did you see the Keegan Bradley hole-in-one yesterday?
Saw that. I saw Koepka's hole-in-one.
Koepka did a hole-in-one, too?
Koepka had a hole-in-one. I've never had one. Opelka's still searching for his first one in his 60s. It's almost impossible to do.
Can you roll cut one real fast, Phil?
There it is. Keegan Bradley.
His mustache.
Par 3 with a mustache. Maybe that's what I got to do. I
We
just go
say
with a
only
mustache.
nice things about Keegan right now.
That's tracking. Look at that. There it is.
Best shot I ever
It's
saw.
going to come down.
It might be the first
Please
one
go
of the
in.
day.
Better than most.
Please go in. Captain! Buckets!
Wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah, pick up your kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, pick up your other kid.
It's awesome.
Who knew golf could be exciting?
I know. That's how excited I am when my kids go to dance.
Is that rare for the Masters?
Nah, I think it happens on an annual basis. Somebody usually gets a hole-in-one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, these guys are out there throwing darts. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Also, Greg Stocker's a big fan of firing squad as a way of the death penalty.
Yeah.
What about if you are somebody that is diagnosed with autism? Are you still firing squad eligible? Local story, technically, as Dawn would say, in the Poconos. Remember the Idaho murder? Brian Kohberger, the suspect. We're going to get into that story. And also, Philadelphia, we might have a weak district attorney, but we are tough on pizza crime. And we will give you those details coming up later today. Before that, let's get to the news, though. Round number 1. Pam Bondi's neighbor, Anna Hummel.
Woo! All right, at 6 a.m. today is April 10th, 2025, and it's currently 42 degrees in Philadelphia. Today's weather is cloudy and breezy with a high of 55 degrees, and tonight occasional rain and drizzle with a low of 43. Phillies 2025. I'm gonna butcher this. Carnaval de Puebla. Does that sound good?
It's good enough for me.
Canceled over concerns of ICE operations, which is a little funny.
ICE as in the agency, not as in bad weather in April.
Yeah. So Philadelphia's Carnaval de Puebla has been canceled for 2025 over fears of potential operations by ICE.
That's amazing.
Just like shooting fish in a barrel. Come with me. Come with me.
What are they?
They just stand outside and you're like, and you, and you, and you, and you.
You with the empanada over here.
Are they afraid that some of the players are going to get deported?
I thought it's like a festival.
It's a festival, yeah.
Yeah, it's something that the Phillies do on an annual basis. So they're afraid that people that are going to attend could be rounded up?
I think this is a Cinco de Mayo festival.
Okay.
So I think they think that a lot of illegals will attend and that ICE will just be picking people off the street.
You misinterpreted what she said at the beginning. It's not the Phillies. It's Phillies.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Like
Philadelphia's 2025 Carnaval de Puebla. Clearly you haven't gone before.
No, I have not. But I thought you meant the Phillies, the baseball team.
No.
Got it.
Yeah, she's right. It's like a Cinco de Mayo type thing.
Yeah, the street festival is the largest Cinco de Mayo celebration on the East Coast, attracting an average of 15,000 attendees a year to South Philly. Near the Italian market, a hub for Latino-owned businesses in the metro area. Hundreds of vendors, performers, and artists were expected, but organizers said report of increased ICE operations under Trump's administration had people canceling their plans.
Sounds like fear porn to me. I think with all the things that Tom Homan and Kristi Noem have on their plate, I'm not sure that they would be attending this festival undercover or setting up shop down the block. I don't know about that. That seems like an overreaction to the political climate.
Well, I mean, if you're here legally, it shouldn't matter.
Right.
You have nothing to worry about.
That's correct.
If you're here illegally and you want to celebrate said festival, you might have something to worry about. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Although if you're here illegally, but you're not MS-13 or a violent repeat offender, the only thing that you've ever done wrong is breaking the law by entering the country illegally, which is a crime, by the way. I know the Democrats are like, no, if you're here illegally, you did do something wrong. I don't care if you're not a sex trafficker or an MS-13 cartel member or anything like that. I think if you're just a random illegal here trying to get a better life that didn't go about it the right way, the legal way, I'd probably still imbibe in the May 5th thing.
I wouldn't.
You'd stay home?
Yeah.
Well, you stay home all the time, and you're legal.
It's true.
Yeah, that's true.
I hate going out of my house.
Oh, my God. I completely agree. I've changed so much over the last 5 years. I used to be a bit of a party animal, like to go out and drink and all that stuff. And now I'm so confused as to how I ever thought that was fun.
Me too.
Like, I'll go out and I'm like, what? How is this fun? This is terrible.
It's called aging.
Yeah.
COVID made you realize that being around humans is not necessarily all it's cracked up to be.
It was like COVID, getting in a relationship, and then getting older. And I reemerged from COVID. I'm like, I'm never leaving my house again. This is, I should have been doing this all along.
Thing ever. By the way, when you gave the weather at the beginning on, everybody's just wondering why you're dressed like you're in the tundra.
Because it's 42 degrees outside.
Okay.
And maybe it's like 70 in here, but to me it's pretty cold.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the coldest 70 you'll ever feel in the studio.
That's unbelievable. She has a giant winter coat on.
Hummel's bundled up.
Yeah, I got roasted last night by some friends as well. They're like, it's not even cold. I'm like, okay, I'm from Florida, so yes it is.
No, this weather sucks. I agree with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's funny. We bring you up to Philadelphia, and you have a ton of friends up here. That's just amazing.
It's really just the same friend I'm hanging out with.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, well, two friends.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You
So
have more friends than I do.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you've
I've been here a
for
lifetime.
4 days. More frozen Nick.
Can I tell you that I was so vague about my job and what I was doing here because I didn't want them to listen in. One of the friends.
Yeah.
The first friend is pretty understandable and cool and, on our team. The second friend is not. And so I was very vague, in the dark.
Wow.
Producer, didn't say anything about on air. Don't ask about a station.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know if you'd,
want to
hang out again. Yeah. And I really like her. It's one of those things where I don't want politics to get in the way. So.
Well, I mean, look, the truth is, if she has a problem with what you're doing,
go yourself.
Exactly.
I don't know if that'd go over well, but yeah.
Hey.
Wrongfully convicted man sues city of Philadelphia. A wrongfully convicted man who spent more than 2 decades in prison filed a lawsuit against the city of Philadelphia, as well as the detectives who were involved in his case. The lawsuit, filed by 47-year-old Tyree Wallace and his attorneys at the Marone Law Firm, LLC, names of the city of Philadelphia and 9 former police officers as defendants. On October 27th, 1997, Young Soo Kang, the owner of Salt and Pepper convenience store in Philadelphia's Point Breeze neighborhood, was shot during an apparent robbery. He was pronounced dead the next day. Wallace was ultimately charged and convicted of the murder and robbery. According to the lawsuit, Wallace's conviction was based entirely on the coerced testimony of 3 witnesses.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I'm getting a little feedback in my... Are we having like a little... I can hear like double audio.
Is this my fault?
No, I think it might be my fault, so I apologize. I did not hear what you just said on it.
That's okay. 5 accused of trafficking fentanyl in Philly region, possibly linked to overdose deaths. 5 individuals are facing charges for the alleged roles in fentanyl trafficking. The Philadelphia District Attorney's Office announced during a press conference.
It's on his computer.
Oh, is it on his computer? Is your YouTube feed on? I thought maybe Dom's headset's over in the
I'm sorry, is that
corner were,
better?
jacked up.
Donna's on Zoom.
There we go.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is that better?
No, you're good on.
All right, my bad.
No problem.
Members of the drug trafficking organization DTO, known as the Acevedo DTO, were arrested this week, officials said. Investigators believe at least 6 overdoses, 3 fatal, were linked to products produced by the DTO recently. According to the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office, the defendants are... These are hard names. Yesenia Duarte, Enrique Munoz Hernandez, Manuel Sanchez Santos, and Victor Bueno Furman and Jose Rondon are now facing several charges, including conspiracy and possession with intent to deliver.
All right.
And that is a Kayal and Company News Live.
There you go. Kayal and Company coming up next. We'll get to the Wednesday wave. Let's make a deal in the big take as we roll on Thursday morning, Kayal and Company. And we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves, available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Connecticut water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Connecticut system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
.21 Thursday morning, Kayal and Company. Live here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel in for Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly. Cut sheet 7:45. Sean Ferris just over an hour from now. Normally Sean joins us on a Friday. He'll join us today. Tony Bruno will be back with us tomorrow at 7:30. We have a lot of great stories to get to, but first, as always, on a Thursday morning, let's get down to business. Time for a Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. The Big Take, the Wednesday wave. Let's make a deal, shall we? Donald Trump and the United States of America, they made giant strides towards free trade, fair and reasonable tariffs, and put the ball into the court of their biggest rivals. Essentially, Trump is reducing tariffs to 10% for all of the 75-plus nations that have reached out reportedly and are willing to negotiate better deals. This results in a 90-day pause on those tariffs. But China, who wants to play hardball, you now are slapped with a 125% tariff. So take that. Per usual, the reaction was to be expected. Everybody went into their tribal corners. Over on CNN, international business host Richard Quest poured cold water over the stock market rally, saying a recession is, quote, still highly likely. CNBC, of all places, took a more measured, moderate approach as financial guests claimed that Trump's tariff reversal gave investors much-needed good news, but worries remain. Trump Twitter took a victory lap, posting things such as, and simply as, art of the deal. But perhaps the most accurate, rational, logical breakdown came from a Fox News host that MAGA doesn't necessarily love. We'll play you what he said, followed by Trump confirming that analysis, despite the messenger not being loved by the MAGA base. Here's Charlie Gasparino of Fox News yesterday breaking it down. Listen and watch.
I want to tell you right now that Donald Trump outsmarted the world. Trust me, I'm an American. I support my president. But that's not really what happened here, from what I understand. And I know I'll get pushback, but here's what it is. First off, we should point out that one of the good things about this is that Scott Bessent is finally in the White House. He's finally leading this. I mean, up until a couple of days ago, it was Lutnick, it was Peter Navarro, the Commerce Secretary, the trade advisor, very much hawks. Now it's Scott Bessent, who believes in cutting deals as opposed to, just just putting these tariffs out there and let's be a mercantilistic economy. That's number one. But number two, let's recall what happened overnight. And from what I understand, and I'm getting this from people that are talking to the White House, what happened in the bond market overnight, the spike in yields on the 30-year and the 10-year bond, which showed that people were dumping our bonds. And who are those people dumping our bonds? Japan, the biggest holder of bonds, was selling bonds. That's what I'm getting from some very big money managers. China, maybe to some extent, but it was largely Japan and others. If you have a mass sale of bonds, that means people are losing confidence in the U.S. economy, on the ability to do deals with us. And from what I understand, this is what forced the hand of this 90-day reprieve. Now, is it a good thing? Are people coming to the table? Yeah. But if you read between the lines, or not even what Scott Bessent said, we have no deals. Right? There's nobody that is really there saying, this is what we're going to do. And they paused it anyway. So my thing said, well, I'll give you this. There is some art of the deal here. And by the way, brilliant move by putting China in the corner. But that's a whole separate thing. Because remember, that's a very difficult negotiation. Everybody else is a lot easier. They do want to deal with us. Whether they want to be, forced into really bad trade deals on their end is a whole other negotiating story. But make no mistake about it, you cannot divorce this decision right here from what happened last night.
Charlie Gasparino yesterday on Fox News. But Nick, he's a never-Trumper. Come on, Kayal, he's a rhino. Well, listen to Trump himself. He basically confirms the bond take from Gasparino. This was yesterday. Listen and watch.
It does take guts, believe me.
Was it the bond markets that persuaded you to reverse course?
I was watching the bond market. The bond market is very tricky. I was watching it, but if you look at it now, it's beautiful. The bond market right now is beautiful. But yeah, I saw last night where people were getting a little queasy.
A little queasy, right? And didn't I tell you Scott Bessent was the best tariff guy in the White House? I told you for weeks on this show, Howard Lutnick is just a mouthpiece. He's just the television guy. Peter Navarro, bit of a radical. I've said that for about a week. I'll take Scott Bessent and Elon Musk compared to Lutnick and Navarro. Speaking of Bessent, let's hear from him. Here's Scott, the Secretary of the Treasury, laying out the details yesterday. Listen and watch.
As I said, we've given 90 days, and the only certainty we can provide is that the U.S. is going to negotiate in good faith, and we assume that our allies will too. And in terms of certainty, we will see what China does. But what I'm certain of is that what China is doing will affect their economy much more than it will ours, because they have an export-driven, flood the world with cheap export models, and the rest of the world now understands, because when we put up our tariff wall, those exports were already flowing to the rest of the G7 and to the global south.
Scott Bessent, a smart, rational, calculated individual. The results, closing stock prices that soared yesterday. Phil, please post this graphic on YouTube. Look at those numbers. The Dow, S&P 500, NASDAQ, all in the green. And stocks shot to one of the biggest gains ever. the biggest jump for the Dow since March of 2020, which would be over 5 years ago during the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. And according to Forbes, it was the largest point gain for all three indexes in their 5-decade-plus histories. So when you look at this, both on the stock market front as well as the tariff front, it's been pretty simple to me all along. With stocks, especially your 401k, stop being emotional. Don't get too low on the lows. Don't get too high on the highs. Just continue to ride the wave. Scott Bessent, bright guy, should be high atop your Trump 47 administration power rankings, in my opinion, right there with Tom Homan. And the rest of these nations were eventually going to bend the knee and tap out. But the big question is China. And finally, I do need to take a little bit of a dig here at Trump. I don't like what I heard in this clip yesterday. Listen and watch this.
About why you decided to put a 90-day pause.
Well, I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know. They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid, unlike these champions, because we have a big job to do. No other president would have done what I did. No other president. I know the presidents. They wouldn't have done it. And it had to be done. What was happening to us on trade, not only with, you know, if you look at it, not only with China, but China was by far the biggest abuser in history, and others also, but somebody had to do it. They had to stop because it was not sustainable.
I'm not critical of Trump for doing this to China. I love what he's doing to China. He has basically pitted the entire world against China, and China's back in a corner looking around seeing 76 other nations that are trying to get things accomplished, and China's playing hardball. But the beginning of that clip, the yippee and afraid quote, I say, Donald Trump, you know what? Screw them. Don't walk back your intentions due to somebody else's fear. Is he referring to the American people there that were getting the yips and afraid because of the bonds? If so, then I disagree with Trump. Keep your conviction. Dig in, double down, force other nations to cave, crush their spirit, snap their will, and let's roll to victory. Maybe that's just me, but I don't like hearing that if I'm interpreting that correctly. But regardless, pretty solid day for the Trump administration. Now we wait and see what these tariffs with these 75 other nations will look like over the course of the next 3 months. Will it go from 10% to 0? Will we have free trade with India, Vietnam, Taiwan, Japan, and on down the list? We wait and see. But what's the final result with China? The answers are still TBD. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Furnish your home and make a statement for spring with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. You can get us on the YouTube feed as well, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Just hit the like and subscribe button and then start commenting on why you hated my big take or you love what Trump did yesterday or anything in between. I won't see it, but the rest of people will, and you can have a blast. All right, Anna Hummel, your thoughts yesterday before we get into some of our other conversations today on whether it was the victory laps, the art of the deal. Seems to be a little bit of that, but also the fear of the bonds and things like that. You got China playing hardball and everybody else kind of saying, you know what, okay. We'll talk, Trump. Let's see what we can figure out. What do you think?
I mean, obviously we don't know exactly what's going to happen. And I wasn't exactly sure if he put the pause on just it was just on some of the countries, right? Were those the countries that were coming to the deal to negotiate? Or was that because he was getting a lot of blowback from people who were traditionally supporting him? I don't know. But much like you said, it's TBD, so, you know, we'll see what happens.
It's one of these things where, like, I've said all along that I thought a lot of these nations will eventually, you know, give us better deals. I think they're more dependent on us in some facets, in some regards. And I always say that China is the big test. Look, China raised theirs to 84, then we went to 125. Ed Lutnick, or maybe it wasn't Lutnick, it was Navarro. Somebody was throwing out it was Kevin O'Leary. He's like, tariff China at 400%. And I actually saw a very interesting take that said, push China to the brink. Somebody was, I forget who it was yesterday, was saying we're never going to be in this position again to get a better deal from China because we're never going to have a president again with the balls to stand up to China. And I thought that was interesting because I don't think we have China in the corner, so to speak, like everybody thinks, because we've become so dependent on China. And it didn't happen overnight. We allowed China to take over this planet for the last 35 or 40 years. So I don't think we just all of a sudden take back all the power from China in 90 days or 30 days or in 1 week of tariffs. And that's the thing I'm always worried about. I'm worried about China from a military standpoint, from a logistics standpoint, from a trade standpoint. We have basically became China's BI, fill out the rest of the letters, and I don't know how we get away from that. I really don't. Like, we can play hardball with Xi, and I think Trump and him have conversations, and, you know, I think they actually relatively get along. I do believe that. I don't think Xi ever respected Biden, which is why he was flying spy balloons over this country, which is why we have Chinese police stations in New York City that nobody can explain why they're there or what they're there for. But I do think that this is going to be interesting to see because I would push China. And if you are getting a little yippy or afraid, then you haven't taken my advice because I'm like, you know what? I'm not checking my 401k. I'm not looking at the stock. I'm not interested in it. It's a long-term play. If it goes down 7%, up 12%, just like one of these things like in radio. Mm-hmm. You have a great show. You have a great ratings book. You have a great quarter. You have a great year. You just go with the flow. Sometimes, you know what? It's the long game. That's what I'm trying to do here. Play the long game. Because I don't think China's just going to tap out. I love Trump.
They don't have to.
I love Trump's guts and his balls to stand up to China because God knows we just purchased a bunch of junk. Hey, I need a new mouse for my laptop. Let me go on Amazon. Oh, $3.99. It'll be here by 5 o'clock today. Oh, where did it come from? Right there. Made in China, right?
Yeah, I can't see it, but I'll take your word for it. It's China.
Literally made in China. All this garbage that we buy. And, you know, some of us are at a spot in our life where it's like, hey, we got to be more financially conscious. We got to be careful with what we spend, what we buy. If we can get this for $3.99 on Amazon versus $14 at Staples, we do it. But that's my spiel on the tariffs.
Yeah, but it's not just like the cheap trinkets. It's literally everything. Like if you look at the tags on all of your clothes, it'll probably say made in China, Pakistan, Indonesia, Vietnam. That's probably who made your clothing. So yeah, it's hard to just walk away from that, but we need to start the process now because, like Trump said, it's not something that's going to get fixed in a few months or maybe even a year, but we're looking for in the long term, decades from now, that we'll be in a better position and we won't be overtaken by China and its power.
Well, let me ask you guys this. So what's the next? So what did we do all this for then? If we were just going to, because
get the best of these other 75 and then China's a coin flip.
Here's what irritates me is that 2 or 3 days ago, there was a report that they were going to pause the tariffs for 90 days. And as soon as that news came out, the stock market shot up. Mm-hmm. And as soon as the White House said this is fake news, it shot back down. Yep. And then 2 days later, they do what they reported was fake news. Trump on Truth Social,
that small little post,
comes out and says, hey, today would be a good day to buy. Mm-hmm. How is that? Like, he did that at 9:37. He paused the tariffs at 1 o'clock. Mm-hmm. So, like, are certain individuals getting rich off of the fluctuation in the market?
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm worried.
No question.
That's what I'm wondering.
No question.
We need to see people's portfolios and to see who took money out in March and then put it back in.
Yep. And there's no question you're thinking of the phrase and the term insider trading.
Yes.
And what I would to your point, like, let me see the transactions within that window of what would it be 4 hours, I guess. You said 9:30 was the post, and then
9:37 and then
something
1:40.
Okay, so basically a 4-hour window, and that to me is across the board. That's Republicans, that's Democrats. That's Slapnuts Dave Portnoy, who I lost $10 million because, and he's a Trump voter. I lost $10 million, and now all of a sudden he's taking victory laps yesterday. I just made a killing. Like, all these people with what they lost or gained in the stock market.
Well, here's the thing, that it's not, like, it wouldn't really be considered inside trading because he put it out on social. Like, it would be insider trading if he said to all, hey,
a
by
few
the way,
friends.
yeah, I'm going to do this. So,
Yeah.
no, I'm not saying it's that. But, like, what was the whole, like, what was this all for? And who's getting rich off of it?
To take a victory
Because
lap on the numbers, maybe?
The American people aren't getting rich off of this.
No.
So
No. I didn't do any trading.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have stocks. I've told you that. I just have my 401k and what we have set up through work. But
oh, Jim, who cares? Yeah, if this was Biden doing this, it would be World War effing 3. So stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it, okay?
How much did Hunter make yesterday?
Oh, God. It would be wall-to-wall coverage on Fox News.
Uh-huh.
Stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah.
You're being intellectually dishonest.
But I will say this. My goal is to, and I don't know about you guys, but, I'm an open book. I do plan on doing some S&P 500 index stuff. I'm going to buy some of those long-term bonds, 10, 20-year, hold on to them, just see if I can make 8 to 9% growth each year, double them over a decade, quadruple them over 20 years, maybe dabble in a few individual stocks. And if I ever get to that point, because I like to gamble, and that to me is what the stock market is.
I was just going to say that.
It's responsible, acceptable, mainstream gambling. All these years, like, it was taboo to bet on the Eagles. I bet $50 with a bookie on the Eagles against the Cowboys. I was a scumbag. But you're in the stock market and you're like some elitist. Go pound sand, dude. But I have to be careful because I will be one of those guys where I won't become too emotionally invested on the highs and the lows. I wouldn't have been one of these people that lost money or gained a ton of money. I'll be very, because if you bet on sports, you want to win long term, you have to be emotionless. You just have to just stick to the plan, and if you're good enough and you do enough research, you can win and basically return a profit at a certain percentage. But like, I would have to be careful because I'll get really into it. Like, I'll be buying a lot of different things.
At least you know that about yourself.
Yeah. It's like I would be consumed with it, not emotionally, but like it would become something where I'm like, all right, I'm going to really go into this and spend way too much time on it and neglect other things. I can't
Is
do
gambling, would you say, is that like your biggest vice? I mean, not that you
I
do
have
it
a lot
so
of
much,
vices.
but like it's a thrill for you.
It's competition for me. It's just
Okay.
like I want to like use my brain to, make a profit and be like, okay, I think I still know exactly what's going on in this endeavor. Same thing with like a stock market. If I and I'm not giving financial advice here, so don't take it this way. If I was to invest in individual stocks, I would do media companies, I would do sports gambling companies, things that I know like the industry about, right? Or I would just go to a broker or a financial consultant and say, okay, I've got $5,000 here. Do with it what you think is the financially responsible thing, relatively low risk. Let's try to grow this in a conservative fashion. That's what I would do. But I kind of like this stuff. The whole tariff stuff has gotten me very interested in the finances of countries and the stock market.
Yeah,
I'm nerding out a little bit here, and I apologize.
I mean, look, if you listened to the president's advice yesterday, you probably made a killing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if you would have said, maybe I should, and, went all in on stuff, you probably made a killing. But I'm just saying, like, it's just, I just don't understand if this was going to be paused anyway, because the report was out 2 days ago, 3 days ago, that it was going to be paused. Then what is this all? What's this all for?
Loving headlines like Forbes. The biggest 3 index was the S&P, the Dow, and the S&P 500. Or S&P, Dow, and the NASDAQ collectively, those 3 groups had the largest gains in their history.
But did you
now Trump's going to be
okay.
like, well,
okay,
look what I accomplished.
Okay,
right?
But if you look at the other 7 historic gains for the S&P, 1929, 2008, 2020.
Saying after the
Depression.
hard falls.
No. Yeah, right before the hard falls.
Oh,
right
okay.
before the hard falls.
Yep.
So I'm just be very skeptical about all of this. I'm just saying, be very skeptical.
Well,
about
usually
all
the
this.
biggest gains come from after the biggest drops. So 1929, Great Depression, 2008, housing market, 2020, COVID, right? Those are the 3.
Do you guys do the crypto?
No, Sean Ferrish does.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you
Ferrish
guys are
loves
just kind of stay away
crypto.
from cryptocurrency.
I don't understand it enough.
I don't either. I don't either.
Dabble in it, but I know the people who do it swear by it, love it, and a lot of
Believe
them
in it.
A lot of them are getting rich through it. So
Yeah.
like, I'm not poo-pooing it.
Well, it's 24/7, right? Like it doesn't close like the market does.
Exactly.
At dinner time every day.
Road Warrior says all we need is Nick doing his Jim Cramer impression every morning.
Imagine
Buy, sell, Dan.
I will never give financial advice unless it's with a -3 or a +4.5 in front of it in sports. And you can use FanDuel for that. All right, Kayal and Company, 855-839-1210, the number. Coming up next, we're going to get into some culture wars when it comes to the left and the right. And you will see that the left, far more dangerous and far more crazy. It's Kayal and Company. Back after this.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. It's springtime. Time to think about your lawn. What about your lawn care service? Years ago, I chose a lawn care service which delivers great results and is actually safer for my family, kids, and pets. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they do not believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush, green lawns naturally. With organic fertilizers to the safer weed and insect controls, your lawn thrives season after season without compromising any safety. But you don't have to just take my word for it. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Now's the time. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. Get free seeding every year for a greener, healthier lawn, plus free seeding, 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months. Or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
What's better than saving? Save with certainty when you open a First Harvest Credit Union 11-month certificate and earn 3.5% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to learn more about this offer and our other savings options, like a First Harvest Growth Savings and Growth Checking accounts. Lock in higher earnings today. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 6:48 Thursday morning. Cut sheet coming up an hour from now. Nick on it, Greg, Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly. So, a lot of good stories today. We're going to get to Brian Koberger, who was apprehended in the Poconos. You might recall that story. Facing the death penalty in Idaho. He's been diagnosed with autism.
Too bad.
So his defense attorney says.
Too bad.
Uh-oh. Firing squad now up for debate in that case.
Stop with this nonsense. Who gives a rip, as you would say. By the way, real fast, Fulton Jack writes in, it says, wake up, China has 34% of the world's manufacturing. We have 16%. It's now or never. In a few years, we will be economic slaves of China. Sorry, we already are. Victory now or slavery later.
That's kind of what I said earlier. If you're going to go for it, you got to go for it now. Trump's the kind of guy that will be willing to put himself out there to do it. It's never going to happen again, I don't think, unless somehow we have a 12-year stretch of Trump and J.D. Vance, which is a possibility for sure. Also, some culture stories with Bud Light, the former executive, now getting set to destroy another company. We'll tell you about that. And also the Bernie Sanders clip, we'll tie that in with the Trump administration with email signatures coming up in a little bit. But I do want to wrap the hour with this story. You talk about culture wars and which side is crazier. The Democrats, the left, are crazier. I can't believe I'm actually going to recite some of these statistics here. So the headline from the New York Post, Democrats are forming an assassination culture as Trump rises in power, new study reveals. So there's more than just these videos, obviously, throughout the weekend of protests to Elon Musk and protests to Donald Trump and all these stupid cardboard cutouts of Trump being carried around by a noose by some crazy people with purple hair. This report from the NCRI, which is the Network Contagion Research Institute, found that a growing number of people are willing to justify and even applaud killing in the name of politics. I would call this Luigi Mangione syndrome and a warped sense of social justice. Phil just threw up this graphic here, and this is the data results that they compiled. It's the justification for murder of Elon Musk and Donald Trump. So all respondents in regards to the justification of killing Elon Musk, it's partially justified or more, 32%. But then it goes up to almost 50% for those that identify politically as left of center. Now with Donald Trump, if you're looking at the graphic on YouTube, partially justified or more for the murder of Donald Trump, 39% of respondents. But when you go left of center only on the political spectrum, 55.2%. Did you ever think in your lifetime, Anna Hummel, that the Democrats and the left would go so far off the reservation of normalcy, which is interesting because they always talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, fairness and equity and equality for all forms of life, all viewpoints, all ideologies, all genders, all races, all sexes. And it's like, yeah, let's kill Don. I mean, they don't even try to hide it anymore. They go on TikTok and talk about it. Did somebody kill Donald Trump today? Oh, maybe somebody should. And then you see like people on right-wing Twitter saying, tagging Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. FBI, you going to investigate this? Like, these are legitimately broadcast death threats to somebody that you just disagree with politically.
Yeah, and it's funny because a lot of them are death threats towards Elon Musk, and it's Elon Musk's. It belongs to belongs to Elon Musk.
It's his playground, and he's still getting death threats.
Right, which he's, I guess, allowing because he's, a somewhat of a free speech absolutist. But Phil, can you put that graphic up one more time? So maybe it's just because it's before 7 a.m., but when it says 48.6% left of center, does that mean over 50% are right of center?
I guess of the respondents in this poll
That
which
are saying that it's okay to
1,200
kill
US
Elon
adults.
Musk. So would it be that there's a higher percentage of, or maybe like independents or whatever? But
Independents, centrists,
yeah, because
moderate Republicans.
Yeah, 48.6% is less than half. So does that mean that the other half is a writer wing that think it's okay? Honestly, this culture of assassination just feels like a beefed up cancel culture, like needing to.
It's like kill culture.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I'm not saying that I don't blame or that I'm trying to say that these people aren't responsible for their own thoughts and actions. But when you have the left wing media saying year after year, day after day, this guy is Hitler.
Sure.
He's a Nazi.
Right.
I mean, again, I think Nazis are bad. If I had the opportunity to kill Adolf Hitler back in 1938, I think maybe I would have taken a shot.
Yeah.
So when you keep calling someone Hitler all the time, they're going to start believing you.
Doesn't that really piss you off, though? I mean, I get it because you're Jewish, so it's the perfect time to ask somebody. I've said this on the show for almost 2 years now, since October 7th of 2023 with that god-awful day. How does any Jewish American, or maybe not even Jewish American, any Jewish person in general, no matter where they live, how do you feel when people are saying Republicans are Nazis, Trump is Hitler, when we have to actually, and I can't believe we have to do it, but it's like, hey, you do realize that Hitler killed 6 million Jews? And he wasn't going to stop. I mean, he had bigger. It's the same MO as Hamas, and Gaza, and everybody in Palestine. The region of Palestine, Palestinian people. They want the Jews dead.
Sure.
Like, doesn't that piss you off that like people are comparing Hitler to the president of the United States?
Yeah, I mean, what's even more ironic and like almost comical to a degree is people calling Ben Shapiro a Nazi. Or like
Jewish.
Like right wing Jews are like, you're a Nazi. They're like, I'm Jewish. What the hell?
Right.
I mean, I don't really look at this from like a Jewish perspective because I was not a victim of the Holocaust. And I don't want to just claim by association, wasn't affected by it. I mean, I was in the sense that as a community, you feel it.
Yeah.
I went to Sunday school, you interact with Holocaust survivors, and you're really like touched by their stories.
Well, it's as dumb and off based as somebody in 2025 that's black saying I deserve reparations.
Exactly.
Like, no, you don't.
Yeah.
You tell that to a black person from 1937 or 1958. Right. You deserve reparations. You don't even have a clue what you're talking about.
Right. Exactly. So, I mean, that's kind of how I feel about the deal. But when you call everybody a Nazi, then nobody is a Nazi. It completely waters down the meaning of what is a Nazi. If everybody is a Nazi, I could be a Nazi. You could be a Nazi.
Mm-hmm. Hang on, Cal. Was there slavery in 1958?
No,
Not
but there
America.
was still all sorts of injustices.
There was not.
Right. I think my point
there
being
was a lot of segregation.
Right,
but segregation is also not slavery.
No, I get that. I get that.
Okay.
My point being, the further you go back, the more the injustices were justifiable for.
I agree with you 100%. But segregation is not slavery.
No, totally agree. Totally agree.
Segregation is wrong, but again, not slavery.
That's right. Right. But I do want to be segregated from stupid people. So I think we should bring segregation back in some regards.
But I also think like forced, what would you call it? What's the opposite of segregation? Like forced
desegregating?
Yeah, like I don't think that's good too. Like if you're forcing people to like live with one another, I don't think that makes it any better. I think you should have the freedom to choose if you want to live in a
free will, free choice.
Yeah, relatively white, Jewish, black, Asian neighborhood. You should be able to choose what you want to do.
If I want to live in a neighborhood with
Not
crazy
integration.
liberals.
Integration was the word.
Integration.
Yeah.
There you go. Because it was my choice to live next to 62-year-old blue-haired liberals in Bluebell.
Yeah.
I was my decision.
Yeah.
And I regret it every day. It's too expensive. 855-839-1210. 1,200 U.S. adults waited to reflect the national census demographics. And they go on to say in this story, Trump, quote, represents the perfect target for assassination culture. He's powerful, he's rich, and he's provocative. This was according to the person that conducted the study, this guy named Mr. Finkelstein. Sounds like a teacher I had in 10th grade. He told Fox News Digital, that puts him on the highest shelf for those who glorify political violence. And just to wrap it up here, it's amazing. I hated the EV mandates. I have no interest in electric vehicles. Never once when Elon Musk and these other companies and executives were pushing electric vehicles did I say, you know what? How dare you do that? It's justifiable now for me to kill you, right? Like, I never saw anybody on the right that was anti-Tesla pre-Elon Musk joining our team that wanted Elon Musk dead. But Elon Musk is now on the right, and the left wants him dead. They lost their climate change hero guy, right?
Yeah.
So now it's 48% are saying, yeah, it's somewhat justifiable to kill him. These people need to be like locked up in an insane asylum.
Yeah, and I think I mentioned this a few days ago, but the difference between the right and the left is that usually, and of course I'm generalizing here, but the right looks at the left and they go, "You're a moron, you're dumb," and sometimes you feel bad for them. You're like, you're ignorant. What's going on with you?
Right.
But the left looks at the right and they go, "You're evil.
Right.
You're bad, and
Right.
you need to be stopped.
You need to be eradicated from society."
Exactly.
It's ridiculous. 855-839-1210. Anna's got news to kick off hour number 2, and then we'll get to a couple of other stories out there in the world of culture and politics. Farish at 7:30 and the cut sheet at 7:45. Stay right there.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to Newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. You won't ever look back.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, if I could stick my hand in my heart, spill it all over the stage. Would it satisfy? Would it satisfy? Would you think the boy is strange? Ain't it strange? Yeah, if I could win it.
Hour number 2, 7:04, Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Gift of Life. Join Gift of Life for the 28th annual Donor Dash on Saturday, April 27th at the Philadelphia Navy Yard. Promote the life-saving importance of organ and tissue donation by participating in the 5K or 10K run or the 3K walk. Register today at donorsone.org. We know we have our bike ride coming up in July.
Oh, yeah. I
We
forgot
do.
about that.
Yeah. Bend to the Shore. By the way, as far as marathons go, I believe the 5K is the one is it 3.1 or 3.2 miles?
1.
Yeah. I've done a 5K. Have you ever done a marathon? 5K, 10K, 26 miles?
I've done 5, 10, 15.
Have you really?
Yeah, but it takes me about 4 years after a race to forget how much I disliked the race I just did for me to think it's a good idea to do it again. I'm just like, that sucks. And then at some point, someone will go, hey, you want to do racing? I go, that sounds pretty good. And then I do it. I'm like, I hate this.
And now you see why Stalker's stretching this out for July.
Well, so we haven't. It's been about 2 weeks since we've really made a push for donations for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. So maybe at 7:05 on a Thursday, I'm sure you listened to the 6 o'clock hour and were super pissed off by my take on the tariffs.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's the case, go to GregStalkerSucks.com right now. GregStalkerSucks.com right now. Make a donation to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation because we will all be doing the 65-mile bike ride to the Jersey Shore in July. I need to get my bike.
He still doesn't.
No, Road Warrior, he has my bike. I mean, when I say he has my bike, he fixed my bike up for me.
Yeah.
And I have to just go down to his the independent bike shop in Manahawkin, New Jersey to get it.
All you got to do is go to a shop in Jersey and pick it up. Seamless transaction, right?
Yeah. It's too cold to start training right now.
You're telling me. Don't worry. Once I leave, it'll warm up.
Yeah, I know. Next week is going to be 60 degrees.
Yeah,
it's going to be great.
Heat wave Hummel.
So we're at like $1,300 right now or something like that.
Yeah, we did that in the first day or two.
I would like to get to $1,500 by the end of today. So all the money goes to this great charity, Families Behind the Badge. It's the families of slain and fallen police officers locally here. They do a great job. Please be generous. Even if you hate me, it's fine. GregStalkerSucks.com. That's why we have that domain name. Actually, Kevin Pools does. We just use it.
Do you train for this race?
I did.
65 miles.
We're going to.
It's not nothing. Like
no, it's
not nothing.
Yeah, we're going to. We're going to do some training rides when it gets a little warmer.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll do like meetups, and then at the end we'll get some adult beverages.
What do you think happens first? Stalker gets his bike, the weather gets warm, or I drop those 15 lbs?
Which happens first?
Question. Yeah.
Have you? Because little cat out of the bag here. We all dined together yesterday. Me, Nick, and Anna.
Yeah, you guys went healthier than I did.
And Nick, well, you only ate half the sandwich.
I ate the other half when I got home.
As soon as he got in the car.
I was eating that thing on the Schuylkill. I was like a dog with a bone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to go down to get my bike and then do a ride with Road Warrior.
Mm-hmm.
Even though he'd probably dust me.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, he will. Okay. Unless he blows a tire. And then I go right by him.
Oh, boy.
I'm like Pee Wee Herman tooting my horn. Doot-doot. All right.
GregStalkerSucks.com. Please donate right now. Please.
Yes. Do it.
$1,500. It's like a $200 donation.
Drop in the bucket for some of you.
$200 is all we need right now. All the money goes to charity. None of it goes to us.
There you go. All right. Farish in 20 minutes. Right now we get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:08. Here is Anna Hummel.
All right, today is April 10th, 2025, and it's currently 43 degrees Fahrenheit in Philadelphia. Today's weather, cloudy and breezy with a high of 55. And tonight, occasional rain and drizzle with a low of 43. Rock legends Metallica plan days-long Philly takeover. Are you guys fans?
Yes, of
course.
I'm sure
Who isn't?
Phil Almquist will probably be there along with...
all the Phil timers out there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The Phil timers.
Nearly 30 years after Metallica's Million Decibel March rocked Philadelphia, the heavy metal icons are once again taking over the city of brotherly love with, quote, and justice for all and much more. On Wednesday, April 9, 2025, Live Nation announced several days of Metallica takeover events in Philly that coincide with the band's M72 2025 tour stops at Lincoln Financial Field on May 23rd and 25th, and the band supports its most recent album, 72 Seasons.
About that. A question for the audience and also everybody on this show. I told you a few days ago I stumbled across a channel called TBD.
Yeah.
And they actually I now know for a fact that they broadcast 3 different shows. They broadcast old SNL episodes, old episodes of Whose Line Is It Anyway, and Beavis and Butthead.
Oh, sounds great.
Yes. And
I'm in.
Some people have said in the YouTube chat that Greg and I are the Beavis and Butthead of this show.
It's true.
And of course we know that they wore the Metallica and the AC/DC shirt.
Yeah.
Question: who's better, Metallica or AC/DC?
Well, you have to go with the originals, so I think even Metallica would say AC/DC is better because they were the originals.
Okay, because I was going to say I like AC/DC a little bit better as far as the collection of songs.
Yeah.
More than Metallica. Anybody disagree on that?
I don't. I'm going to get so much hate right now.
You're not a fan of either?
I don't even know if I could name a song from each.
Really?
From either.
Oh, man.
I feel like there's a very famous song that's like the melody's kind of playing in my head with AC/DC.
Back in Black. Highway to Hell.
There it is.
Remember Anna yesterday when I said you've done a great job and I love having you here.
You rescind that.
I think I might be rethinking.
Fair enough.
Look, we all have our weak spots.
I just don't know. Metal.
Farish never saw. What was the movie that Farish admitted he never saw a couple of weeks ago? I'm the same way.
He didn't know who Val Kilmer was.
That's right. He didn't know. He had no idea who Val Kilmer was.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew who he was, but to be honest with you, I couldn't point him out in a lineup before he died.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I'm disappointing everyone.
Who are the biggest elitist D-bags? Like movie snob, music snob, sports snob? Because there's always somebody that like, oh, you don't know that person or you never heard of that
probably
group?
Like film snobs
you
are
never
really
saw
annoying.
that movie?
Yeah, I get a lot of that.
I remember in like 2009, my first year in Philadelphia radio, and I've seen it countless times since, but I was 25 at the time. And I admitted, now I had seen bits and pieces, and this is a violation, and all the Italian people in this city got pissed at me, including guys like Tony Bruno that I work with. I said in 2009, at the age of 25, I never saw The Godfather from beginning to end. and I got excoriated for that.
People, especially people in talk radio too. They love to over fantasize The Godfather as like, you know, it's like radio hosts quoting Seinfeld lines like everybody's seen them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So yes, I think there is a little bit of that where it's like, oh, you haven't seen this?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little but when somebody's in the like the zeitgeist, I guess, of just culture, I feel like you should at least know who they are. And Anna, being honest, says, I know the name Val Kilmer, but I couldn't pick him out of a lineup. I think is, you know, that rings true. Because if you really think about it, my wife and I were having this discussion. What is Val Kilmer really known for? Like, what was his big movie?
I know him from Top Gun and then obviously Batman.
Okay.
And that's basically it.
But Batman, 90% of the movie, he had the mask on.
True.
And Top Gun, he wasn't the main star. It was Tom Cruise.
Right.
Can I tell you, I think I thought he was the guy from that 70s show.
That's Ashton Kutcher.
No. Like, it was Wilmer Valderrama or something. I thought that was Val Kilmer in my head. I know. I'm so sorry.
Okay. All right. What else? What
got
else?
more
Is
news.
what else is in the news?
Did anybody get shot? Give me some shootings. Give me some shootings.
No shootings in this hour. SEPTA to announce budget proposal that includes service cuts and fare increases. SEPTA is set to announce a budget proposal that includes service cuts and fare increases as part of a looming, quote, transit death spiral. The press conference will be held Thursday, April 10th. That's today at 10 a.m. at the Transit Agency Center City Headquarters on 1234 Market Street.
Hey, somebody's got to pay for those bulletproof windows that the drivers are sitting by.
You can watch it live on the video embedded at the top of this article. Okay, obviously not. In a release statement on Wednesday, April 9th, SEPTA's Director of Media Relations, Andrew Bush, wrote the proposal will include significant service cuts across all modes of travel, fare increases, and other measures to address their massive structural budget deficit.
I feel for those, whether they do it because they don't have parking capabilities at their job, or for some reason you can't afford a car, which I still don't understand in this day and age. But you couldn't get me on public transportation. There's not a job in the world. You could offer me $500,000 a year, but you told me I'd take a subway. I'm out.
Done.
Nope.
Not doing it.
I'd rather bitch and moan in my own car on the Schuylkill.
Again, Kayal, your white privilege is showing.
I know.
I can't imagine somebody not being able to
I don't
want
to see people peeing all over the place and pooping next to me while I'm scrolling my phone.
Did you see that yesterday? Yesterday, I was pulling into the garage here, and
you saw the homeless guy?
The homeless guy was dooting.
Yeah.
Dooting?
It's funny you say it. It's funny you say that. I actually thought about texting all of you.
Yeah.
Because, Phil probably would. Phil's always here first. I thought about texting you guys like, hey, there's this homeless, and I thought it looked like he was dressed up like one of the construction workers.
Yeah,
did you notice it?
Yes.
Did he have a neon vest on or something?
He had a neon vest
slick.
and like some boots and
maybe it was.
Maybe it was one of the
yeah, he's like,
so
I had to go.
I had to
what
go.
I mean? I don't want to get very descriptive because this is, it's
but you're sure that's what he was doing?
It's the
like
family hour here.
Yeah, it's breakfast time too. I don't want you to choke on your Cheerios.
Yep. Last story. I don't know if I was talking to Nick about this before the show, but I don't know if the city reps this guy, but Will Smith is in the news.
Oh, good.
Will Smith releases new music, and he reflects on Philly. Will Smith, the Grammy award-winning artist and renowned actor, is back in the music scene with his first full-length album in 2 decades.
Ugh.
Titled Based on a True Story.
Just what the world needs.
This highly anticipated album features 14 tracks and a star-studded lineup of collaborators, including DJ Jazzy Jeff, Teyana Taylor, and Jack Ross. My favorites. Fans will recognize previously released singles like First Love, Beautiful Scars, and You Can Make It, showcasing the diverse sound that Smith has cultivated over his music career.
Is this the first big public thing that Will Smith is doing since the infamous slap?
Yeah.
I was just wondering about that.
Yep.
Man, what a story that was.
I mean, he's spoken since then.
I know,
This is like his redemption album.
Okay.
That nobody asked for.
Right.
Because it's not 1991.
And nobody also asked for Bad Boys 4, right?
Yeah.
Like, the first one or two were
Do you
right.
like any of his music?
No.
Getting jiggy with it?
I like him. I like some of his movies. I mean, I liked Bad Boys, the original one in '95.
Never saw it.
I liked I Am Legend was really good.
Yeah.
Maybe saw half of it on TNT one time.
Did you like him and Muhammad Ali when he played Ali? Do you know who Muhammad Ali is?
Yes, Cassius Clay,
Yeah.
Cassius Clay.
There you go.
I forget what was that his birth name?
What sport did he play?
He's a boxer.
There you go.
And I know sports even a
Anna
little
does
bit more than the
sports.
movies, but
I wore a shirt yesterday.
Did you really?
Muhammad Ali?
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that.
The
I thought you had a jacket on yesterday.
The infamous Sonny Liston.
Okay.
Knockout.
Yep. There you go. Anna
And that
definitely
is-
doesn't know Sonny Liston.
I thought that was the lady on The View.
No, that's Sonny Hostin.
Okay, well, listen.
But I would rather Sonny Liston, to be honest.
Which we will get to her, by the way.
Yes.
She's on the
Because,
cut sheet today.
She
She
is on the
is.
cut sheet because she said something.
Did she say
stupid.
something dumb?
Yeah, she
Sure.
said
Off-brand.
Here, can I? Let's just play this.
Yeah, we got 48 cuts. What the hell?
Cut 6, Phil. Sonny Hostin on. I guess she has a podcast because working on The View, I guess, is not enough.
It's her. She does a post-show podcast for The View.
Talking about voter ID laws. Roll it.
People don't have cars, don't have driver's licenses. So it's sort of a vestige of, I think, post-slavery laws where black people had to prove their right to vote, and oftentimes they couldn't vote because they couldn't pass some crazy test or they didn't have the appropriate ID. It also affects women that are married. Maybe your passport reflects something that's different on your birth certificate or on your driver's license. So really the bottom line is voter suppression. And I agree with him 100%. It's a brilliant notion that less voter ID laws allows more people to vote. And most democracies do it that way. We're the only ones that really don't do it that way.
Right. I mean, I disagree with every single thing she said there. She's wrong on every single thing she said there. Most countries require a vote, where the United States is like one of the countries that is so laxed on voter ID laws compared to every other nation, civilized and uncivilized, by the way.
Yeah. How hilarious was it when it came out that she found out she had like slave owner ancestry? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
She was just like, wait, what?
Or the fact that her husband is being investigated for cooking the books and like Ponzi scheme.
Really?
Fraudulent medical
Oh,
practices.
yeah.
Is he a white guy?
I'm not sure.
No,
Not sure.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
But most of the people that grift with race that are minority are married to white men.
That's
You ever
why I
notice
was
that?
curious.
Yeah. Kamala Harris. You go on down the list. There's that-
AOC has like a ginger boyfriend.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
They
to
hate
me.
white people,
Nick, you're 100% correct. 47 seconds of that, and every single syllable she got in that was wrong.
Everything.
Everything she got in that was wrong.
Everything.
It's almost...
Married women don't have an ID?
Statistically, it's almost impossible.
What is this, Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
For her to be that wrong in everything she said,
Right.
but she was.
What did she say? The passport doesn't match the birth certificate,
Yeah.
doesn't match the driver's license
Yeah.
with some married women. I don't even know what she's saying.
Yeah. And if you're doing a show with 5 other panelists that's only an hour long, I think The View's only an hour. Maybe
No
it's
idea.
2. I don't know. I've never watched it actually live. And you need to do a post-show podcast.
I know.
Maybe you just... these people. I got to do a podcast. You just made $7 million. You haven't got enough
Never
of your
enough.
takes out yet?
It's never enough.
I don't want to talk after this damn show's over. I want to go home and sleep. I don't feel like discussing politics with anybody else. Why I'm off the grid until 2 p.m. each day. It's called refreshing, recharging, and taking a beautiful nap.
Yes.
All right. You done with the news?
Yes, Kayal and Company News Live, 7 o'clock hour.
There you go, Anna Hummel. Coming up next, we have to get to a couple of culture war battles. Email signatures with pronouns, which will lead us to Anderson Cooper, Bernie Sanders, and a town hall that I didn't know was going on last night. We'll get to that. And then also, we have to get to this Idaho murder story with the suspect, Brian Kohberger, and how 2 words are being banned from his trial. Stalker's kind of given a little bit of his take. We'll have a deeper discussion on that, hopefully, as well. Cut sheet in just about 25 minutes. But first, a word from our friends at Piazza Auto. And we are talking today about Acura. Acura's a great brand. I was a Acura ILX owner for a little over a decade before getting my Ridgeline. And I got to tell you, if the ILX, which was a very small, compact car, was beautiful, you're going to love the ADX if you like premium luxury vehicles, but you're looking for one of those compact SUVs, because the 2025 ADX is available, and it's just been rolled out with Piazza Acura's precision-crafted lineup. It's a breakthrough in design, performance, and innovation with a turbocharged engine, available all-wheel drive system, and cutting-edge technology. The Acura ADX is engineered for those who demand more. except for demanding a little bit less with that monthly payment. How about a lease for as low as $389 per month? Acura SUV under $400 a month? Yeah, it's possible. Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester, where you can check out all of those leases, or you can do it in one convenient location. Go to piazzaacura.com and check out all of the details.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Noble Gold Investments alert. Gold has surged 46% in less than a year, doubling the gains of the NASDAQ and S&P 500. But this isn't just another rally. Investors are losing confidence in paper gold and demanding physical metal, creating a massive gap between gold owed and gold available. But this isn't about how institutions broke another system. It's about how you can profit from it. Right now, Noble Gold Investments has a limited supply of investment-grade gold bars and coins available. As banks scramble to fulfill their obligations, pushing gold prices higher, you can profit. Smart investors are already moving into physical gold. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy for you to do the same. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com now and turn their panic into your profit. noblegoldinvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Your smile is more than just a first impression. It's a reflection of your overall health. That's why you deserve the expert care you can get from my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. They have the knowledge and the diagnostic ability, really prides himself on that, to assess your specific situation and develop a plan for your dental and overall health. Don't put it off another day. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949 or bentzdentalgroup.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Get your tickets now for Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun. Hysterical.
Super funny. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's not right. There comes a time.
726, Kayal and Company, live on a Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel in for Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker. Sean Farish will join us here in a couple of minutes. What's on the cut sheet? More like what's not on the cut sheet. What did not make the final cut?
Yeah.
We will find out together around 7:45, 855-839-1210. So we talked about the culture of the Democrats right now, according to that survey, and how the assassination culture that exists on the far left. And I don't think many moderate Democrats or old school liberals are of that belief, but the fringe progressive woke nut jobs all the way out in the Pacific Ocean certainly are. And then we get to this story. As the Trump administration, I'm reading this from The Independent, Trump administration refuses to engage with reporters who include their pronouns in email signatures. If you remember, and I think this is why Trump did so well and Ron DeSantis is kind of a state thing, is Ron DeSantis has been very successful fighting the culture wars in Florida. I don't think it's something that you need to make a major part of your platform and agenda when you're running for president. Certainly Trump is fighting with the Title IX and keeping men out of women's sports. But Trump kind of goes for the bigger things, the economy, the border wars, things like that. We've seen culture wars in Florida. We've seen them in Virginia. Hell, we've seen them here in Bucks County. But Trump did have an executive order right off of the bat, right around January 21st, January 22nd, where all federal employees, if they were using pronouns in their email signatures with a government email address, that had to be gone. I think it was by Friday at 5 p.m. And reasons for that there are many, which I think most of us agree with and agree about. And really, this is highlighted perfectly and illustrated beautifully. If you've ever wondered, well, what's the upset? Who cares if there's a pronoun in your email? Let's play this clip. I didn't know this was even a thing. I said this to start the show. I thought this might have been from the 2024 election cycle or the midterms of 2022. But apparently, Bernie Sanders was part of a town hall last night on CNN, hosted by the always entertaining Anderson Cooper. Yeah. And they went to an attorney, a civil rights attorney in the crowd to ask a question. And this is how it unfolded live on CNN in front of 3,800 people. Listen and watch.
We're back with Senator Bernie Sanders. I want to introduce Grace Thomas. She's a local civil rights attorney. She's a Democrat. Grace?
They them pronouns, actually. Thank you.
Oh.
Good evening, Senator Sanders. Polling and turnout data indicate that men of all racial demographics are turning away from the Democratic Party. But of course,
look at his face.
Wait a second, Anderson. What the hell did she say?
Oh, that woman is vile.
She's
vile.
Did you see how I don't know? Is it quippy or it's like that little it's
a little jab?
Yeah, it's like it's a passive aggressive. It's like, by the way, and she was like, you knew she was ready to it's been programmed in her brain that if and let me ask you, because again 3 years into this job, I still don't get what was Anderson supposed to say. He mentioned,
how is he supposed to know?
How is he supposed to introduce her? Can we hear? Let's analyze this. Let's break this down like the Zapruder film. What was he supposed to say, or how was he supposed to introduce her? Let's just bring in the introduction here.
We're back with Senator Bernie Sanders. I want to introduce Grace Thomas. She's a local civil rights attorney. She's a Democrat. Grace?
They them
all right.
Actually, thank you.
All right, Grace Thomas, civil rights attorney. Grace, floor's yours. He didn't even say ma'am or she or her or him.
He said she, but that's how the English language works.
He said she at the beginning. Here,
Can we hear it one more time? I didn't even hear a she.
We're back with Senator Bernie Sanders. I want to introduce Grace Thomas. She's a local civil rights attorney. She's a Democrat. Grace?
They them pronouns, actually. Thank you.
If I was Anderson Cooper,
Senator Sanders.
If I was Anderson Cooper, I'd be like, sit down, enough.
That would have been awesome.
Get her out. Get her out.
Just loses his mind. I'm done with this ass.
Bernie's like, these are the people that vote for me? Yeah. This is what I support?
The best is Bernie Sanders' reaction to it, where he was like he gets in a little closer and he's like, am I hearing this correct?
Or I thought he was like looking kind of close and going, oh, I kind of see it. Maybe it is a guy.
Okay. Let's bring in Sean Farish. I don't think he uses pronouns. He likes his verbs. He's definitely on board with adjectives. Mr. Farish, they, them, he, him. How are you, sir?
I am actually currently identifying as an oak tree, and I would prefer if you used my proper pronouns tree/self. Okay, so that's it.
Sorry.
I identify. I'm a 145-year-old oak tree. I'm currently claiming unemployment benefits from the federal government to the tune of $39 million a year because apparently that's okay.
Yeah.
So I might as well get it on the grift while it's good, right?
Speaking of
Might
the
as well.
grift, I think the grift is over at the federal level. I just want to get your thoughts on this story, and that's kind of why I referenced that clip. The headline was "They/them," as in the Trump administration slashing email pronoun signatures. Journalists now will be ghosted by the White House. According to reports, the New York Times is reporting that journalists who include their preferred pronouns in email signatures are less likely to get a response from the White House or other members of the Trump administration when or if they reach out for comment. The New York Times said on at least 3 occasions that senior press aides for Trump have refused to answer questions due to the presence of pronouns. And even Caroline Leavitt has come out and said, as a matter of policy, we do not respond to reporters with pronouns in their bios. Your thoughts on that, Sean? I don't know. I know you and we email, and I have an email for you to send you some show stuff. I don't see email signature pronouns in your profile, by the way, which I applaud.
There's no pronouns. There's none. I wouldn't be caught dead with pronouns in. I did this on Instagram a couple of years ago. They added the option to put pronouns, on your thing.
Yep.
And I tried to use my pronouns Trump/1, and they said those are not.
Sure.
Those are not valid pronouns. I said, who are you to tell me that those are not valid pronouns? I can identify as a Jim Zhao Ji. And by the way, you look at President Xi, by the way, you look at him. Does this guy look like Winnie the Pooh or what, right? He looks just like Winnie the Pooh, right? The honeys run dry for Winnie the Pooh. That fat guy, he's a stupid person. But I tried to put Trump1 as my pronouns on Instagram. They told me they weren't valid. So I guess there are boundaries for these crazy people, but I would never put it in my bio.
Yes.
That's just not going to happen.
I wholeheartedly agree. Anna, when you were doing radio in the great area of Tampa, Florida,
Yeah.
did you ever have to, when you were working for a certain guy, have to put pronouns in any of your communications?
No. Pronouns were not a thing.
No.
To be put in a email address or anything like that. So none for me.
When you were working with that guy, were his pronouns fat/ass?
Yeah, depending on who you ask, more like it/that.
It/that.
Whoa.
Yeah. What?
Wait, you worked for Mike Francesa? All right, we're back. I never said that.
It's unbelievable. All right, Cut Sheet's coming up at 7:45. We're going to riff and rant on all of the different clips that are out there. But the last story before we get to the never-ending Cut Sheet, and I think this is a fascinating conversation. So we, in this area, are aware of Brian Kohberger, who was ultimately apprehended in the Poconos. I think if you know this story outside of Pennsylvania, you know it as the Idaho murder suspect that slayed a couple, I think it's four people, right? So the judge just made a critical ruling, or is set to make a critical ruling in this case. This story courtesy of the Daily Mail, where the judge is taking out the words firing squad. Because in Idaho, if you are in a death penalty case, one of the modes of killing somebody is by the firing squad. And the firing squad was a big story we talked about.
You love the firing squad so much.
He does, man. He doesn't even care if he's the guy with the real bullet. He just wants to be one of the 6 with a shotgun.
I love the fact that, because can you imagine you're standing there with a blindfold on and you just have no idea when it's going to happen? It's awesome.
That kind of arouses Stalker.
It's like
I like to be blindfolded.
It's gonna be you standing next
you guys,
to Chrissy
you know what?
Noem.
This is see.
Yeah.
I'm here in Tennessee. I don't have to worry about that. The other two of you guys, you got this guy walking around. Could you imagine if you were just like blindfolded and you just never knew when? Bah!
Yeah.
You better watch out.
Yeah.
You better watch out.
Stalker out there, the 21 gun salute, the whole bit. So the judge is saying that the two sides here, the prosecution and the defense, are now sparring over what evidence that jurors should be allowed to see at the trial this summer including, and I didn't know this until I read this story yesterday, that Brian Koberger is an individual who's been diagnosed with autism. And obviously, we've talked about autism, Elon Musk on the spectrum of autism in the realm of the conversations that we have on this show when it pertains to autism. And certainly some of the, vaccines that are out there and the claims of autism from certain vaccinations. So to me, and I think stalkers are going to be of the belief that it doesn't matter.
Nope.
But let me ask you this, and maybe I'm getting a little softer here. I'll get everybody's thoughts. Anna, Sean, Greg. I have no problem if you're trying to avoid the firing squad for somebody that has autism. I mean, there's other ways that you can put somebody to death in a death penalty case. It's not like in Idaho, the only option is firing squad, right? So you could do something that is deemed to be, according to people, more humane, which is, lethal injection or something like that.
Which is arguably worse.
Is it really?
Arguably worse.
Yeah.
There's been studies now.
I don't understand how, because in my mind, I'm like, just put him under anesthesia and stab him in the heart. What's the problem? But a lot of these pharmaceutical companies do not want to be associated with the death penalty, so it's really, really hard to get any of this stuff passed, essentially, for them to use in a lethal injection execution case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sean Ferris, what do you think?
I say bring back the electric chair and just zap them. I think old Sparky. Look, I don't have this. I don't know. Maybe it's just it's a part of me that just never turned on growing up. You killed somebody and you were sentenced to death. Die.
Yeah.
I think it should just be kept simple, right?
Agreed.
You lost your right.
Yep.
Who cares if it was humane the way you killed? If you didn't,
no.
Maybe the rule should be the way you killed your victim.
Eye for an eye,
you
buddy.
Should.
Yes.
100%. Like Jocelyn Nungare, those guys should have been raped and killed.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Agreed.
Throw them in prison with Bubba. And see what happens. That's not humane. Why are we treating these killers like actual humane? Why do we care?
Maybe in the case that you get it wrong. And then you just
I get it, but if you get it wrong, you can't undo it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even if you get a lethal injection wrong, you can't undo it. You know what I mean?
I understand, but torturing people,
They've gotten the lethal injection wrong before, right? Where they've tried to give it to somebody and they've survived and they've had to do it again.
Yeah. And the way that
I don't think old Sparky ever got one wrong.
Sparky.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot more violent than people think. And not saying that I have any sympathy for these murders, I don't. But it's not like you just go to sleep and you don't wake up. It paralyzes your body, and then you can't move your muscles, and then your heart stops beating. And apparently they're seizing on the table. And like you said, sometimes it doesn't work, and they have to reschedule it and do it again.
Oh God.
But yeah,
They
I don't
should just
understand
do it CO, carbon monoxide.
that. Or just what about a good old fashioned fentanyl overdose or something like that?
I don't know.
George Floyd treatment. Okay.
That's how I'm going to market it.
So Stalker's still on board with the shoe stings. He wants to go full fire squad.
Well, yeah, no. I'm with. Look, I'm I'm not a religious person, but if I was, I'd be Old Testament, and I believe in eye for an eye.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So yeah, if you murder somebody in a cold-blooded, heartless, awful way, you should go out the same way.
All right.
And to Anna's point, so you crack a few eggs, you get a few wrong. Sorry, better luck next time.
A little shell in your
know
omelet.
what I
What are you
mean?
gonna do? Not gonna kill you.
You know how to avoid having to be put down by a lethal injection? Don't kill people.
Amen.
I mean, it's very. I have never once been I might get put down with a lethal injection because I'm planning on committing a mass murder in a gruesome fashion. That's just not what don't do that.
Yep.
And you won't have to worry about, hey, are they going to put me down humanely?
Agreed.
How about just don't kill other people?
Agreed.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
All right. 855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in, the cut sheet is coming up next, and it is absolutely epic. Stay tuned for that. But first, let me tell you about my friends, Natural Lawn of America, because when you're choosing a lawn care service, you obviously want to hire a company that provides the best results, but you also have to factor in safety for family and pets. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America, because they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green, and they're going to protect the safety of your family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Join the growing number of homeowners switching to natural lawn safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Choose My Lawn Care Company, Natural Lawn of America, the locally owned and operated by their own family. Natural Lawn of America. It's greener grass, it's fewer weeds, and it's guaranteed.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Be sure sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I lived alone. My mind was blank. I needed time to think, to get the memories from my mind. What did I see? Can I believe that what I saw that night was real and not just fantasy? Just what I saw.
Kayal and Company. Live on a Thursday morning. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel, Greg Stocker, Sean Farish. A couple of other stories we'll try to squeeze in before we get out of here around 10:30 today, including Alyssa Heinerschneid. You might remember her from the Bud Light Dylan Mulvaney debacle. Heinerschneid. He's back in the news, and it's relevant.
Dylan Mulvaney likes a good Heinerschneid, huh?
Yes.
I don't know. That's what I heard.
I was gonna go in a certain direction, but you know what? I'll just hold off on it. Also, millennials and Gen Z contributing to lower birth rates around the world. We'll have some thoughts on that.
I read a story over the weekend that Gen X women are bringing sex back.
I'm all for
bringing sexy back or bringing sex back?
Bringing sex back.
Oh, okay.
Meaning that there's a bunch of generations that are just kind of like blasé about sex.
Yeah.
But Gen X women are all like they're down to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. So Gen X women today would be anywhere from 44 to 59 years old, I believe.
Something like that.
45 to 60.
Yeah.
Yeah, the perimenopausal, postmenopausal women.
Yeah, what she said.
Willing to give it up.
Yeah. I have no idea what you just said, but sounded scientific. Good work out of you. Also, Philadelphia, not really a tough city on crime, but when it comes to pizza, don't mess around, which is weird because I don't think we're really a great pizza city, but apparently we protect pizza places better than any other city in the country. We'll give you that story coming
Not a great pizza city? That's a bad take out of you.
You think there's great pizza in the city?
I do.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's bad. I don't think of Philadelphia in pizza.
Do you have your own style?
Yeah.
We just steal steal Connecticut and New York's.
Oh, okay.
Sean
okay.
Farish is going to get real angry here. I even think New York style is overrated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
I think your haircut's overrated.
Well, it is.
Sean, next time you come up here, we're gonna take you to some good pizza joints, and you can
define good. Are we going across the Hudson River to New York? What are we gonna do?
I'm telling you, Philly has good pizza places.
Go to Chicago.
Debatable.
Go to Detroit.
Right.
Detroit style pizza.
Right?
Although I dislike the city very much, lived there for 4 years.
Right.
The pizza is, in
Pretty
my
good.
opinion, the best.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The pizza in Detroit is not the best.
Detroit
Pizza in New
style.
York is
It's
the
the
best.
style.
I don't care what the style is. If it's not coming out of the 5 boroughs, it's not good. Period.
Have you found a good pizza joint?
Detroit. There's no one even lives there.
Have you found a good pizza joint in Nashville yet?
There's no such thing as good pizza in Tennessee. We eat fried chicken down here, hot chicken. There's no pizza. We got Papa John's, we got Domino's, and you know what? Costco maybe is a good one. There actually was a good pizza place in Spring Hill, though. Salvo's was pretty good. But other than that, it's whatever. Because you know why? You know why they're good? Because they're actually from New York.
There you
That's
go.
why they're good.
There you go. And Sean's probably all pizzaed out because he got swatted a lot with pizza delivery, so he's still full anyway.
It's crazy. They send pizza everywhere now. It's like they're like it's nuts. These people.
Don't they ever swap people with like Chinese food or a hoagie delivery?
Actually,
or is it always pizza?
One of the people who just recently, who got swatted and still dealing with this is now getting Chinese food delivery. So China, I told them to tell the delivery people, with the Chinese food that, we can't because of the tariffs. Out, go somewhere else.
By the way, EKZ writes Philly has better pizza than New York. New York is third.
Oh.
EKZ is going to get blocked. Sure.
All right, let's do this.
Let's do it.
What's you want to hear about? Oh yeah. What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Sponsored by Garden State Earthworks. You have water on your property giving you a headache, soggy yards, damp patio, floating, wrinkling pool liners, water invading your home. Call Garden State Earthworks, your drainage solution. 856-848-4444. 856-848-4444. Lou Varga and all the guys at Garden State Earthworks are salt of the earth, great humans. Garden State Earthworks, please make sure if you have any sort of water issues, you use Garden State Earthworks. 856-848-4444. Thank you. All right, I know we started the show with this today, but I want to get Sean's take on the 90-day pause on the tariffs. Let's start here with cut 2. On Ask, a reporter asked, why did you pause the tariffs? Trump said this.
About why you decided to put a 90-day pause.
Well, I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know? They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid, unlike these champions, because we have a big job to do. No other president would have done what I did. No other president. I know the presidents. They wouldn't have done it. And it had to be done. What was happening to us on trade, not only with, you know, if you look at it, not only with China, but China was by far the biggest abuser in history, and others also, but somebody had to do it. They had to stop because it was not sustainable. Last year, China made $1 trillion off trade with the United States. That's not right. And now I've reversed it. It's for a short period of time, but we made $2 billion. We're making now $2 billion a day. And somebody had to do it. Roger actually said it. Charles Schwab was here a little while ago, one of the great financial people, and he said he's been waiting for 40 years for somebody to do what I did over the last month. And if you didn't do it, you wouldn't have a country. It wouldn't be sustainable. So I'm honored to have done it. And, you know, look, nothing's over yet, but we have a tremendous amount of spirit from other countries, including China. China wants to make a deal. They just don't know how quite to go about it. You know, it's one of those things they don't know how quite. They're proud people.
Sean, what do you make of everything that transpired yesterday?
Well, I was a little surprised to see the 90-day pause. I personally, you know, I like it. I get it. I wanted to see this go a little further, though. You know, I wanted to see it go a little further, but I understand why he did that. And I think it was a great way to kind of pit the rest of the world against the CCP. This needed to happen. I mean, you can go back 30 years. Nancy Pelosi on the floor of the House is talking about how China, you know, exports 3 times that to us than we export to them. That's now 5 times as much. I think that this was a long time coming. Chuck Schumer, 6 years ago, 8 years ago, 2017, says he agreed more with Trump than he did with Bush and Obama on his stance on China. He wants to be tough on China. So we had to get tough on them. And the best way to get tough on them is not to do it by ourselves. You know, he rewarded, as the message came out yesterday, the reward was if you didn't retaliate or you're not going to retaliate, you're going to get rewarded. And now the rest of the world is hopefully going to line up in this, you know, quest to rein in the CCP, because they're not our friends. That's the first part, is they're not our friends. I don't care how much cheap junk you buy on Amazon. Xi Jinping and the CCP are not your friends. So it needed to happen. And the fact that he still has 125% tariffs on China is great. And not for nothing, but, you know, think about where we were a week ago. So we had no reciprocal tariffs on the rest of the world. Now we have a baseline of 10% on everybody. So we're still rolling with a 10% baseline on the whole world during this 90-day pause with the increased tariffs, and we're tariffing the crap out of China, and I think it can go higher. You know, Kevin O'Leary said we got to squeeze them, and Kevin O'Leary echoed comments again that Nancy Pelosi made 30 years ago. Pelosi said that the communist regime, the CCP in China, would not be able to remain in power if their people were unemployed. And O'Leary said the exact same thing on CNN 30 years after she said it. So that the fact of the matter is nothing has changed in our favor between the United States and China. And I think that's about to change right now, or else China wouldn't be running around saying, oh, we feel bullied and this isn't fair. If it didn't impact them, they wouldn't care, but they care a lot. So I'm happy that we're going down this road with them.
Let's say we don't get what we want from China, and that remains a sticking point, and no progress is made. But we do get what we want out of 65 of these 75 countries that are allegedly at the table negotiating. What do you think that results in for the bottom line for America? Is that still a victory? Are you know, the trade agreements more favorable for us? Does it lead to a better economy, lower inflation, and a lower deficit? Is it a net victory if China's not on board, but the bulk of these other countries that bend the knee do?
Well, I think that's a silver lining if China's not on board. I think the big fish has to be China, and you have to do what you can to, you know, to humble them and to rein them in. I think the more powerful China remains on the world stage, especially with you know, supply chains, markets, you know, production, et cetera, the more powerful they remain, the worse it gets for everybody else. So No, I don't think it's going to be I don't think that's a major win if we only wind up with, fair trade deals with 65 countries. Something has to happen with China. And in Trump's first term, he was close. We got close, and then they released COVID. And everybody acts like China's this country that we shouldn't be, going to, so to speak, war with, trade war with. Remember what they did, right? With COVID, they had the spy balloon over our country. You've had so many different, the intellectual property theft, the TikTok deal. Look, I'm not pro-ban. I don't want TikTok to be banned. I thought it was a stupid law to pass. It basically was Americans giving the government to help them with a problem that they could solve at home. If you don't like the app, don't download it. But we have the law. That should be a bargaining chip now. They want TikTok on American phones. They want American data. They want the children hooked on that, mental fentanyl type of algorithm on that app. They don't get that. If the app gets banned, that should be a part of this deal as well. So, I don't think it's a major victory if we don't improve the situation and the positioning of China. I think it would be a failure, and with a silver lining and like a moral victory. Well, at least we got to overtime. No, you need to get the win in regulation. There's no moral victories here. China has to be humbled. And I think it's going to happen to some degree. Is it all going to happen at once? Maybe, or maybe not. Maybe it'll be like half measure here and a half measure there. But we need to make progress on that front.
Can I ask you a question?
For victory to be declared.
Why do you think? Why do you think we did the 90-day pause? Like what is the? Because if you remember, 2 or 3 days ago, there was a report that they were going to pause it for 90 days. The White House said that was fake news, and then yesterday they said, "Oh, by the way, we're pausing for 90 days." So, what do you think is the end game here with this?
Well, I think the whole 90-day pause maybe was because so many countries immediately decided they wanted to come to the table, and the administration needed time and wanted to be fair. And the markets reacted negatively. Everybody knew the markets were going to react negatively, but it's going to take 90 days to work out a deal with the 75 countries that are there. So I think the pause is to buy time, and I think it's good to have an ultimatum, because it puts pressure on those countries that are negotiating too. You come to the table, maybe it's not a great deal. Well, you got 85 days. You come to the table again, not a great deal. Well, you only got 55 days left. Putting an ultimatum, putting a firm number at the end, where you have up until this date, and then things go back into effect. I think it's a good negotiating tactic so that this can't drag on forever. Well, you said you'd pause the tariffs while we're negotiating. We're still negotiating. It's 5 years later. I think it's nice to have a firm number and a target date of when things are supposed to get done.
Scott Bessent, this is Cut 5. He held a press conference yesterday talking about China, and this is what he said. Roll it.
Mr. Secretary, Maggie, go ahead. Mr. Secretary, why do people assume this is the last word? The president began this morning saying, be cool. 5 hours later, he announces a new policy. Why will investors in the market assume that this is it?
Because, again, as I said, we've given 90 days, and the only certainty we can provide is that the U.S. is going to negotiate in good faith, and we assume that our allies will too. And in terms of certainty, we will see what China does. But what I'm certain of is that what China is doing will affect their economy much more than it will ours, because they have an export-driven, flood the world with cheap export models, and the rest of the world now understands, because when we put up our tariff wall, those exports were already flowing to the rest of the G7 and to the global south.
By the way, that animal you heard in the background, that was Kristi Noem shooting a bird out of the sky and killing it as it dropped down before Scott Bessent. I don't know about you, Sean. I think I saw you say this yesterday. I agree with you, if I saw this correctly, that you really like Scott Bessent. I actually like the combination when we're talking about tariffs. I like Bessent and Elon Musk's approach a little bit more than I do Howard Lutnick and Peter Navarro. I think Bessent's very measured, very calculated, and he's not one of these carnival barkers on TV. Your thoughts?
Never in my life did I think I would wax poetic about the U.S. Treasury Secretary, right?
Right.
I never thought there would be a time. You think of the sexy cabinet position, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Homeland Security. That no one cares about the Treasury Secretary. Who was it? It's Janet Yellen. She tripped on mushrooms in China, right? I mean, think about how the contrast, right? So the previous Treasury Secretary went on essentially Alice in Wonderland trip in China with mushrooms and whatever. She was like with Aaron Rodgers and the ayahuasca, and she like had psychedelics. This guy is like 125% tariffs. And if you don't, it's I think Bessent has been an absolute monster. I had no idea who this guy was. Do you guys know his background and like what he did? He worked for Soros back in the day. And he did
so he's got something in common with me now.
Yeah, right.
More
I mean,
relatable.
he worked with Soros back in the day, and they waged war on the British pound, and a lot of people looked at that. But they're doing the same thing on the Chinese dollar, right? The yuan or whatever it is. It's like he is. I think he's brilliant. I think he's measured. I think he's, in front of cameras, he seems almost a little jittery and kind of nervous. But maybe it's just like he's trying to be stoic and not play his hand. I think he's been great, and I love his approach here. I love his approach here. I think he's been phenomenal. I never thought I'd be saying that about a Treasury Secretary. I never usually care who it is.
I also think, too, if I think I'm correct in saying this, Anna, he's gay.
Yeah.
And he is not a person that goes around telling you he's gay, because I don't think Trump hired him to check a box saying, we need somebody that represents somebody in the LGBTQ community. I think he's just really, really, really bright. He's well calculated. I mean, he's the complete opposite of some of the people that I think are attention whores in administrations. Yeah. There are certain people, and even not in specifically in administrations. Like, I know you're new to this show, but I have this love-hate relationship with Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman from Georgia. Yeah. I think Rome, Georgia is the area that she technically represents. I agree with her on a lot of her policy. I just think she goes out of her way to get camera time and mic time. I don't think Scott Bessent is seeking the spotlight. He's seeking results for America.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this was definitely like a win in the, identity politics game for Trump, although, he's not really concerned with that. But yeah, Scott Bessent is just like the best in the game, and that's why he was hired to do what he's doing now. So, and I really like his demeanor. And like you said, a bit more stoic than we've seen before, and just seems like he is in favor of doing what's best for the country and not getting attention for himself.
Yep. Sean, we brought this up earlier. So yesterday at 9:37, Trump put out on Truth Social, now would be a good time to buy. And then at 1:40 or whatever, there was a 90-day pause in that. What do you think was because to me, I was like, oh, that doesn't look great. But what do you think the thought process there was?
Well, I think he was trying to calm down the markets at 9:30. Maybe he knew he was going to do the 90-day pause. Maybe he wasn't. But I think he was trying to express confidence in his ability here to control the situation, and to kind of, somebody made this analogy on X. I don't remember who it was, but when you're on a plane and there's like wild turbulence, you want the pilot coming on saying, hey, we're hitting some turbulence. Everything's all right. It should be over soon. And that's kind of what Donald Trump was doing. That things were rocking. The plane was bouncing all over the place. People are like, what the hell's going on? And he came out, this is your captain speaking. We're doing a great job. We have turbulence, right? The fasten seatbelt sign is on. If you're Chris Christie, you have to fasten 15 seatbelts across that big, beautiful waist of yours, right? But
how great would it be if you heard Trump's voice on a flight like that?
Forget it. It would be a boom, boom. This is your beautiful captain speaking. We're doing a great job. The weather is beautiful, right? We've done a wonderful. This plane is great. I built it.
20 minutes ahead of schedule.
Yeah, we're 15 minutes ahead, and we departed. They wanted to wait for us to get permission. We had to wait for permission. We just took off, throttle up, we're out of here. But I think that's what he was trying to do.
Yeah.
I think he was trying to be, hey, we're hitting some turbulence, but everybody be calm. Now, I see a lot of Democrats are like, oh, it's insider trading. Okay. Insider trading means insider. Things
we said that
other people don't know. Yeah. He said buy. That's outsider trading is what that is, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's not, it's crazy. I think it's all right. I mean, is it the best look? No. I think it was him trying to express confidence, though, and say, hey, this is okay. It's going to be all right. Just a little turbulence. It's okay to buy now. Your investment's long game. We'll be fine.
Shifty Schiff said that he's writing to the White House to demand who knew in advance of the president flip-flopping on tariffs. Roll this.
How concerned are you with this market fluctuation? And are you concerned that there could be members of the White House that are benefiting from it?
Absolutely. I'm
By the way,
writing to the White House.
Pause it for a second and then rewind
Watermelon head.
He does have a giant
all I can
head
see.
I know.
and a stick figure body. It is. It is.
And his eyes. Look at those eyes, the bug eyes.
Yeah.
Look at those things.
It's like how my 4-year-old draws humans: a giant head and a skinny body.
We should do a poll question. Would you rather have a watermelon head on a skinny neck, or be one of those people that's just head and shoulders with no neck?
I got a big dome, so like I do.
Probably the former.
Yeah.
Yeah, no necks. That's not a good look.
That's why I'm glad I have.
necks,
That's why I'm glad I have all my hair, because my dome is just huge.
Yeah. Only you follicle people.
All right, roll Shifty Shift again.
How concerned are you with this market fluctuation, and are you concerned that there could be members of the White House that are benefiting from it?
Absolutely. I'm writing to the White House to demand who knew in advance that the president was going to once again flip-flop on tariffs. And are people cashing in? There is just all too much opportunity for people in the White House and the administration to be insider trading, and you can't put it past them for a minute. So we're going to try to find out.
There's a good chance they'll just ignore you, though, right? Should there be some other independent investigation into this?
Well, I think Congress should do an investigation into this, but we're going to demand answers from the administration. I think you're right. They're likely to stonewall, particularly if they've been engaged in corrupt insider trading. But they won't be able to hide it for good. I mean, we know who's in the administration. We can look at eventually what people are buying and selling. This will come out. But an administration that has their own meme coins and is already engaged in self-interested dealing when Elon is doging agencies that are doing oversight of their own businesses, in that kind of corrupt climate, you have to assume the worst, and we're going to try to find out.
You know, Sean, sometimes the message can get lost, or sometimes the message can be, you can argue it's a fair statement or a fair question to ask because the messenger itself is one of the most corrupt individuals. Adam Schiff, I think, as Tony Bruno said yesterday, should be in jail for the Russia hoax. This guy's a total scumbag. That being said, I've never liked the fact that politicians are able to trade stocks and be involved in the market publicly with the ability to have the inside access. The prime example, allegedly, we always talk about, is Nancy Pelosi. It's just fascinating to me, and Sean, I know you're aware of this as well, that most politicians go into politics with very little money, and then they leave with an unbelievable net worth. Here's Donald Trump goes into politics, and his net worth is 40% less than what it was 10 years ago. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I think, when it comes to Adam Schiff and this insider trading thing, by all means, investigate it, and if there was foul play, hold them accountable. I don't want to see people doing that. I don't want to see people, benefiting off of information that they had before the general public. It's illegal, and you should hold them accountable. That said, okay, let's start with Nancy Pelosi. You mean to tell me that somebody, you mean to tell me that a woman who can't stand upright and can't keep her teeth in her mouth is the best trader in the history of the world? This is rubbing my wrists and ripping up papers, and I can't stand up. I walk around with a stick. I'm gonna hit you with a stick if you keep killing out. You mean to tell me that person?
That's good. Is
the best stock trader in history?
Her
right?
batting average is so good, it's unbelievable.
I mean, Ted Williams would blush, right? I mean, it would. She is amazing, right? So you mean to tell me that lady is so good at timing the market without knowledge, right? Okay. So I'm fine with banning stock trading in Congress. I'm fine with, obviously, insider trading is already illegal. If it's happening, hold them accountable. I'm not going to disagree with that. But Adam Schiff, I mean, if we're gonna do an investigation, let's start with Nancy first. Yeah. Show me you're serious and start with Nancy, and then find your way to Dan. Then go to Dan Crenshaw. Fine, I don't care. I'm not saying Republicans don't do it. If you're doing it, lock them up. Yeah. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, Crenshaw's got a good ratio success rate as well. Pretty fascinating, isn't it? He can really he can spot out those stocks even with only one eye.
Nice.
Oh, you know what? I was going to say it.
That's all right.
But you said it.
Whatever happened with the Nancy Pelosi's husband's gay lover attacker? How did that resolve?
Paul and the crowbar.
Yes. Yeah. I feel like I remember the attack, and then there was some news about it, and then is he in jail? What happened with that?
That's a good question.
The guy's in jail.
Pap.
The guy's in jail.
Pape.
Who is he?
David DePape or something.
And he knew Mr. Pelosi, right?
Well, I definitely knew him.
Yeah.
Intimately. He knew him. Oh, wait, we could say it this way, by the way. He knew him both inside and out, right?
Oh, wait.
Here it is. He was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole.
Wow.
For hammer time, it was life?
October 29th, 2024. This is from the San Francisco District Attorney website. David DePape sentenced to life without the possibility of parole following conviction in a state court. DA of San Francisco, Brooke Jenkins, announced today that DePape was sentenced in San Francisco Superior Court by the Honorable Judge Harry Dorfman. So
Dorfman.
Harry Dorfman said, that's it. You're enough.
Let's go, Harry.
Yeah, let's go, Harry.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Were
So
they
life in
actually
prison for that guy?
Were they actually lovers? Because I know that was like the rumor, but I wasn't sure if there was any substantial evidence to support that.
Remember that video, by the way?
There was any evidence to support
No,
that.
I want to believe it so bad.
Other than the hammer that was up, Paul's butt.
Hey.
Oh, we don't know, guys. We don't know.
Paul was in his PJs drinking some beautiful wine.
Oh, my Lord.
There's a knock. at the
Usually
door.
you don't put a hammer up there if there's not some sort of love going on, right?
You guys, are you guys surprised? Life with, I mean, it's, I guess you could say, you could argue, which obviously prosecution did, attempted murder with a deadly weapon, but
yeah,
life without, life.
If he's gonna murder him, he should you hit him in the head, not his,
Do people get life
Area.
without an actual death? Is that a rarity? I feel like I should probably know that.
What? Yes.
Yeah, attempted murder is like.
Yeah.
The intention was to kill, right?
We don't.
So,
Was it?
I mean, if it's attempted murder, if
Well,
that's what
yeah. It just seems very excessive. Do you think that if all the facts are the same, but it's not a Pelosi, is
Right.
David DePape getting life without possibility of parole?
Not sure.
I don't know.
Mm.
We'll see what happens when they catch the people who decided to send a SWAT team to my house. How much time they get in jail?
Yeah. By the way,
Are they close, by the way?
Have they identified anybody?
I don't think so. Not yet. It's hard to do. We don't know. A lot of us are talking to FBI, but the FBI is not going to tell us everything they're doing because, let's be honest, the 20 people that got swatted are all, social media people. And they don't want us posting about it. We're like, hey, they're closing in on some guy and blah, 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 blah.
Right.
So we were told that there's leads, but that's all. They have to be tight-lipped about it. I think it's going to be very tough to find them. You put a VPN on, use a burner phone, it's hard to find. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting
Hopefully soon.
harassing text messages now. I've gotten 3 in the last 6 to 7 weeks. I'm on the verge maybe of being swatted one day.
I hope not.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
No. I'll just send my dog out.
President Trump yesterday, this is cut 8, signed an executive order to deregulate water pressure.
Yeah, baby. Shower heads, right?
It's like that Seinfeld episode.
I was just about to say that, but I didn't want to be a typical radio personality making Seinfeld references.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah.
What's your favorite Seinfeld episode? 855.
Enough sports guys in this city have the Seinfeld market covered.
Roll this.
Next up, sir, we have a series of executive orders and a memorandum all relating to deregulation, which has obviously been a major priority of your administration. The first of these is an executive order. The Biden administration launched what you've called a war on showers. They had certain regulations that basically killed the water pressure of showers and other water appliances.
You can say it. Go ahead. What are the appliances?
It's everything, sir. It's
Sinks and toilets,
dishwashers, toilets, sinks. But the shower heads are a
There's
huge
no
deal.
water. You don't get water. It's ridiculous.
So with this executive order, we're effectively going to be reversing that set of regulations to ensure that Americans have choice in the consumer market. If they want a low-flow shower head, they can buy one. If they want a real deal shower head, they should have the ability to get one.
If you buy a new house, you pay a lot of money, and the developers, you're not allowed to do anything more. They put restrictors on. They used to have a restrictor where you could take it out, but now they weld it in. And you take a shower or wash your hands, whatever you do, including dishwashers where no water comes out. But you wash your hands, and in my case, I like to take a nice shower to take care of my beautiful hair. And I have to stand under the shower for 15 minutes till it gets wet. It comes out drip, drip, drip. It's ridiculous.
It is.
And what you do is you end up washing your hands 5 times longer. It's the same water. And we're going to open it up so that people can live, and we're going to hopefully have Congress approve it so it's memorialized. We're going to try and get all of these things, including straws, little thing like straws. We did straws a month ago, where the paper straws were melting.
Melting.
They
weren't
blow.
working well. And we went back to the plastic straws.
Amen.
We're going to get Congress to memorialize just about everything we've done here, because most of it's common sense. But the water is horrible. When you go into anytime you see a new faucet,
He loves this.
And
He loves showers.
It's going to be a long wash of the hands.
Yep.
I will say this.
That's why I use hand sanitizer.
You can unite the country with plastic straws and better water pressure. Honestly,
Absolutely.
Yep.
That's something that even the most liberal of Democrats would be like, hey, he kind of has a point there.
Paper straws.
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
They don't take showers.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sean.
They smell.
I take
True.
two.
So they
I
may
take
not,
2 a
you
day
know.
minimum.
Oh, you're
I love
weird.
I love
You're
showers.
so weird.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's so
same.
relaxing.
I
Oh, it's
love. I
great.
do love a shower though.
Oh, I just let the
Who
water.
doesn't love a shower?
I love
Wait.
getting pounded in the head.
God. 2 a day?
2 a day. I use the shower as a wake up mechanism every day, even on weekends, and then post working out 2 a day. Yeah, my water bill's off the charts.
It's weird.
It's worth it. Why is it weird?
I don't know.
You wake up with that? You don't take a shower when you wake up?
I do.
You do.
Yeah.
You take a shower after working out?
I mainly work out on the weekends, so it's a different schedule then.
Okay. Anna?
I'm between 1 and 3 a day.
1 and 3.
What?
Yeah.
How many days a week do you wash your hair though?
You must be investing in the water company that you pay. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
That's got to be like a quid pro quo going on here.
Yeah, between 1 and 3. I wash my hair usually 1.5 times a week.
Okay.
Does that work?
Wow.
Yeah, girls typically don't wash their hair every day.
That's why I was asking. Yeah.
They shouldn't really, right?
Yeah.
No, it's like bad for your hair or
Yeah,
something like that.
You're not supposed to. Yeah, you put too much shampoo. It takes all the natural oils.
Oils, exactly.
Right.
See, this guy knows. He's got a luscious hair.
Yeah.
He knows.
I have hair. Well, I have a little bit less now. We chopped a little bit off, but it's
I
all we got.
noticed
I
that.
got
I
hair.
thought you got a little trim job there.
Yeah, a little trim job. That's
Nice.
exactly what we got. That's
Oh,
what I
boy.
walked in. I said, "Give me a trim job, would you please?" You know?
Trim, not rim.
It was great.
You should go into like a Supercuts as Trump. It would be hysterical.
I'll put my wig on too. And just be like, what can we do with this, boys? What can we do with this? Look at that.
I
You
don't-
think it needs any changes? I don't think it needs any changes.
I don't actually know. And again, I shower every day. So do not take this as like, I'm like a 3 times a week shower. I don't know if humans are supposed to shower as much as we do. Like the natural oils and stuff on your body are good for you.
Really?
Yes. It dries out your skin. I don't
Yeah,
know.
but I do not want to be the
But I'm a
smelly
s-
kid.
I'm a sweater.
I don't want to be
I
the smelly kid. And
can't-
doing jujitsu as much as I do, like I don't want to show up the smelly kid.
Yeah.
I don't want to leave the smelly kid. So I'm just really
Yeah.
paranoid about being a smelly person.
I've always been a big pitter. Like my armpits sweat pretty quickly.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
disgusting.
I use
Disgusting.
Here, wait, hang on.
He can't help it.
Yeah.
Hang on.
It's genetics,
See if I
man.
smell okay.
Yeah.
I smell lovely.
And I can get a little ripe.
Ugh.
I sweat doing a radio show.
Ugh.
I use
Well,
I use prescription spray deodorant.
These lights are hot.
I know.
You know what I mean? They're like
Well, don't Anna would disagree. She's freezing her ass off in here.
I know. I got my hat ready to go. Wear it during the break.
Cold.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm
What is that?
freezing.
That's not a hat. Who is that hat for? Adam Schiff? Look at the size of that
I
hat.
was just gonna say
Hey,
that.
you turd Ferguson.
That thing's like it's a fishbowl
Mushroom
cover.
cap.
What is that thing?
It's like a babushka.
I love it. I
It's a
feel like one of those
babushka.
Russian men in the
Russian,
wintertime.
Russian,
Where'd you come
right?
from? A Russian,
We're gonna get in a
Russian
lot of trouble.
penal colony? Anna's like,
I'm freezing my ass off up here.
Exactly.
Look at that. Babushka, right?
Yeah.
Babushka. Russia.
I will say though,
Looks like Putin's grandma, right?
grandma.
Come on.
Grandma.
I haven't.
Who is that hat for?
Yeah.
It's not for you.
Yeah.
It doesn't fit.
It was a gift, so I'm gonna wear it.
I mean,
Okay.
even Norm Macdonald thinks that's a big hat.
By the way, Sean.
Holy cow.
Sean, Anna's like 5'2", 98 pounds, and she has a giant hat.
She just doubled her body weight with her hat.
And my jacket,
Ridiculous.
my parka.
You can't even take that on a plane. They think that's a bag you got to check.
Now she's
Like,
got
look
the
at the
jacket
size of
on.
that
Look at
hat.
this. You look like a helmet head.
If
It's
you
cold.
fly
It's
with
like
Darth-
45 degrees out.
Darth
Not taking
helmet.
any chances.
if you
Darth-
fly
Darth
with that
helmet.
hat on Spirit Airlines, they charge you extra, don't they? That's
I
not.
do.
That looks warm though.
It is. It's nice.
Don't let them abuse
That hat's
you,
big.
Oh,
Anna.
that's okay. Trust me.
Like you
I
grew
can
up
handle
in.
it.
You're a gaucho. You went to UCSB.
Yes. Woo. Yep.
Yeah.
EKZ, you're back in the good graces. Anna equals Jamiroquai. Very good 90s reference. Anybody remember Jamiroquai, or am I the oldest person here?
I think I do.
No,
I-
I'm the
you-
oldest
oh,
person.
No, I don't
I'm
know.
I'm the oldest
I
person.
want. What was the song? It's a white guy, right? Even though wouldn't expect it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jamiroquai. No.
Jamiroquai.
Why?
Sounds like something Stalker had for lunch yesterday. That was quinoa.
Speaking of flights.
By the way, does anybody actually want to comment on what Trump had to say?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What did
he say?
What did he
Oh, the
say?
showers?
I
Big
was going
fan
to
of
say
showers.
I was going to say like I've never had the low energy shower head, but I will say I'm sick of low energy dishwashers. The one we have at our house absolutely sucks. The dryer that we have, because we're renting this townhouse until we move out at the late summer. I think it's an electric dryer because you have to pull out this big thing and you dump the water out after it collects the water. Low energy sucks. I'm tired of all these low energy appliances.
Then you just have to use it for longer or run the dishwasher again, so it's like completely pointless.
Right. I don't think I'm really saving any money.
You're not.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the whole EV thing, right? Where they're like, everyone buy an electric vehicle, where AOC was like, just buy an electric car, because then you don't need gas, and then we don't need fossil fuels. And I'm like, someone needs to just ask this woman where she thinks electricity comes from, because she'll probably just say the wall.
Yeah.
Right? She has no idea how it gets to the wall or how you produce the electricity to get it to the wall. But, I'm with Trump, though. I'm with Trump on the shower thing. Give me one like a power washer to come out of that wall.
Yeah, it is nice to have the one with the
skin off.
varying pressures and remember the old school one where you could twist it and it would come out in different shapes and
Yep.
I love those.
Yep.
A lot of fun.
Speaking of, well, actually, let's have, since we're off on kind of a weird tangent here, let's do cut 25 here, Phil. All right, so Sean, when you lived on Long Island, did you ever take the New York City subway?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A bunch of times.
There's always fun stories to see here.
Yes.
This guy became a snake on the grounds on the floor of the subway.
This is very, very brief, folks. So get ready for this.
Imagine if you're, just trying to get to your location and you just want to get there in one piece. You just want to get there on time, and you see this while you're doing it. Roll this.
Just another day.
Poor lady with her dog. Did you see her reaction?
Yeah, she was terrified, like as if it was a real snake, which is probably more terrifying that it wasn't the real. Did he do that? Did he get on the subway like that? Imagine like he slithered under the turnstile.
I got to say, the guy, in my opinion, is clearly mentally unstable.
Yeah.
However, that's some talent, being able to do that, right? Like,
Didn't they used to call that the worm?
The worm, yeah.
Yeah,
the worm did this.
Yeah.
This is actually.
He was going like this.
Yes, that was actually a slither mode.
Slithery.
Roll it again, Phil.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Oh my God, that's a yoga move right there.
Freeze it right there. See if we can right there. You see that guy to the right of the guy doing the worm or the slither with the green cargo shorts?
Yeah.
If that's me right there,
step on him.
I'm going Seth Rollins and doing the curb stomp, WWE style.
Yeah.
And
Right
just
on.
ending that guy's existence.
Can you
Because I don't
maybe
know if
he
I'm
was
at
doing
risk.
like, maybe he was Randy Orton, getting ready.
Yeah.
For like a DDT.
Yeah. I
Second
grabbed
rope.
that rolling piece of luggage and I hit him right in his back.
Oh my Lord.
That's it.
Get out of my
That was-
space.
People are like, why'd you move out of New York?
Just roll that tape.
And now
There's no snakes on the
Right.
subway. We had snakes on a plane.
We did.
I've had it with these mother snakes.
Mhm.
On this. Maybe that's the sequel, Snakes on a Train.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's Samuel L. Jackson?
Yeah. Oh, I'm
Let's
sure.
open up some windows.
I'm sure Andrew
Stupidest movie
Cuomo
in
is going to fix this problem, right? The next mayor of
yeah.
New York, this will be eradicated in no time.
Have a nice long press. We are going to get the snakes off of the New York City subway. And then my intern will take off her bra.
Yeah. Oh,
But she will not remove her mask. It's just pansy.
It's unbelievable.
By the way, Newman Price said it. For a minute, I thought it was Friday. That's right, because Sean is usually with us on Friday. Sean has a previous engagement tomorrow, which is why he will not join us on Friday. Why was North Dakota State University at the White House yesterday, Nick? They won a Division I.
They won the level below big time college football national championship.
Do we normally invite?
That's a great question.
The
I didn't
Division
know
I?
that the smaller divisions went to the White House, but kudos to them for going.
This is cut number 24, Phil, if you will. He's he asked who's the best player of this team because it's North Dakota State. Nobody knows.
He's
any of the players.
conducting his own poll here.
Yeah, roll this. Who's the best player? This guy, yeah, you. Whoever you are.
Great mustache.
Yeah.
Giant human.
Trump is tall too. He makes him look tiny.
I know.
People don't let me see. Let's try it. Can I get through it?
He's so good in those settings.
Oh, he's amazing in those settings.
Right.
He's an entertainer.
Yeah.
I mean, it's you go back to all the politicians that we've covered, since we started this show that are good in policy, that are running away in elections, like DeSantis. DeSantis doesn't have that ability. First of all, DeSantis is 5'8", right? Trump's 6'3".
5'9" with heels.
5'9" with boots and inserts and the whole bit. Like DeSantis doesn't have that natural charm.
Yep.
Some people just have it. Right. He's got mustard.
But you got to think though that Donald Trump has been in the limelight for the last 45 years. He's used to the spotlight. He's like, all lights on me, perfect. That's exactly where they should be. Let's do a show. So
yeah, he's a ham.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah. Kash Patel yesterday discussed the fentanyl crisis that's happening in America, which is, I think that, look, at least this administration is doing something about it. The last administration was like, S happens.
Yeah.
Sorry.
People die.
People die. People die every day. It's an imperfect world.
Yep.
Roll this.
General Bondi, we're here today because of your dedicated leadership.
By the way, I love those Terminator glasses.
I was just going to say, what's up with the shades for Cash?
Man.
You
gotta hide the crazy eyes.
Yeah, I was just,
you know?
Sean, you hit the nail on the head, man. He has those weird
Does he? I never noticed before.
He's got crazy eyes.
Okay, I'll
yeah.
make note of that.
It's crazy because Bongino does too. So the number 1 and the number 2 at the FBI have crazy eyes.
Right.
Bongino
does? FAFO eyes.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, Bongino's got the eyes.
Yeah,
I love the guy. But
Bongino looks like he wants to
got,
put you in
eyes.
like the sleeper hold 24/7.
Yeah.
Even when he's being nice.
Yeah.
It's like you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
By the way, to see all these videos, youtube.com/1210WPHT. If you're here right now, make sure you're hitting the like and subscribe buttons, please. It's free, and it helps us out tremendously. So please do that. All right, start Cash over.
General Bondi, we're here today because of your dedicated leadership to safeguard American lives. Because you have the courage to follow President Trump's courage to put our children first and to make sure that the narco traffickers, and make no mistake, this administration has labeled them foreign terrorist organizations because that's what they are. There is no lethal force on planet Earth that is responsible for an overdose death of an American citizen every 7 minutes, more so than these federal terrorist organizations, foreign terrorist organizations. We are humbled to be a part of this Department of Justice, and we are going to continue to safeguard our streets. This is what it looks like when the United States whole-of-government approach brings every resource to bear, from the Department of Defense and the United States Coast Guard, from HSI, from FBI, from DEA, and so many others. They are going to get all the drugs off the streets, off the markets, and as Attorney General Bondi said, we are going to lock them up. They are no longer going to be free to roam. We are going to dismantle the next man up theory that has been breeding in these Mexican cartels for generations. No more. We are here today because of your brave work. The men and women of the FBI that I lead, I'm humbled and honored to be here in South Florida, where I spent so much of my career before I moved to Washington, D.C. And looking around, I'm awe-inspired by the fact that when you take the rules and regulations that blockaded these brave men and women of law enforcement and military, and you unshackle them, then you should look at this seizure, and you should see how much it multiplies, and see how many children, and how many young adults, and how many adults' lives that we have just saved. They did it. We're fortunate to be their leaders. We're humbled to be here. And you will see this happen across the country, because this is not a one-off for General Bondi.
You know, it's amazing, Sean, when the government actually sets their directions on a certain legit issue, and invests all their time, effort, and resources into something, how quickly they can accomplish something if they really want to, right? Like sealing off the border, eradicating fentanyl, stopping the sex trafficking, the human trafficking. You can look at all the different big categories that Trump was, campaigning on. I mean, they basically wiped out this entire illegal immigration, deportation, cartel, border crossings, gotaways, everything that falls under that umbrella was basically shored up in less than 30 days. It's really remarkable.
Without new legislation, which is what the left was saying all throughout the campaign last year, was all the bipartisan border bill. They don't want to pass it. They don't want to secure the border. We already have laws. You just have to enforce them. Laws don't matter if they're not enforced. I say it all the time. If it was optional to pay my taxes, right, and I wasn't going to go to jail, lose my home, and have my wages garnished by the IRS, I wouldn't pay them. But it's not optional. You got to do it or else you face penalties, right? But laws don't matter if they're not enforced. I, for one, am happy to see this administration going after George Floyd's killer and getting fentanyl off the street. So, yeah, good.
And it's also amazing, too. You think about it locally, whether you're here in Philadelphia or if you grew up a New Yorker like Sean Farish. If Larry Krasner or Alvin Bragg really wanted to clean up the streets of their respective municipalities, jurisdictions that they are the district attorneys of, and, get subways and public transportation cleaned up, they could do all of this if they really wanted to. They have it in the budget. They're just on an agenda and a vendetta to empower the criminal.
Yep. We should take a quick break and then come back. And I have this. So Colorado is trying to push through a transgender bill that would allow courts to take children away from parents who misgender or dead name their children.
Dead name?
That's what they say. We'll get into all of that, plus a ton more. A guy who got his head run over on a Florida beach.
Standard.
And lived to tell about it.
On brand.
We have all of that on the other side.
I'm just dying to know what his head was run over by.
A Jeep. Because in
Daytona,
in Anna's state of Florida, you can drive on the beach there.
Man.
Well, Daytona Beach, and by the way, horrible beach.
Really?
Disgusting beach.
Really?
Yeah, it's the world famous Daytona Beach.
Yeah.
I was really expecting a lot. Granted, I'm from San Diego, so I know nice beaches. Went to school in Santa Barbara, blah, blah.
Yeah,
but went to the East Coast of Florida, very disappointed. Disgusting. Don't go.
Okay.
And Joni Ernst on federal employees showing up to the office to protest not showing up to the office. We have all that on the other side.
Kayal and Company, Nick, Anna, Sean, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz. Shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Major Championship Golf returns to Philadelphia in May of next year. Watch the world's top golfers compete for the iconic Wanamaker Trophy at the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club in Newtown Square. To purchase tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship, you must first get registered. Registering today at pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets before they sell out.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard. Get down tonight. Yeah, baby. We're getting down today, baby. 8:37.
Can you put some heat on in there for Anna?
No. I like it.
My Lord.
I cannot get the temperature in the studio right. I put it to 70.
I know.
It turns into an ice box.
I know.
I bump it to 72. It's a sauna.
I know.
I'm good, I swear.
We talked a little bit about an hour ago about the town hall that Anderson Cooper had last night with Bernie Sanders. Does anybody know why? Like
what? Why Anderson Cooper does town halls?
No, why with Bernie Sanders?
Talk about the downfall of capitalistic societies and how they failed.
I want to play this again just for the people who join us later. Anderson Cooper had a attorney, I believe.
A civil rights lawyer.
Ask a question to Bernie Sanders, and she got all up in her feels because he misgendered her. Roll it.
We're back with Senator Bernie Sanders. I want to introduce Grace Thomas. She's a local civil rights attorney. She's a Democrat. Grace?
They, them pronouns, actually. Thank you. Good evening, Senator Sanders.
Oh, God.
Polling and turnout data indicate that men of all racial demographics are turning away from the Democratic Party.
On his face?
But of course...
Can you just, that is such a great, can you
That's
roll
a GIF. That's a meme.
Can you roll it, Phil,
That's a
without
GIF.
the audio, or I'll turn the audio off. I just want to see his, face. I want to see Bernie's face when, hang on, youtube.com/1210 WPHT if you want to see this.
Watch this.
Watch his face where she says, it's they, them pronouns, actually stupid.
Fastest Bernie's moved in 25 years.
What?
Are you kidding me?
Did he fall
And you
asleep?
want $15 an hour?
Yeah, I was just going to say.
You didn't buy my book.
Oh, God. These people are insufferable Fs.
And Bernie's reaction, by the way, is the same reaction I had when I realized that he makes $170,000 a year, yet he has 4 homes. I was like,
it's his book publishing, Nick.
Right.
Yeah.
I've done very well on the New York Times bestseller.
He makes a killing off of talking about capitalism.
Yeah.
And the evils.
$95 to go to it's cheaper to go to a Kenny Chesney concert than it is to go see the crusty Bernie Sanders speak.
I sent
about
that.
how the working party healthcare is a right, not a privilege. Hello.
Could you imagine what it sounds like when you call Bernie and he answers the phone and says hello?
Hello.
Hello. Who's there?
Can't hear anything.
You think Bernie has a You think Bernie has a landline?
Oh, it's definitely.
Actually, he's got 3 houses. He's got 3 landlines.
I bet you he has the old school rotary phone that was up on the wall.
Yep.
You would pick it up and they go.
Yep.
You take the number. You go round and round in circles like the buses Kamala Harris talk about, take you across the town. For healthcare.
Cut 20 here.
Bernie probably has the cordless phone, and he probably takes it with him, like
Yeah.
from the kitchen to the living room. He's got the clicker and he's got the cordless.
All right, let's go to cut 20 here on talking about defunding some of these elite schools that are.
By the way, I just love that now that we're defunding everything other than the police. It's a great time to be alive.
Yeah, I agree.
Roll this.
President Trump has been publicly attacking private law firms, namely those that have historically represented.
Another attorney? This is Elizabeth Mickenturf.
Can we assume this one's gender, the pronouns?
I mean,
yeah.
What is it? Just a town hall full of attorneys?
Right.
Yeah. Ugh, attorneys.
A lawyer convention.
Yeah. Scum of the earth.
And to think I
lawyers.
tried to be one for 90 days.
Yeah.
President Trump has been publicly attacked.
The reason we're in the situation we're in the United States is because of lawyers.
Right. Imagine if Nick Kayal would have became a lawyer. Profession would have been shot.
Yeah.
Historically represented the Democratic Party, Hillary Clinton, or have pursued lawsuits into him or investigations against him, including into January 6th. What should Congress be doing to protect the legal profession's independence from political retaliation?
What's your name, Mickenturf?
Thank you for that question. It's something I am very, very concerned about. So let's take a deep breath and try to see where we are. I talked a little bit about economics. We're an economy.
Do you use pronouns?
Where working families are
Downward-facing
struggling
dog.
while the very rich get richer. But what Trump is doing right now, and I would hope very much that my Republican colleagues and Republicans all over this country understand it. Men and women put their lives on the line, and they fought and sometimes died to defend democracy. And democracy means you can disagree with me. I'll give you one example of what's going on in this country. You correct me if I'm wrong here, Anderson. Trump, I'm going to get to the law firms in a moment.
Yeah. Just hold your horses.
Trump, in his movement toward authoritarianism is attacking, he's sued ABC, sued Meta, suing CBS.
We'll get to Meta in a second.
He is now investigating PBS and NPR.
NPR.
He has called this station illegal, correct?
I'm not sure about the illegal part, but
I'm
this
still
and
drunk from New Year's
MSNBC
Eve.
illegal. Now, by the way,
Listen
in
to me.
Trump's
I
world,
know
you are
everything.
in an illegal network. What is all that about?
What the hell's he talking?
Now, getting back to the issue of law firms.
What's an illegal network, by the way?
I don't know. Damn to find out.
And saying something's an illegal network isn't illegal, so
Right.
Yeah.
you can say whatever you want. I mean,
I-
most part.
He's starting to Biden a little bit. Like he
Yeah.
tried to do the weave and he lost it.
Yes, he lost the thread.
Sorry, Uncle Bruce, he was eaten by cannibals. Anyway.
The hell with that.
I told you guys on this show many times that my wife's uncle is part Alex Jones, part Bernie Sanders. I sent a couple of these Bernie clips to my wife's uncle last night, and I said I posted this on X because I was actually getting a lot of texts. My wife was looking at them. We were like making fun of Bernie Sanders, and I said, I was just texting with my wife's uncle. I reference him on the show a ton. He's a mix of Alex Jones and Bernie Sanders. He's super right-wing on some issues, super left-wing insane on others. True story. He's obsessed, just like Bernie is, with the 1% of the elites paying more in taxes, the corporations paying more in taxes. And I said to my wife's uncle, I said, dude, you've been paying attention to the news. You see the discoveries that Doge is making. You see where our tax dollars are going. You don't actually think that if you got what you, because he's on the same kick as Bernie, why do these corporations get all these benefits and breaks? You actually think we're going to receive any of these breaks? Like, and I never understood the obsession, even going back to when Hillary was talking about Trump's taxes in 2015. The obsession with other people's taxes is infuriating to me. Does anybody on this show ever think about anybody else's taxes? I do not, and I don't understand the obsession with it. I really don't. Like, I'm annoyed enough that I got to pay the percentage I have to pay. I don't have the time in the day to think about other people's financial situations. That's just me, though.
I don't worry about it.
Right.
I don't worry about it. I
Okay.
worry about my own situation.
Okay.
That's it. It's like kind of like apply America first, but personally. Like,
yeah.
I'm going to do what works for me. Works for my family, and you do you.
Yep.
And that's I don't really care what the neighbor's doing. I don't care who's doing what. I don't like taxes. I hate it. Every time around this year, I start to get angry. Angrier than normal. It's like April 15th is an angry day, and then usually week 2 of the NFL season's a very angry day because the Jets season's already over. So,
By the way, your Rangers are in first place.
Yes, they are. Thank you very much. All right,
They're doing a good job.
Not a joke.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're doing pretty well.
Yeah.
They're doing pretty well.
I think the only people that are obsessed with other people's taxes are the people that want to pay less themselves.
Yes.
Right? So they're just like constantly singing about other people paying more so that they essentially have to pay less.
Right. Yep.
So
You'll have to pay more
Right.
because it's your fair share.
Well, Trump said it in one of the debates in like 15 or 16, where he's like, you pay 0 taxes, and he goes, yeah, because I'm smart. That's exactly the right answer.
It's the Chappelle answer, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Remember when
Basically
Chappelle
saying,
gave the
you
story?
gave me
Yes.
you gave me this loophole,
Yep.
and I took it.
100%.
Hillary.
Yeah.
And the same reason, and the reason you don't change it is because you and your friends,
Your cronies,
take advantage of the same loopholes
breaks
that
that I
I
do.
do.
Yep.
Like a pro athlete, I'll just throw out, and I don't like him, but let's throw out LeBron James. Comes to the top of mind. LeBron James is paying 48% in taxes. Why does he have to pay more?
Yeah.
Why should he have to pay more? Why should some numbnuts that makes $38,000 a year be bitching about an athlete that makes $50 million a year, and 23 of that $50 million is deducted to Uncle Sam? He's given up enough of his money. Well, he makes $27 million. So it's called capitalism. He's worth it. He earned it.
He's the best player in
Right.
was, but he was the best player in the sport for a while. He deserves it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Otani, same deal.
Yep.
You could look at the top of the sport. He shouldn't have to. I don't think he should. I don't like him.
Right.
But I think his it's only right for him to be able to keep his money.
Cut 16 here, Phil. Bernie mentioned Meta. Yesterday, a whistleblower told congressional lawmakers that Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg and other executives lied to Congress as Meta actively tried to help China develop AI in an effort to win favor with Beijing. Sarah Wynne Williams, who detailed her experience at Meta in the scathing memoir Careless People, testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee on Crime and Terrorism that she witnessed Zuckerberg and other executives, quote, repeatedly undermine U.S. national security and betray American values. Let's roll this.
My name is Sarah Wynne Williams, and I served as the Director of Global Public Policy at Facebook, now Meta, for nearly 7 years, starting in 2011. Throughout those 7 years, I saw Meta executives repeatedly undermine U.S. national security and betray American values. They did these things in secret to win favor with Beijing and build an $18 billion business in China. We are engaged in a high-stakes AI arms race against China. And during my time at Meta, company executives lied about what they were doing with the Chinese Communist Party to employees, shareholders, Congress, and the American public.
Sunday morning, Wall Street Journal will have a headline: Meta whistleblower found dead in dumpster.
Oh, yeah. All day.
Right. Right.
Suicide.
That'll happen
I mean, I think we've
apparently it'll be a suicide.
Ferris, I think we've been on this one for a while. Zuckerberg, Meta, we talk about the censorship, the free speech. That's just one component to the big tech corruption that's been going on in this country and globally for quite some time.
Yeah, I'm not into Zuck. Definitely, we've known about what was going on Facebook for a long time. I mean, they took one of my accounts away for a while. For some reason, they gave it back. I don't know why, but I'm happy I have, my original account back. But we knew it was going on, and they told us, no, that's not what it is. Your content is just bad. Or I'm like, no. We knew it was going on, and it's terrible. It's terrible that it was happening, but now these people are coming out and admitting it. No one cares anymore. It's the problem is when it's relevant, it gets swept under the rug, and then years later, it's like, well, there are bigger things to worry about. All right, fine. I see how this game works.
Did you happen to see the AI video that China put out about Americans in manufacturing that was circulating yesterday? We covered it on the show. I didn't know if you saw it or not.
I didn't see it. No.
If we could,
accurate.
If we could pull that back up and play this for Farish at some point, that would be great.
Yeah, we should
because that is the AI arms race. They're talking, and that's obviously one element to it.
Let's do that in the 9 o'clock hour.
Okay.
Before we have to break again, Phil, if you can grab that from yesterday. Cut 12 here first. So a bill that passed the Colorado House yesterday will, if they push this through, this bill is amazing, and not amazing in a good way. It's just amazing that it's passed the Colorado House.
It's gotten to this point, yeah.
When determining custody cases, is the parent refusing to call a child by the chosen new gender identity? Alicia Acuna is for us in Denver now. Alicia.
Hi, Harris. This Colorado House bill, if signed into law as written, would mean if a parent misgenders their child, meaning refers to them by their gender at birth or dead names, calling them by their old name, it could be considered a form of coercive control, and that could impact custody decisions. From the bill summary, quote, a court shall consider reports of coercive control when determining the allocation of parental responsibilities in accordance with the best interests of the child. One of the sponsors of this bill says this is about protecting the child's best interests and the rights of parents who support the child's gender identity. House Republicans in the minority here call it misguided and a threat to parental rights.
I believe it's misguided. It fundamentally oversteps the proper role of government. It threatens parental rights. It raises serious constitutional issues. This is not protecting children. It's weaponizing the courts against parents.
And this is how a Democratic lawmaker responded to a complaint that family rights groups not associated with LGBTQ rights were not given more of a say.
We heard from groups that called trans community members groomers and pedophiles. I will call those groups hateful. I will compare that to saying it's like asking someone working on civil rights legislation to consult with white supremacist groups.
What a dumb
this bill.
Hey, Denver. Hey, Boulder. If I want to dead name my daughter, I'm going to dead name my daughter. You want to talk about government overreach? Okay. I mean, and look, I understand. My wife was a child sex abuse social worker for many years. So she worked for the county, and she would have to go into homes, unfortunately at times, and remove children from abusive situations. This does not rise to the level of abusive situations. This rises to the level of the government operating as what's in the best interest of the kid to be a parent, because Bobby was born a boy and now he wants to be a girl, and mom and dad are like, no, Bobby, might be a phase, might be a trend. You might grow out of it. Let's hold off on chopping off your breasts or chopping off your penis and creating a vagina for you until maybe your brain is done formulating. State.
Yeah. Stupid from Colorado. This has been a bill that they've been working on for a couple weeks, and
just when I was ready to give them credit too for the psychedelic mushrooms. By the way, did you guys see that story?
Yeah,
you could. They're doing experimental phases for health and wellness, and they're going to see how it works. And I'm
recreationalizing. Yeah, the microdosing.
Right.
I think we need to bring back spanking our kids.
I agree.
I feel like that kind of kept my generation in line, and things have just gone off the rails.
My dad would give me 5 across the eyes from time to time, and I turned up to be a stellar gentleman, didn't
Anna,
I?
you think you're a little boy? How about now? Whack! I'm a girl now!
Did your mom slap you?
No, but I got spanked by my dad.
Yeah?
For sure. Yeah.
I'm due to give out a good spanking. I haven't had that spanking in a while. You can read into that however you'd like.
Things have gotten weird here.
Yeah.
Let's look at some instant feedback really fast, and we have to break again. BC MAGA Man says, if Colorado passes this trans bill, Trump should threaten the DEA on every marijuana shop in Colorado.
Put the state out of business.
Richard Notaro says, yet again, Greg Stocker is correct. Thank you, Richard. I understand showering every day, but it's better not to. As he said, your skin needs natural oils. Thank you very much. Me says White House needs to call Schiff's bluff and use this as a chance to investigate insider trading in D.C. and Congress. I agree with all of those things.
Fine with that.
There you go.
All right, we'll play the China video on the other side. Plus, what else do we have? Oh, yeah, the Florida man that got his head run over. And Joni Ernst, Florida federal employees showed up to the office to not work. Senator Schumer refused to criticize attacks on Tesla. We have Tim Walz and another Ohio high school teacher / counselor admitting to sexually abusing a child.
I feel like it's every day.
Nice.
43-year-old attractive woman.
Oh, I was just about to ask, hot or not? 'Cause
Yeah.
that usually determines if it's a crime or not.
Another one of these, Sean. Yes.
Another
Yeah.
Gen Xer that can't keep their stuff under control, huh?
Oh, just like you were saying, they're bringing sex back.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's with children. So.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. You will be able to see all of these videos. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe buttons.
Kayal and Company back after this with the 9 o'clock hour on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. It's springtime. Time to think about your lawn. What about your lawn care service? Years ago, I chose a lawn care service which delivers great results and is actually safer for my family, kids, and pets. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they do not believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush, green lawns naturally. With organic fertilizers to the safer weed and insect controls, your lawn thrives season after season without compromising any safety. But you don't have to just take my word for it. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Now's the time. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. Get free seeding every year for a greener, healthier lawn, plus free seeding, 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit
Day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come. Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Dawn Stensland here. The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full lines of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
He had white horses and ladies by the score, all dressed in satin and waiting by the door. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Ooh, what a lucky man he was.
Kayal and Company, 9 o'clock hour, off and running. It's a Thursday morning. Nick, Anna, Greg, Sean. Good financial news coming in. CNN reporting breaking news that for the month of March, U.S. inflation fell and was better than expected. Inflation dropping to 2.4%, lower than the expectation of 2.5%. Or CPI inflation falls below 3% for the first time since March of 2021. So we had the jobs report, I believe, a week and a half ago or so. I think it was, 228,000 in the private sector. So that was good. And inflation coming in a little better than the experts were predicting. Wanted to pass that along as we continue with Greg Stocker's never-ending cut sheet.
Yesterday, did this surprise you guys that Michigan Democrat Governor Gretchen Whitmer went to the White House?
I saw her over in the corner.
Yeah. Trump had some very nice words to say about her.
Oh.
You have cut 3 here, Phil? Let's roll this.
Was he aware that that was Gretchen he was talking to?
We're honored to have Gretchen Whitmer from Michigan, great state of Michigan.
Where's Jackie?
And she's really done an excellent job. And a very good person. And we're working on the Selfridge, as you know, the air base. We're trying to get the air base open, keep it open. I think, Gretchen, if you're there, and Matt Hall, the Speaker of the House of Michigan. And he's been fantastic as the Speaker. I appreciate it. We won the state, Matt, and you helped me a lot.
I did.
I won your state.
That's good too. And Gretchen, I think everybody knows. So we're working on that very hard, and I think we'll come home with a winner for Michigan. Okay. I just spoke with the Secretary of Defense. Sometimes we call him the Secretary of War. It used to be called the Secretary of War. They changed it when we became a little bit politically correct. But I think we're in great shape. We're going to be in great shape. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much, Matt. Congratulations. Great job.
So 2 things. Number 1, it would have been great if you called her watermelon head as well. That would have been epic. What the hell was the point of the with him blow? This is where he just. What is he talking about? What was
like
this?
3D chess, where he knows that if he gives her praise, that her constituents will hate her?
I'm still trying to figure out.
Because that's what I was thinking the angle was.
What was she there for again, and what was the point of the clip? Because this is where it's. I mean, if I'm being consistent, this is where he rambles at times, and I'm like, what was he actually trying to talk about there? Did he even achieve
some sort of military base out there?
Okay.
That's why he brought up Hegseth, and I don't know what's going on at that base. He does this all the time with people that aren't good, though, right? Like if they're in his presence, he does it, I guess, to be nice and courteous and be like, that's a nice person, but he doesn't like.
Do you guys think that this is all calculated, where he's just an epic troll as far as being able to ridicule? Like one day he'll call Gretchen Whitmer something awful, and then he'll be nice to her. Same thing with Gavin Newsom. Do you think he's bipolar?
No,
Like,
no,
what do
just
you think it
manipulative.
is?
No, I think it's
No.
all showmanship. I think
Okay.
he does it
That's what it
as he does it all as like, it's a show. We're
Yeah.
gonna say things about our opponents that,
Right.
that are, you know what I mean? Like
Oh, I
it's
love
like
Exactly.
it's like when I call out former radio hosts that used to work on the station that try and compete with us. Try is the operative word, and they can't do it. And I have nothing against said humans. They're all lovely people, but if you come in my space and try and take my audience, then I'm gonna go after you. So I don't
bring
care.
it.
Yeah. So
It's part of the game.
It's part of the game.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Kill or be killed, baby.
Yeah.
By the way, the former Harris campaign ally visited the White House to advocate for issues important to her state, including keeping an Air National Guard base open and invasive species out of Lake Michigan. Apparently, there's some carp coming into Lake Michigan, and they want
carp issue.
Yeah.
Oh, I did see
So
that.
she don't like.
Yeah.
She didn't like carp invading the lakes of Michigan, but she had no problem with the bad hombres invading the United
Right.
States of America.
Right.
That's cool. From
She's got no problem with terrorists in Dearborn, Michigan, but God forbid
Oh,
the
yeah.
carp.
Yeah.
By the way, I did see a clip of Trump. He was talking about all the lakes, I guess. How many Great Lakes are there? 5?
5. Don't ask me to name them,
Erie.
please.
No, it's Erie,
Superior.
Michigan,
Ontario.
Superior, Ontario, and Huron, right?
Huron,
Sure.
Erie,
Sure.
Michigan,
I re-
Ontario,
see? Yep.
and what was the other one?
Michigan, Erie, Superior, Ontario, and Huron.
Superior.
Yeah.
That's what I missed, yeah.
Those are the 5.
Yeah.
Why I remember that from our
Greatest lakes.
schooling days. and then he
Like
goes,
the lakes great again.
do we have the clip of him? He's like, I think they all interconnect and they dump into
Yeah,
one bit.
no, I saw it, but I didn't pull it yesterday because it made my brain
level
hurt.
of geographic awareness right now in front of camera. Did you guys see our good friend Chris Matthews not knowing what a tree was on MSNBC yesterday?
did.
I didn't see
Oh, you guys
that.
didn't
What?
see
No,
that?
I didn't see
Oh,
it.
because he was he literally said this guy is just about as bright as I don't know nothing. Just one of the dumbest.
Here comes
You know,
Jimmy's
oh
phone
yay,
call.
Hurricane Sandy, I love her. Oh, you apologize? I don't care. Okay, you rub that in our face because Barack Obama got elected, so you can kick rocks. But here's the thing he said on MSNBC yesterday with Morning Joe. Well, what is America going to do if we stop importing wood from Canada? Create more wood?
Oh yeah. Oh,
Bro.
yeah.
Bro. Okay, so how does Canada? What do you think? Canada just snaps their. What does they have a wood fairy in Canada? Is this guy one of the dumbest? Why put this scandal-ridden piece of filth on the air anymore? You got nothing better, MSNBC, than to trot out Chris Matthews. Chris, Hurricane Sandy was great, Matthews. Chris, I don't know what are they going to do? Just create more wood? Trees. Words I can't say on the radio.
So Anna has
Can't
no
say-
idea about the backdrop here. So Chris Matthews from MSNBC
Yeah.
and Hardball back in the day.
Stupid person.
His
Dumb.
nephew Jimmy Matthews lives in my neighborhood of Bluebell, PA.
Oh, wow. Did you
And
troll him?
Jimmy's no, not really. I
Okay.
kind of like Jimmy. He's a cool
Yeah.
guy. He's politically on the wrong side, but that's fine. Everybody is entitled to make mistakes. So he's a hardcore listener of our station, and he'll call in from time to time.
Yeah.
He ran with our Kayal and Company flag up the Art Museum steps after Trump won the election because we had a bet that if he lost, and he voted for Kamala, obviously. So one day, Sean's on, and I think Sean, were you filling in for the full 4 hours that day? I think.
Yeah.
And Sean was going off on Chris Matthews, so Jimmy's nephew calls in.
Yeah.
And I take the call, and I told Sean, get ready, you're gonna butt heads. So I just sat back for about 8 minutes and let them just go back at
Watch
it.
the brawl.
It was
Pass out the popcorn.
great radio.
Because what I said was Chris Matthews gloated about Hurricane Sandy. He said on national television, I'm so happy that storm happened last week because it helped Barack Obama get reelected. That's what he was talking about. And I lived through that. And I'm like, oh, you're happy about it? If I ever see this guy in public, I'm gonna let him have it. I don't be in the same room as me if you're Chris Matthews. I will bring it. Listen, Mom was an Italian from Brooklyn. We hold grudges. Okay. We don't let them go.
Yeah.
And that's the type of thing you don't say on TV. I wouldn't sit there and if a natural disaster happened and it helped Donald Trump's cause, I wouldn't be like, well, I'm really happy that EF5 tornado ripped through some rural town in Iowa because it led Trump. Stupid thing to say. So I criticize him over it, and he's telling me, oh, he never said that. Oh, he said it.
Chris Matthews
But he
said,
apologized. I don't care.
For those just tuning in, here's what Chris Matthews said.
But there's another thing. I watched on the evening news last night, one of the other networks, and I watched the issue of lumber. Now, you see, we get so much of our lumber, our 2x4s, from Canada. Where we get it from? Canada. We get our newsprint from up there for newspapers. The fact is we get it. What are we going to do? Have more lumber made in the United States now? What is our plan now? Oh, we're not going to import wood, so we're going to make more wood? We're going to create more wood? Is that it? I don't think we're in a position to simply replicate the imports coming into this country with our own products. They can't always be done. And I think if a wood's example of that, wood. Are we going to make more wood in this country because of our trade deal? I don't think so.
Would not. I didn't know Chris Matthews was still a thing on MSNBC. I thought he was long gone from that network.
Breaking news, okay? Canada is the only country in the world with trees. That's it. Yes, you can make more wood. It's called planting. Yeah. What a stupid guy.
How about we just take all the trees off of golf courses? That'll eradicate the issue and make me a better golfer.
Good idea.
Cut 15.
I'm a tree magnet, too.
Yes.
Cut 15 here. Joni Ernst said this about federal employees that wanted to protest having to go back to the office. Roll it.
It even goes further than that, Maria. Things as outrageous as trying to get workers back into the office. We actually had workers that showed up at the office to protest having to come back to work at the office. So we're finding all kinds of things with the Doge work, the squeal work that I have done for 10 years. And thank heavens we have President Trump and Doge, the Office of Government Efficiency, that's finally cracking down on these types of activities.
That voice is annoying.
So, Anna, let's rank our dumb protests. Protesting to go back to the office by protesting and returning to said office, but just not to work. That would be up there. So my Mount Rushmore of stupid protests, let's see if you guys agree with this. The return to work protest that we just highlighted there. Queers for Palestine.
Okay.
Elon is a Nazi. And I guess Trump is Hitler. That would fall into the other same one. Those are the top three. How would you? Am I missing any stupid protests?
I mean, I feel like most of them are, but I think that this one takes the cake just because of the level of irony.
So if I was the boss, would you? If you're the boss there, you see Johnny, who's been refusing to come back, and then he shows up to protest outside of the office, do you immediately fire him? I would.
It seems
like in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
To protest,
so you're going to protest
doing more work by doing more work.
Right.
You're protesting coming to work by coming to work. You are no longer smart enough to hold this job.
Right.
You're out.
You're out.
I can't trust you.
You're done.
It's gone.
You're done.
That's it.
It's like it would be like
himself.
It would be like Rich Zioli protesting that he has to come into the studio by coming into the studio.
Yeah, it's almost as bad as Rich Zioli saying, "I don't want to come into the studio for my afternoon show, but I'll take a cab to New York to do television for 9 minutes." I don't understand it.
He knows you love him,
but it's not my not my issue.
This is cut 13 here. What is going on in England, by the way? This is just the UK is just.
Oh, this is what I referenced yesterday.
Yeah.
If their judges continue to wear those ridiculous wigs, nothing's going to get fixed.
I agree with you, Sean. This is Humberside, England. It's like northern England. Not sure. I don't know if it's near lower or upper Uncton. But apparently in the middle of the night, a police officer showed up to this woman's door,
dressed like Scuba Steve.
Asked her to remove a clip you posted on the internet on social media.
Okay, so this did happen.
Yeah, roll this.
2:30 in the morning. Can I ask why, for a second time tonight, you are disturbing me and my son in my home?
Yeah, because there's I've been made aware there's videos that have been posted onto social media, including those that were made this morning.
This morning? What made this morning?
And of my officers that have been round this evening.
Right, and?
So I'm here to kindly ask that you remove said videos from social media. If you do
no, I don't think I've broke the law, so I don't think I will.
And also, I want to advise you that you might well be committing offences under the Malicious Communications Act, okay?
Okay.
So some Restrictive Communications Act on free speech. Do we know the context of what she posted? Or,
No.
Not that I think it really doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter.
Sean Farish, if you post an impression of Donald Trump later today, or if you go on a tangent on Rumble and the Tennessee State Police shows up at your house and tells you to delete it, what are you going to do?
Well, Tennessee State Police
know they
wouldn't
would
show up
do.
here. Usually, it would probably be the Rutherford County Sheriffs because they like to come to my house, but with guns. I would say probably not.
Yeah.
Let's you have a warrant would be my first question.
Yeah, there you go.
You have a warrant. Why are you here? You don't like my posts on social? Would you like to make one? Look at this. I'm gonna say, you know what? Now you're gonna be in one. You're a stupid person. How about that? You are a stupid person. Now I support defunding the police. How's that sound?
I didn't think cancel culture could be any worse than when you get canceled in a profession for something on social media.
No, they take you to jail in the UK.
In the UK, it's even worse.
She probably said something about, like transgenders or woke ideology, but if you post in the UK like Allah Akbar, death to the West, totally fine.
Right. Yeah.
No problems.
Yeah, I mean, I lost a job over a tweet that I should never have lost a job. It was a fill-in
What's that
job.
like?
It sucks. I don't know. Can you speak about that?
No, I can't.
I mean, it's ridiculous that
Cannot.
we live in this world. But
Never
it
lost
actually
a job
gets
to a
worse. It actually gets worse when the government tries to show up. I mean, it goes back to the who was the kid with the meme about Hillary in 2016? He served 7 months federally.
Douglas Mackey.
Mackey. Yeah.
Douglas Mackey.
By the way, I'm not since you referenced it for the listeners who don't know what you guys are talking about. Sean Otto was let go from a woke radio company because she posted something about George Floyd on social
really?
media. Yeah.
It was like on maybe May 29th, 2025. So I could have maybe waited like 2 more weeks.
2020.
2020, excuse me, 2020.
So you were like right. His body wasn't even cold yet.
Well,
There was still fentanyl in his blood.
And if Anna did this in May 29th of 2025, that's really incredible because we're still about 6 weeks away from that happening.
In the future, about to make a post about
in
it.
Time. What are the lotto numbers?
I know. It was timely, not tasteful. So, I thought it was funny, but no one was in the mood for jokes in the end of May 2020. It was a lot of black squares, and I was like, you know what? People need a laugh, and then got fired. So, jokes on me, I guess.
I got canceled in 2016 for a Penn State football tweet.
Yeah, I know you told me about that yesterday.
Did I ever give that story on the air here?
No.
Should I fill the audience in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was out of Philadelphia. I was done with my satellite show. And I was looking for some holiday fill-in work. And I told Anna this story yesterday. It was called SB Nation Radio. You might have seen the SB Nation website. It's kind of like a Bleacher Report site. And they had me do like 10 holiday fill-in shifts. I was going to do it from my home. And it was the first year, Sean, of the second year of the college football playoff when it was just 4 teams. And I'm not a Penn State fan. Everybody knows I'm an Alabama fan. But I thought Penn State got hosed. They should have been in. The committee didn't put them in. They didn't think they were deserving. And I tweeted that this is the biggest tragedy to ever happen in college football athletics. Penn State should be in. And people were like, you mean travesty? And I'm like, no. They're like, and then all the people started blowing up my Twitter mentions. Dude, you do realize the biggest tragedy ever in college football history is what Jerry Sandusky did to those little kids at Penn State. And I'm like, do I really need to differentiate between on-the-field tragedy and being left out of the playoffs versus molestation?
They got on you for that?
Yeah.
People fired you for that?
And the network said, the boss reached out to me and said, yeah, we're not going to be able to use you now for those fill-in shifts. So I was out like
Are you kidding? For that?
$3,000. Yeah.
Oh my God!
Cancel culture got out of control.
It was.
Well, no, it's now, and you know what it is now, Greg? It's assassination culture.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
It's fruit of the poisonous tree.
Yes.
Because canceling people was supposed to be the end all be all. Right. You're off the internet. You're out. Nobody could find you. You know, you got to go work at McDonald's, like Kamala Harris allegedly did, but she never did. Now it's like you can't. Everyone's uncancelable because there are those platforms now that won't cancel you. You can say you could say whatever you want on Rumble as long as it's not illegal, and they will not take your content down. It's amazing.
Yep.
X is close to that, but there's plenty of. But now it's like, oh, okay, well, the only way to really cancel you is to kill you. I mean, seriously, that is what they've. That's all cancel culture. That's why when I see people I don't agree with, Candace Owens blaming the Jews for everything. I don't want her canceled. I want her challenged. I want her to keep talking. When I get these people like Myron Gaines, which isn't actually his name, which is hilarious.
It's not the Fresh and Fit guy?
His name. Yeah,
is using a fake name? What a little.
It's a fake name. Yeah. His real name is like Amru something or other.
Oh, that makes sense because he's Sudanese. Yeah.
Right. When he worked for the feds, he went by Myron Gaines. So he's like, oh, it's my stage name. I'm like, you're not, this isn't Romeo and Juliet. We don't do stage
His
names.
nom de
okay?
plume.
But the whole thing was, so he put a Klan hood on the other day. And I'm like, this is why you don't want to cancel people, right? Because they will show you who they really are. And you guys, everybody can see it and say, look, you see, this is why I have a problem with this person, that person, this person. So, let them, I always say, let them talk, right? Let them talk. And the audiences will filter themselves out. They'll retain an audience because there are people who want that content, which I don't agree with, but there are people who want it. But the sensible people who are like, I used to agree with so-and-so, but now not so much, will drift away.
Yep.
And that's, that's what'll happen.
Today's-
I hate
yeah.
cancel culture.
Today's Kayal and Company is officially renamed the Cancel Culture Club.
By the way,
Yes.
but on the YouTube chat, JK13, like we're not like they're getting on us because they think we're ripping Zioli. Like nobody's ripping him.
What's he talking about?
Give me a break.
Give me ripping Zioli.
Oh God, these people are they're just the thinnest.
Who rips
skins.
Zioli?
Us for not coming into the studio.
Oh, my joke?
Yeah, we would say it if he was here.
I text Zioli about it all the time. Relax.
These people are just. Oh, you're doing this? Oh my lord! Oh heavens! Must clutch me pearls. Is there a real radio war? No, there's no radio war. We love each
Zioli
other.
and I are boys.
Yeah.
Was Greg Stocker the voice of Jar Jar Binks? That was pretty good.
We're actually trying to coordinate our next company drinking session on the company dime. So
I thought that was Ilhan Omar for a second talking, Greg. That was pretty good. Some people did something.
I thought this was the audience that wasn't offended by things.
Oh, they're offended by everything. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
I was sold a bill of goods.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, this
you're
is
like, this is free speech radio. We can get on here and
Yeah.
say whatever we want to. It's
Kayal,
like,
you're gonna
you better not
love
say
it.
that. Don't say that.
Nick, you only agree with Trump on 8 out of 10 things. You rhino.
All right, let's take a break and come back because I don't know if you guys can see this, but I have like 5 pages more of stuff.
Jesus. I'm not complaining. I love it. By the way, this has become a theme now. Like, the show basically becomes the cut sheet until the finish line, starting at 7:45.
Yeah, I don't know
there
why.
was a stretch where we had stories like at
We can still do that.
8:50.
We
No,
can
this
still
is
do that.
better.
We can still do
The
that.
hell with stories.
We can still do that.
I like riffing.
All right.
I don't need a script.
We need a really quick break, and then you have to get over to YouTube because you want to see these upcoming videos of the Florida man who gets run over by a Jeep. His head literally gets run over by a Jeep.
It's crazy.
Who do you think was driving? Can we play that game?
I think Zioli just arrived in Manhattan. Oh, I
What if
shouldn't- I
it's
shouldn't say
exactly
that.
what you think? You're like, oh.
By the way, yes, and the Ohio school counselor who admitted to sexually abusing a student.
Maybe the Ohio school teacher should be dealt with by the Ohio bus driver.
I'm done with you.
Yeah.
All right, let's quick break.
Yeah, quick break. Back after this.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement
Hey, you've had enough.
with a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports, but to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
Spring into savings now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on LG. Get a deluxe stainless steel kitchen suite with French door refrigerator from LG. Regularly $5,700 for only $2398.88 after rebate. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Your new kitchen. Visualize it.
Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with styles, colors, and layouts online and preview your perfect space before your design consultation. Then Kitchen Magic's design experts can refine the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years, Kitchen Magic has crafted over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel. Let's go mow.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Reach out, touch faith. You run, personal, Jesus.
9:31. Kayal and Company. Nick, Anna, Greg, and Sean. All the bells and whistles coming up shortly. The Morning Mystery Movie Clip. What occurred today in music history. Anna will have some news at the top of the hour.
I got a note yesterday from a consultant he's not consulting me, but he's like a consultant in the business who was listening to the show.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, "My God, it sounds like you guys are having a party in the morning."
Yeah.
I said, "Wow, thank you. That's a great compliment. I
Who knew?
appreciate that. It's a good
Who
time."
knew?
Yeah. Who knew? Who knew you could make radio fun?
Yeah.
Make radio fun again.
Shocking.
That's
Shocking.
right.
Yes.
Shocking.
Supposed to be fun.
Thank
That's
you.
right.
Thank you.
That's why everybody on this show is a very interesting individual in one way or the other. We're not giving you the run-of-the-mill talk radio back in my day. Remember back in the day when they would like smoke cigarettes while they were on the air?
We need to bring that back.
Yeah. Remember Larry King would do his TV show on CNN in the 90s, burning a lung dart.
We need to bring that back. Everybody just, hello, Houston, you're on the air. How about Christian and Abington? You're on the air.
Christian in Abington is on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Hello, Christian.
Hello.
Hello, sir. So the idea of cancel culture is so profoundly intellectually lazy. The whole concept that you don't want to hear something so you won't get an idea of who that person is, it's so counterproductive.
Mm-hmm.
It's like telling someone, if you're in football and you're lined up opposite of someone and they're offside and you warn them. Like, don't help them. Let them see who you are.
Good point.
My buddy's mom was saying that she's so mad that AOC and Waltz are getting too much airtime. They're making the Dems look bad. I'm like, no, that's who you are. Why would anyone stop you from showing the world who you are? 2026 and 2028 are right around the corner. We need to know who you Democrats are.
You know, here's a great point, Christian, and you're making an excellent point. Perfect example is what John Kennedy from Louisiana said about Jasmine Crockett. They're calling it right now. The Republicans are like, wait a minute, this is the best you have. It's called Operation Let Her Speak. And the more Jasmine Crockett speaks, the more you realize that the Democrats aren't changing anything. They're completely insane. They've been hijacked by the left-wing faction of their party. And you're just going to, it's, what's the old adage? It's better to keep your mouth shut and let them assume you're stupid than speak and prove them right.
Yeah.
Just let them keep doing this, right? Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
It's exactly the point. So to any of the conservatives out there who are mad about what people are saying, enjoy the show. Don't stop them. Let them keep going. Encourage it, as a matter of fact.
Yeah,
We will
never
win in the
interrupt
end.
your enemy.
Yep.
Never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake.
But
you know,
conservatives, please know, conservatives, that there are special elections going on and know that they're occurring because we can't keep losing. Sean, you said
Correct.
it, right? Nobody sits it out. Everybody needs to be activated. We saw what happened in that Wisconsin Supreme Court election. We saw what happened here in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, where a Democrat won in a region Trump won by 16 points. Let them keep speaking, but also don't, just get too comfortable and forget that there are elections coming up, right?
Oh, yeah. Let the Democrats talk, but that doesn't mean sit home and do nothing and only let them talk, right? I mean, look, nobody likes to hear this, but yeah, the Wisconsin race was not what we wanted. Lancaster, Pennsylvania, you had a 16-point district go to a Democrat by less than a percentage point. And the two special elections down in Florida were 30-point and 33-point margins, and they were only won by 15 points. So those are three 15-point slips across the country. If you're not looking at that going, all right, that's a little bit of a trend, I don't like it, then you're not good at this game. Honestly, then politics shouldn't be your thing, right? I mean, it's not just enough to say, well, we won the seats in Florida, let's celebrate those. You gave up 15 points, and then you lost the seat because you gave up the same margin in Pennsylvania. So, we got to stay engaged. Everybody's got to participate.
9 o'clock hour brought to you by First Bank. If you're ready to drive your business success with a trusted local partner, well, then you can count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. All right, as we continue here with Stalker's Cut Sheet.
All right, so get on over to YouTube to see this video, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. This is Cut 14, Phil. A Florida man gets his head run over by a Jeep while taking a nap on the beach. 33-year-old Colson Janey was rushed to the hospital after getting run over by a Jeep Wrangler on Ormond Beach. Is that how you say it? Ormond Beach. I guess I had maybe fallen asleep for a little bit, and then I woke up to a tire coming over my head, Janey said. Janey broke his forearm, broke his femur, and has bruising to his face, but will survive. Surgeons were forced to put a titanium rod in his leg. The driver of the Jeep was cited for careless driving, according to the New York Post. This is a little combination, I think, of the news report and the body cam video. Roll this, Phil.
This all happened Saturday afternoon. Deputies say the driver left the travel lanes, backed into a parking spot, and ran over Janey's head and body.
Oh my God. Jeez.
So now I have a forearm that's broken in two places, both bones in the forearm, clean break, and then my femur, which was broken. And they just had to put a titanium rod in yesterday.
Witnesses called 911 immediately. EMTs arrived, reset his leg, and loaded him onto the ambulance, but Janey's aunt tells us the ride was anything but smooth.
That EMS vehicle was stuck multiple times in the sand in getting to my nephew. Moreover, once they got him in that EMS vehicle, the splint stabilizing unit was broken.
Doctors immobilized his arm and performed surgery Sunday on his leg. The recovery will be painful and long.
What I've heard is 3 or 4 months of recovery time. So obviously I'll be in a wheelchair, then potentially crutches or something to that effect.
But he's choosing to focus on the positives.
I'm just thankful to be alive and to be able to walk again at some point.
Folks, this is why when I nap at home in my bed.
Oh, man. What? Yeah. Can I ask a question? In all seriousness, I'm all for freedom. I'm all for people doing whatever they want to do as long as you're not harming other people. What's the point of driving on the beach?
That's a good question.
Oh, it's fun. You know what? We had it on Long Island, but it was a little different. You could, people would bring fishing. You go surf casting.
Yeah.
You don't have to drag all your crap to the beach. You know what I mean? Walk a mile when you park. You could just park it up there. And if you got a Jeep, you open it up, get the towels out. You got a nice cooler with some beverages. It's like a cool concept, but I really would like to know who was driving that Jeep. Release her name.
Release the tapes.
Hashtag release her name.
Yes.
You're assuming it was a female, Anna?
Jeep Wrangler. If that was the car, that teal one, that's a chick car all day.
Yeah, that's a broad vehicle.
Yeah. Hate to say it, but
wow.
Yeah.
Calling out your own
my own race,
your own kind.
My own
your own.
Listen,
kind.
I identify as a human. Okay, equal opportunity offender right here. So.
Can you imagine he obviously, it's clear he kind of passed out, right?
Yeah,
So
it's like Joe in the beach chair at Delaware.
yeah, you pass out and you wake up and there's a Jeep Wrangler running over your head. Oh my God!
I don't know what I would do at that point. It's
Yeah.
just, that's wild.
Yeah.
Beach.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Like you'd probably still think you're dreaming. That's the type
exactly.
of stuff like you
This
know, you
can't be-
wake
yeah.
up and you're like, well,
This can't be real, right?
Yeah.
can't be real.
By the way, I'm anti-beach as far as the sand goes. I'm not sleeping on the sand. No.
There's nothing better. There's nothing better than passing out on the beach. Nothing
Really?
better.
Just roasting in the
Oh,
sun.
it's nice.
It is
Yeah.
so
It's
nice.
nice.
It's so nice.
I hate
is
the
nice.
sand. I love the beach.
The sand is terrible. I mean,
love
don't get me
going
wrong,
in
the
I
sand
love
is
going in
awful.
the ocean. Yeah, like I have to have the chair and the whole bit. Like
tent,
if my wife brings like a blanket to put down, because in 2 minutes the blanket's blown over. There's sand everywhere. It's just a mess. And then the wet sand after you get out of the water.
Well, just go home and take one of your 18 showers. You know, you're good.
Yeah,
I like the showers at the beach. Those little things you can go underneath just to rinse off before you go back onto the boardwalk.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, you get baby
Back
powder,
when-
gets the sand off you in 2 minutes. Too.
Yeah.
It's real good.
Yeah.
By the way, Dave in South Carolina who called yesterday, it says from salt life to assault life.
Yeah.
Very good. Cut 26 here. This Ohio school counselor admits to sexually abusing a student in her office, and she blames her husband for neglecting her.
Oh.
So because the old man didn't want to give the wife a jump, she decided to break the law.
By the way,
Makes sense to me.
By the way, very attractive. Very attractive. This is what is her name here? Why can I not? Oh, there. Emily Nutley.
Nutley?
Nutley. She's
Of
pled
course
guilty.
that's her last
She
name.
has pled.
So the student was getting nightly.
For 43, has pled guilty to 2 counts of sexual battery. The student had come to Nutley for help and guidance and got Nutley's perverted sexual desires instead, according to Hamilton County prosecutor Melissa Powers.
Student came to Nutley, huh?
This video and audio and everything. You can see everything, by the way, youtube.com.
Any other innuendo in this article that we want to throw?
This is youtube.com/@1210
Whoever
WPHT.
wrote
You
that.
tell her when you get Nutley.
Yeah, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. If you want to see this video courtesy of WLWT TV, the NBC News affiliate in Ohio. Roll this.
Looks like Amber Fry.
Oh,
Scott Peterson
Nutley, when-
trial.
Hang on, can you start it over? That was my fault, Phil.
Yeah.
There we go. Start it over. There we go.
State of Ohio versus Emily Nutley.
Emily Nutley went from the director of academic services at St. X High School to a convicted felon now facing prison time.
And how would you describe your work career? Long, successful.
Her 18-year career came to an end last year after she was indicted on sexual battery charges.
During her employment, specifically on November 19th and December 8th of 2023, she engaged in sexual conduct with a student of hers. The student was a 17-year-old male.
Today, for the first time publicly, Nutley admitted to the accusations.
Freeze it. Pause it. Go ahead, Hummel.
Not
Go off.
guilty.
Go ahead. Have your moment.
This woman made dreams come true and possibly made the hall safer in her school from an active shooter, okay? This woman is a hero. She has fulfilled the fantasy of every 17-year-old boy, a hot teacher.
Yes.
Come on.
for
If
all
he's
of us,
17, all right. If he was like 14, maybe, I don't know. But 17, that's legal in some states.
Yeah, suddenly
It's
I have,
legal
the
in New
urge,
York.
I have the urge to go home and watch American Pie 2 and just focus on Stifler's mom for a little bit.
Oh, my God. 17, get out of here. Not guilty.
She's been working, though. The problem is she's been 18-year career. She's been working for longer than that kid's been alive.
Which makes
It's
it even
wild.
hotter.
It's wild.
On a Hummel.
All right.
Like, why couldn't she just wait like 6 months till he was 18? No problem.
We'll
probably land in the Ivy League somewhere.
roll a little bit more.
Conduct with a 17-year-old male on those 2 dates? Yes. Each of those are a felony in the 3rd degree. How do you plead as to those 2 counts?
Investigators say Nutley had been helping the teen with schoolwork, then began having contact with him outside of school hours. They say Nutley sent the teen nude photos and sexually explicit messages, then began to have a sexual relationship with the teen, both on and off school property. Today, Judge Jennifer Branch accepted Nutley's change of plea and convicted her of the 2 felonies.
Do you agree to accept whatever penalty I impose up to the maximum allowed by law? Yes, Your Honor.
Ann Nutley will be sentenced June 10th. She faces anywhere from probation.
You see her.
I wonder how she got found out. You think it was mom? Mom found the phone or something?
Oh, man.
Could have used the Signal app.
I don't think that the teen boy was complaining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is unbelievable.
Well, here's the problem. This is going to keep happening this is going to happen more and more now with the contact with kids outside of school because of phones and social media.
You're
It was
right.
a lot harder to do when you didn't have Facebook or, phone numbers, messaging apps, etc.
Yep. You're right.
Now you have social media.
Yeah,
a lot easier to do.
back when seducing a child was really an art.
You had to
Now
put
it's
in-
too easy.
you had to
Everyone's
put in
doing
the
it.
work.
It's too easy.
By the way, Sean, we talked about this the other day. Do you ever remember having a hot teacher?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
1,000 times.
Really?
Of course. You think,
Absolutely.
you think hot teachers are just like the social media era?
No, guys, I swear to you, I don't remember
I mean,
having.
there was probably a chick back
having
in
an
the
attraction.
day.
It was
that
never to
wanted
the
bang
point where
Mr.
like, hey,
Belvedere.
I want to.
Yeah.
It was never to the point where like, hey, I want to, take it to the next level with this teacher. But it was like, I don't hate this class as much as I hate other ones. That was kind of like, it was some, and everyone in the school knew who they were. I mean, it wasn't a secret, right? It's like, you have this teacher for your English. Wow, great. That must be a fun English. Yeah, it's not bad.
Yep.
But it was never, for me anyway, and I can't speak for everybody I went to school with, especially the degenerates in my graduating class. But I was never like, let me go do something lewd with this teacher. No, it was silly.
Jimmy Kelly just sent us a text. He said, I had a crush on a teacher's aide.
Yeah.
Greg, I feel like you really missed out because
I
you
feel
didn't
like I
have
did
like
too.
any
No.
hot teachers.
None.
K
None.
through 12. That's
None.
sad.
Yeah, you were in detention half your life. You
I
didn't have
know.
a hot detention counselor?
No, I feel like maybe in ninth grade. Who was Nick? Was Kerry Collins a Penn State quarterback?
Yeah.
Okay, so in ninth grade, I do remember she was only there for like 3 months though.
Okay.
We had a computer teacher who was fresh out of Penn State, and she was dating Kerry Collins.
Oh, wow.
So like I remember her being attractive, but like that's it, and that was like 3 months. I had like old battle axes and dudes.
Yeah, I mean, I had that for the most part too. We had we had intro to psychology in 10th grade with a guy named Mr. Clancy, and he married Mrs. Clancy. But before she was Mrs. Clancy, she was Miss Stevens, and everybody was like, "Oh, Miss Stevens."
Yeah,
is the
yeah.
I feel like you get those teachers too. There were some male teachers I think that my wife had that were young and the girls thought were attractive. But like I don't remember good female teachers.
This is going to only be like for an audience of two, but Greg Stocker, you know where Easton Middle School is, right? At 12th and Northampton Street.
Yeah.
So my sixth grade social studies teacher, Mr. Bonanno, and the English teacher in the same wing, Mrs. I can't remember her name now. But anyway, they actually were having a relationship while we were in sixth grade, and they got caught and outed because they decided to have a romper room session in Mr. Bonanno's BMW in the parking lot during lunch.
Wow.
Nice.
What is it with these names?
Bonanno.
Bonanno.
Not
What is it?
banana,
I have a
Bonanno.
feeling something's up here.
Yeah.
Horny
You know?
Italian.
Yeah, it is. We should actually. Sean has to go, so we should take a break because we have a long break, and then all the bells and whistles on the other side here.
All right.
And then we'll come back on the other side, and I have some other stuff to get to.
All right. Thanks, buddy. We'll talk to you next week. Next week, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we should talk to you next week. Yes.
You got it.
All right, bye, Sean.
Farish.
Thanks, guys.
There he
See you
is.
later.
All right, Newman Price checking in on Twitter. He says the cops busted a Nutley.
That's just easy.
Never
It's
ending.
not wrong, though.
Too easy.
All right. A lot of stuff still ahead. Stay with us. It's Kayal and Company. But first, a word from our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders. They will be helping to furnish my new home later this summer. And if you're looking for, a piece here, a piece there, maybe the entire second floor of the whole house, let them furnish your home as well, because they don't make furniture like they used to. If you're tired of the cheap, mass-produced junk, perhaps from China, let me tell you about Bucks County Estate Traders. Their massive Hatfield showroom has over 16,000 pieces of high-end local furniture, brands like Stickley, Baker, and Henredon. The kind of quality craftsmanship that stands the test of time, and you can save thousands compared to new retail prices, and you're not getting junk. You're getting elite stuff. No matter your style, classic, modern, rustic, or traditional, you'll find stunning pieces that fit today's home. Whether you're furnishing your living room, your dining room, your home office, or even that man cave, Bucks County Estate Traders has it all. And unlike the big box stores, if you see something you love, you can take it home the same day. Every piece has a QR code, which displays details instantly, and their expert staff is the best in the business. No pushy salespeople, just straight shooters who know their stuff. Check out their website. Call ahead. That's a pro tip for you. They'll have those pieces ready for you when you arrive to show you immediately. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by their showroom in Hatfield and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati. These models with such sleek new designs and innovative features, powered by the very latest in technology. And they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles right now available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Major Championship Golf returns to Philadelphia in May of next year. Watch the world's top golfers compete for the iconic Wanamaker Trophy at the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club in Newtown Square. To purchase tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship, you must first get registered. Registering today at pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets before they sell out.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
.951, Kayal and Company, live on a Thursday morning. Right. Nick Kayal on a Hummel, Greg Stocker.
By the way, Boomer Mom on the YouTube chat about that teacher said it's her position of authority, not just her age. It's because she has authority over this child.
Which makes it even
hotter?
Hotter or more indefensible?
No, I think basically what she's saying is it makes it more illegal.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Of course.
Because, you
Very
should never.
manipulative. Yeah.
You should never do that to a person that's under you.
Right. Never abuse your authority.
Great.
Whether you're a teacher or a brand manager.
Yeah.
855-839-1210. We will get to Phil Almquist in a moment. We're going to get to the news with Anna. Dom will be here shortly. But before all of that, your chance to win more movie passes, courtesy of Jimmy Kelly and his Morning Mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Mike, phone. Telephone, Mike. He's coming. He's coming right now. Hold on, please. Hold on. Talk to her. Cam, I ain't got time for these games. Talk to her. This is the witness, the girl at the hotel. Yeah, Harry, he just got out of the John. Hold on. Talk to her now. If you don't talk to her now, she's gonna walk. Captain, I can't be no Mike, man. Just talk to her now. She's gonna walk out. This is our witness. Calm down.
Hello? This is Mike Lowry.
He doesn't talk that way. Talk like him, Try to talk sexy. Come on. You don't sound sexy enough.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
This prize again today, a pair of tickets courtesy of Fandango. Fandango movie codes, because tickets are a thing of the past, to see The Amateur from 20th Century Studios, rated R, only in theaters and IMAX, and it debuts tomorrow, Friday, April 11th. In theaters nationwide tomorrow, a pair of movie codes, courtesy of Fandango, to see The Amateur from 20th Century Studios. Caller number 12, 855-839-1210. 1210.
If you're listening earlier, you get the reference.
Yes.
You get the movie.
Yes.
It always comes back. Jimmy does a good job of bringing something back to something we mentioned in the earlier part of the program.
That's right. Jimmy has a great attention span, and we appreciate that. Yeah. All right, here we go with Phil Almquist, and today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, April 10th, we celebrate the birthdays of Brian Setzer from the Stray Cats, who's 66, and Bryce Dane Soderbergh from the Lifehouse, who's 45. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Ernest Stewart from Casey and the Sunshine Band. We also lost Sam Kinison on this day in 92.
Oh, wow.
Singers Include Groovin' by the Young Rascals in 67. At Baker Street by Jerry Rafferty in 78. Albums include Sonic Temple by The Cult in 89. The Strange Case of by Hailstorm in 2012. The Beatles' second album in 64, Songs of Faith and Devotion by Depeche Mode in 93, and in 2007, Hell Yeah released their debut. Also in 94, over 5,000 fans attended a public memorial service for Kurt Cobain. In 82, Iron Maiden was atop the UK album chart with The Number of the Beast. In 76, Frampton Comes Alive was atop the US chart. In 70, Paul McCartney announced the Beatles had split up. In 96, Alice in Chains recorded their MTV Unplugged show. In 65, a British school asked parents to please keep children in school uniform and not to send them to school in corduroy trousers like the ones used by the Rolling Stones. And in 70, Emerson, Lake and Palmer is formed. But lastly, on this day in 92, GNR canceled concerts in Chicago and Detroit after Axl left town to avoid arrest related to allegations of inciting a riot at a previous show in St. Louis. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Wow, unbelievable again. 5,000 fans showed up, huh?
Pretty good.
Well, that's not bad. 4,000 more than Joy Reid ever had. There you go. All right, we've got Christopher in Chalfont, who's identified the movie clip. Christopher, hello. What movie do we play?
Hello.
Bad Boys.
That is correct. Bad Boys, the first one, 1995. Congratulations, Christopher.
Chalfont, hello.
Thank you.
Yes. You've got the movie passes. Enjoy it, brother.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You got it. Christopher in Chalfont.
I have, we have to take a quick break, but I have Robert F. Kennedy, RFK Jr., did his first network TV interview since becoming HHS secretary. And it didn't go great.
Oh.
It didn't go great.
Why would that be the case?
I have to admit, did not go great. Did not seem like he was on his game. We should get to that on the other side.
Did you just wait? Who did the Bobby impersonation right there?
That was Hummel.
Was that you, Hummel? Can you do that again, or are you going to blow a vocal cord? I don't want you.
I don't think so. But the CIA killed my whole family.
Wow.
I got trying to get back to them. Sorry, I'm sorry, Bobby.
You're gonna get canceled. You know that.
We have to get to this on the other side.
Yes, we do.
Because there's bonus show coming up.
Bonus show. Stay there. Back after this.
Had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code FAST. Swishradio.com, code FAST.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code FAST. Swishradio.com, code FAST.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Pretty sure this is the song that Nutley used to seduce the 17-year-old boy in Ohio. Put this on around 7:30 at night. Dim the lights. Scale and Company.
By the way, regarding that Ohio teacher, Omi says, totally agree with Anna. That woman is a hero.
Yeah. Not all heroes wear capes, okay?
Pick 10 says she's not that hot. Sorry, Stevie Wonder.
Yeah. For a teacher, she's very hot.
Yeah. I mean, if you look up close to the face, I mean, she's, you know.
Look, she's in her 40s. She's doing great.
Excuse me.
She's doing great.
As somebody who's in his 40s, please, please.
Yeah.
She's not 21 anymore. Yeah. She's aging, okay? Women, we have to age sometimes. It's not the best.
I'm 41 and my face is aging beautifully. The rest of my body's gone to hell.
I'm gonna be 45 in 3 days. Okay?
Yeah.
3 days?
3 days, yeah.
Yeah, Stalker, I mean, for doing morning radio for all these years and being 45, no bags under the eyes.
No.
Nothing.
Yeah. I have good jeans.
He does.
Yeah.
Got good shoes, too. You ever see his sneaker collection?
Oh, yeah. He said he's a sneakerhead.
He is.
My dad has a full head of hair.
You're killing it.
I'm good.
The male stalkers are the opposite of the Kayals. They live long. They have hair. They're tall.
It's true. My dad's taller than I am.
Be damned. All right, as we continue, Dom will be here in less than 15 minutes, and I believe we have some more goodies in the bag.
So we have RFK Jr. did his first national interview with CBS this morning. Sorry, Phil, I don't know what clip this is. That was 28. It didn't go super well, so they were talking about it. So he's being interviewed by CBS News, so you know the agenda there. But they were talking about weight loss drugs and health program cuts. You know what I mean? Because there's been a lot of cuts to the health and human service programs.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, okay, we want to make these weight loss drugs available for everybody. How are we paying for that? You know what I mean? Like, where's the money coming from? What is all? And he didn't super have a good answer for this. And when the reporter ran down some of the programs that the Health and Human Services cut, like studying of juvenile diabetes, which I know is near and dear to Dawn Stensland's heart, who by the way we're in her show right now. He had no idea. He goes, I'll have to look into that.
Well, he had no idea the difference between Medicare and Medicaid a few months ago either.
Roll this and tell me if I'm being a little overly critical, which, I'm akin to. Roll it.
None of them have any ingredients that you can't read.
We joined the secretary at a Native American food program near Phoenix and asked him about the Trump administration's decision last week to cancel expanded coverage plans for popular weight loss drugs such as Wegovy. They're known collectively as GLP-1s.
GLP agonists, which are extraordinary drugs,
Aren't they?
Are available to anybody who's got diabetes.
But obesity.
We're looking at a regulatory framework for making it available to people under insurance. It will be available to anybody who wants to pay for it. We are reducing the cost. We're going to reduce the cost.
Will Medicaid and Medicare cover it?
Well, they want. Let me finish in telling you what our kind of blueprint is. Ideally, over the long term, we'd like to see that those drugs available for people after they try other interventions. And if they don't work, then you would be entitled to the drug.
So if that doesn't work and a caregiver, a health care provider says, you know what, give it a good try, Medicare and Medicaid will cover the GLP-1.
That is the framework that we're now debating.
Part of the debate includes figuring out where to make cuts to save money. You propose more than $11 billion in cuts to local and state programs addressing things like infectious disease, mental health, addiction, and childhood vaccination. Did you personally approve those cuts?
No, I'm not familiar with those cuts. We'd have to go. We'd have to go.
There's like more than 50 pages of cuts that I actually went through.
The cuts were mainly DEI cuts, which the president.
There were a lot, but I'll give you, for example, about $750,000 of a University of Michigan grant into adolescent diabetes was cut. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, and that's something that we'll look at.
Dr. John Lampe.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah, you kind of have to know some of these things. I'm a little surprised that he is. So if I understand the first part of it, that Wegovy and things like that would be available for you if you try to authentically and honestly, shed the weight so that you don't end up being diabetic.
Doc, I tried everything.
Right.
Give me the drugs.
Right, I know. I was on the treadmill for 90 days,
Yeah.
Doc. I'm still 215. Can you give me the easy way out?
Yeah, she brings up a good point. Anna brings up a good point. Like, the doctor is going to, okay, well, you've tried everything. Here's drugs now.
Are we just on the honor system?
Doctors are getting kickbacks for giving this stuff out. If they're going to be handing these things out like hotcakes.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and are you surprised that Bobby would even be? I mean, Bobby's skeptical of everything. So the fact that he would be on board with that, or I guess they're debating it, is what he said. I mean, we don't know the long-term effects of Wegovy and what's the original one? Ozempic, right? Like, I mean, in 2035, there might be studies that say, you have 34 people that took it are 34% more likely to end up with cancer of insert whatever body part.
Sure.
The flu vaccine study just came out yesterday from the Cleveland Clinic. Those that take the annual flu shot are 27% more likely to get the flu now.
Love it.
Like, I'm a little surprised. I'm not surprised that Bobby didn't know anything about those cuts because, again, he botched Medicare and Medicaid. And if you're the head of HHS, you kind of have to know some of those basics. But I'm a little surprised that he's open to the unproven. I mean, because he's really adamant about talking about vaccines that we don't know the long-term effects of, right?
Yeah, he seems to be on the anti-big pharma sort of side of things.
Well, yeah.
But again, my argument, I used to be really against these GLP-1 mimetics. I don't care. I think if the main issue with Americans, I've said this before, is just metabolic syndrome, anything that has to do with, diabetes, blood pressure, heart disease. Those are the things that are really killing Americans. If you're worried about the side effects of these drugs, I think I'd be willing to take that chance because for a lot of these Americans who are like severely overweight, they're not going to see 15 years from now if they don't go on these drugs. Mm-hmm. So I would hedge my bets and take the drugs and deal with the consequences of that later.
I will defend Bobby on this, though, in regards to being unaware of the 750,000, whatever it was, for childhood diabetes. Well, okay, maybe that's not a good look, right? A, the fact that you didn't know, and B, the fact that was cut. But if you're eliminating soda from the SNAP programs in schools, which he's all for, then you're taking a preventative measure to prevent childhood diabetes because kids should not be drinking. Nobody really should be drinking large, voluminous amounts of soda.
Right.
Terrible.
No, it's not. It's not good for your health.
I have if I had to guess, I had a soda yesterday when we went to lunch. I probably have, I don't know, maybe 10 or 12 sodas a year. Every now and then I get
it's fine as a treat.
Yeah, I get the urge for, especially for a fountain soda. Yeah. Oh, I love a fountain soda.
Do you think this sort of medication should be like subsidized or covered? Because no offense, but like if you're super fat, it's your fault. Is that rude to say?
No,
like it is your fault. Like you can blame.
Is that rude? We mock people on TikTok.
Right. I mean, okay, childhood trauma and my parents and this and that. But if you're over the age of 18, you know the difference between a donut and an apple. People always like scream, "Oh, it's education." No, it's not. Everybody knows that a salad is better than French toast. So can we stop pretending like we're in the dark about this stuff?
Well, here's the thing too, and I'm not disagreeing with the word you're saying.
Yeah.
But to play devil's advocate, because that's what I do.
Sure, please do.
If you don't get to 800 pounds from eating too many Twinkies. You just don't. There's something in your metabolic makeup that makes you more prone to storing fat, right? I mean, it's just
like an interaction, but I don't think you need to get to 800 pounds to then be like unhealthy. Even if you're maybe 40 or 50 pounds, you're unhealthy, but you can do something about it. And I don't know why I have to pay for your bad decisions. Is what I'm saying.
True.
I agree with that.
I'm going to the gym every day. I'm running. I'm eating salad. You think I want to eat salad every day? No, I don't. Everyone's like, "Oh my God, Anna, you love eating healthy." No, I don't.
I actually do like eating salad every day.
But I force myself to eat healthy because I don't want to die, because I don't want to be a super, fat lardo.
Right.
I'm working my A off, and everybody else, I feel like should be trying to put forth their best effort.
True. Right. It's like going to college and taking out a loan, paying your debt, and then having to pay somebody else.
Exactly.
But to be fair, I literally just met you on Monday, so I don't know you.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing you come from good genes because you don't have the body of a fat
I was a chubby kid.
Were you really? I doubt that. I doubt that.
I wasn't like fat, but I was a chubby kid. I have to try. My metabolism is very normal.
So you can gain or lose relatively
Pretty quickly. Yes. If I start eating poorly, I start gaining weight like a normal human being.
Same here.
Don't you think that it, and I can't believe I'm doing this because I'm usually arguing honest points to Dawn, but since she's not here, I'm going to argue the other point because I like to do this.
Yeah.
Don't you think though that just like drugs and just like sex, that like there's an addiction to food. People cannot stop.
No doubt. But why is that my problem?
Like, an addiction,
why do I have
being
to pay
an
for
addiction, like as in gluttony, or an addiction as in like being
sugar,
being a foodie.
Like to like, I understand what you're saying. Like food, sure, it's like a coping mechanism.
Sure.
I don't know if sugar addiction is like classified as an addiction. I don't think you get withdrawals, except that you lose weight when you don't eat it.
I crave salty.
Craving and like addiction, I feel like are two different things. So I'm not going to say. I want to say food addiction is a fake illness.
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably going to get a lot of hate for saying
fine.
that.
We
but
get hate every day on everything.
Yeah, because guess what? When you stop eating poorly, you don't get withdrawals. You might get like a craving, but
the healthiest people are those that use food as fuel.
Yes,
right.
And that's me, and that's why I'm like not really a foodie.
But you used to be a hefty Hummel.
Yeah, I was a chubster.
I need.
You want some proof?
I need to see
I'll find
pictures.
I'll give you some proof.
We'll need visual confirmation.
I'm saying that like your genes have a lot to do with it. If you grew up in a house with overweight people, you are more likely to be overweight.
But is that because of your genes or is that because of your environment? Because you're watching your parents eat really bad foods and then you follow suit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there could. Yes, you're 100% right. There
because
could be that.
nobody was 1,000 pounds. No one was like wildly obese 50 years ago
That's
in the 70s.
That's because everybody smoked.
Okay.
So they took the craving. They took the craving of food, and they just got lung cancer
But that
instead.
combats your argument that it's genetics because we haven't changed as a species in 50 years, right?
Yeah.
It was
just
our
gotten
habits.
lazier.
Our habits. So basically, what you're saying is start smoking again, America.
A lot of it
Lose
too.
some weight.
A lot of it too. I can't believe I'm arguing this point of view. A lot of it too is what they put in our food, right?
Yep. Well, we've played the video clips of people in the 50s and 60s walking around town, all skinny, dressed properly, casual, looking healthy, looking happy, right? You see, we have the picture we always like to throw up on YouTube of people on a flight in the 60s.
Yeah.
They're all there with the newspaper, and they're wearing slacks and a blazer.
Without their seatbelt extenders.
Yeah, nobody's peeing on each other and crawling around like a snake.
You know what's funny? Gregory P. brings up a good point on YouTube. He says 50 years ago, food quality was much better. But if you actually look at what people ate 50 years ago, like it's like, here's a roast beef and some starch and here's a can of
potato,
green beans or something like that. And it's not that the food was healthier, it's just the ingredients in it were better. Or your mother didn't work, so she could stay home and actually cook instead of getting, some takeout or some bagged meal. You know what I mean? That you just throw in the crock pot.
I had this argument with a friend a few days ago. I think the major issue, I'm not saying that like red dye is good for you. I'm not going to die on that hill. But I think the main issue is just energy balance. We're just over consuming. Because here's the thing, Greg, is you could lose weight on a donut diet. If you ate one donut a day, it would be miserable. I would never advise anyone to do this. But if you had only like 350 calories a day, even if it was just from a donut, you would lose weight because you're eating less than you're burning.
Assuming you burn off more than 350.
All right, here's
math.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
321 Chris on the YouTube chat says he's currently at 320 pounds. Was 372 in August. Trying to get to 275 again. It's a struggle. One, you have the fat cells that don't go away. They might empty out, but they won't be full.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't lose the cells; they just shrink essentially.
Well, and also to your point about eating something bad and losing weight, we had a story. We never got to it. I don't think I even put it on the show sheet, but we had it in our cycle. A guy lost 132 pounds on a Chick-fil-A diet.
Yeah,
and that's all he ate for an extended period of time.
Yeah, if you're eating one nugget a day or whatever, you will lose weight. I wouldn't advise people do that, but I'm sick of feeling sorry for people that are overweight. I feel like I have limited amount of compassion, and it's not going to them. Sorry.
Right.
But people, I mean, like the majority.
I'm not saying the struggle isn't real. Everyone has struggles.
The majority of Americans struggle with weight, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
totally.
Yeah.
I struggle to hit brakes on time. I blew past this.
I mean,
sorry.
we're not. We're just way over it.
Went on a fat rant.
It's
sorry
fine.
about that. Sorry.
No. It's a good conversation because I'm not usually on the side of the argument.
Yeah.
So Hummel's homework tonight is to find a picture from when she was a chunker back in the day.
Yeah.
And we're gonna box for her tomorrow, and we're gonna break down the tape.
Gregory says, notice Europeans aren't fat. It's all about the ingredients. Yes.
They also walk more, and they have
they smoke.
That and the portions are way smaller than they are in the States.
Well, Mediterranean diet's good for you as well.
Yeah, but you can't overconsume that either because you'll get fat. So
that hummus wrap you had yesterday looked pretty good.
Yeah, it was excellent.
I was gonna actually order that, and then she ordered before me, and I'm like, I can't take the same thing she's getting.
Why not?
It's always awkward when you follow the other person, isn't it?
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah, so I went with the bacon chicken ranch sandwich on a ciabatta roll.
Did the quinoa get stuck in your teeth like it did mine, Greg?
It did.
See?
Yeah.
I know. As soon as I ordered it last time, I was like, "Why did I do this?"
Yeah, it did.
It's a bad look.
It was a quality meal though.
Yes,
Quality meal.
yes.
Though. And I knew because I had, you and I went to lunch on Monday and I had a sandwich then, and I was just like, it's way too many carbs, so I just needed a.
See, there you are being responsible.
Nice healthy protein.
Yeah.
But it's expensive. You know what I mean? Like it's not cheap to order this food all the time.
No.
So.
And by the way, I'm willing to be a team guy moving forward. If you ever need me to go to a company lunch on the company dime, I'll skip the nap. I'm just saying.
No, Very kind of you. It's very kind that you'll eat at the private club that we can eat at.
It was very nice.
That not many people can eat at. That's very nice of you.
Yep. Thought about getting a Bloody Mary, but I controlled myself. So I carved up. All right. Dom's coming in here next. We'll find out what he has lined up as Dom Time starts earlier than normal as the bonus edition of Kayal and Company in the Dawn STEM time slot continues here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. You won't ever look back.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle. Just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th, 2025.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
Hi, it's Rob Beto with Keystone Window. Are you thinking of replacing your old, drafty, iced-over windows? Before you call Keystone, try this. Call those big window companies. You know who they are. No matter what price they give you, just say no, no. And watch how that price starts to drop. Funny thing is, Keystone's first and only price is lower than the final price they give you. Why? Because it's the honest way to do business. You see, if they lie before they have your money, how will you be treated after they do? Think about it. Call Keystone Window for a free estimate. We'll give you the real price right up front, good for 30 days. Save $80 per window on the best Energy Star vinyl windows made today. Lifetime warranty with labor, financing available. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provides smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
It's 10:27, technically the Dawn Show. Bonus coverage of Kayal and Company. Dom time ready to go.
I'm making all you guys work. If Stensland can work 6 hours, we all can throw in a little bit more.
The parking's tough at this time, though. That's the problem.
I know.
Yeah, exactly.
It is rough. I tell you what, I haven't done crossovers in 12, 13 years, but man, I miss them because not only doing the crossover on the air right now as we get set to hand it off to Dom, but the conversations before we get to the crossover.
Why are you guys not saving this for the air?
We're gonna bring it on the air right now because Dom is gonna have a conversation later today in the show about China and Hollywood and Richard Gere, and then we were talking about Richard Gere and Jerry. What was the name you just dropped?
Panicoli.
Jerry Panicoli. And all of a sudden, Anna and Dom clicked. They had a moment where she's like, I know that guy.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about Richard Gere to start, and I was like, I was like, I just said gerbil. And you go, what? And I go, the gerbils.
Yeah.
And you're like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, am I making this up? I looked online. The gerbil rumors.
Yes.
Well, if it's online, it has to be true.
It was an urban legend that we used to, with Richard Gere and the gerbil.
Well, we had that here in Philadelphia, and it was a bigger urban legend, but there were fierce debates, in the newspaper, in the Inquirer and everything else about it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
So now you are having a conversation later today about China influencing and meddling in Hollywood, if you want to give us a little preview of that. 'Cause what doesn't China have their hands in, right?
And this is one of the biggest. The films, they want to be for 1 billion people, so China tells them what's going to be in a film. And then Hollywood, Richard Gere, I'm convinced, Dalai Lama. I love the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Rich had him on.
Yep.
He was here in Philadelphia for the homeless.
Mm-hmm.
Suddenly, Richard Gere can't work in Hollywood. Pretty strange.
Okay. So do you think that's kind of like a cancel culture type thing?
Yeah, Chinese.
Okay.
The Chinese
cancel
Party.
culture.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You don't want to go against that if you're going to put a film in China.
Right.
Look at the NBA.
Yep.
That's the best example I can give. Daryl Morey just writes, free Hong Kong,
Mm-hmm.
and the world goes crazy against the NBA.
Right. Yet the NBA is completely. The NBA wants to talk about, and I know, Anna, you're not a big sports person, but they talk about social justice and everybody's rights. Yet they are completely silent and mum on the genocide that's going on in China.
With the Uyghurs.
With the Uyghurs.
Yeah. I remember, so Florida, obviously big wrestling town. I think John Cena recognized Taiwan as a state. And then he apologized in Mandarin.
Yes.
That's right, in Mandarin.
It was one of the most cringe things you will ever hear.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And they could see him, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I would have put Vince McMahon to tell the Chinese what's going to happen if they don't play ball.
Exactly.
But I guess he capitulated, too, right?
All right, yeah. I actually watched a video 13 years ago last night.
I have to say right now, Fast and Furious 9, I had many interviews. In one of them, I made a mistake. Everyone asked me if I could use Chinese. People at Fast and Furious 9 gave me lots of interview information. I made a mistake. I have to say right now, it is so important. I love and respect China and the Chinese people. I'm so sorry for my mistake. I'm so sorry. I'm very sorry. You have to understand, I love and respect China and the Chinese people. He just says it over and over again. I'm sorry.
Safe to say that Cena, if he was president, would not tariff China at 125%.
That is so cringe,
isn't it?
That is, and to do it in Mandarin, my God.
Wow. So cringe.
I know.
Can you imagine?
Yeah. How did you pull that? Did you have that saved?
No, I'm fast.
Okay.
Remember, I used to be a producer, so I know how to do this stuff. I know how to do all this stuff. Hey, pull up that thing, the thing.
Yeah.
We can do that.
Jimmy Kelly, we'll need that on the board later today. Greg Stocker, I'm fast. There you go. All right, Tom, have a great show.
Thank you, Nick.
Wait, hang on. I want to ask one. I want to ask Dom one question. Did you see the air the other night with the Phillies by Rojas and Edmundo Sosa?
Yep.
Bad move, right?
Well, I was the center fielder. I would have just, particularly the rule is, if you don't have two guys running at full speed at each other, the center fielder or two guys standing there, in the end, you got to look up at the ball and somebody's got to go for the ball.
Yeah.
It was like deference, like these were bows and ambassadors, Nick.
Right.
And Greg, when you can see out of the corner of your eye, the other guy stopped. You just got to go for the ball. I don't.
You take charge as the center fielder out there.
Yeah, exactly.
And one of them said you, and they thought that they were saying me, and then oh God.
They should have to apologize in Mandarin.
To Philadelphia, yeah. Well, to the pitcher,
Yes, absolutely. All right, Dom time is next. Anna, one more trip tomorrow for you before you head back to Florida, right?
Yep.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
Great show today. Stay tuned. Dom is up next, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Bruno back with us at 7:30. Good night, everybody.
Summer's almost here. Dawn Stensland here. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. That's why I had my friends from Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning get us summer ready. Marvin E. Cans, a third-generation owned, military veteran-founded company. If you live in an older suburban home, consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric.